Remember when the timer was at 480? Mochi's eating a whale? What? Well, you know, the timer could still be back up to 480. The timer has steadily gone down. It has, for sure. But, I mean, we're still here, and we're still doing what we do. Okay, it is about my bedtime, but I did say we're going to try and stay up until midnight to at least finish this game. I did drop the graphics just slightly, so I hope it works. The wheel was just a bonus thank you. It's just like an extra fun thing to keep stuff fresh. I don't like the idea of stagnation. I don't want to sit around and present you guys the same thing day in and day out, so, you know, different fun things. It's exciting to see new games, a wheel, you know, just, who knows? Tons of stuff. We pray that this does not crash. Ew. So we read this. You know, it is crazy that this game looks this good on medium. This is medium graphics. Could you believe that? Like, this game looks good. Ooh, the braining.
Okay.
Is that a stalker? Just sitting in the bushes? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. If I shank this thing from a mile away, is the clicker gonna come after me? Jorgen, thanks, man. I see you, buddy. All of the subs should be adding to the overall total, but the time I will be adding manually, so any individual sub I will be adding at the, usually in the morning, not at the end, because we have to go to bed, so... Oh my god. Wow. Well, that's a crash. Oh! It didn't crash? Oh my god. Imagine coming all this way for revenge and you get eaten by a fucking shroom. You know, there really isn't much to do here. The problem is, you can't avoid stalkers. I've never been able to avoid them in this game one bit. If there is a stalker around, they are problematic. They're the worst enemy in this game to deal with because you can't do anything against them but fight them. And they're also in the vein of, like, you know, clickers and all that shit, so it's really just misery. You could shoot them... I mean, you could probably shoot them with a bow. The problem is they lay down, they're very jittery. They don't sit still for 2 seconds. Okay, well, here they come. these fucking things. Oh, man. Oh, man. Fuck. Oh, man. Oh, dude. Hope we're able to finish it. I'm kind of fucking tired, but we'll see. I could probably spend a single bullet. I mean... I'm not running through the game. Unless it's like Resident Evil 6. In that case, we'll run through it, but not this game. This game is not RE6. RE6 is like Satan's ballsack. It's so bad. I will have to collect my thoughts and rate this game after beating it. I hope we can do that. We'll have discussion tomorrow about it, but like... That was good. Oh. It's okay. We're gonna try and stay up. How do we get in? Bro, this looks like the mansion from, like... it's like the fucking, who's the Mexican family in Breaking Bad? Who are they called? No, the big bad one, the main one. The Salamancas. This looks like the Salamanca mansion. We're gonna see Hector come out. With Lalo. Lalo. Salamanca's Lalo. Great show. So where do we go? Oh, here we go. There's actually two ways over. On the roof, and she's naked. What happened to America? You gotta give it to Ellie. She grabs clickers. Even Abby can't even grab clickers. mean, I guess she's been around them longer, so she kind of knows them more, but the knife certainly helps.
Hope I can cut through here.
I guess, you know what? Ellie is immune, to be fair. You are right, yeah. Holy shit. Gangplank's room. Alexander, thank you, sir. This is GP's room. Oh my god, was that a pencil sharpener? Holy fucking archaic. I used to do that when I was younger. I used to sharpen pencils with a pencil sharpener. You ever do that?
All right.
Oh my god. Whoops. The one on the wall. They used to bolt them to the wall and you would like... You'd crank it like a crank gun.
All right.
Oh my god. You know, one of the creepiest things is seeing that these creatures are, you know... Why am I here for loot? Is seeing them walk around in broad daylight. You really do think, like, the shamblers and, you know, the clickers and stuff, that they live in complete isolation in dark, dirty places. But you see a lot of these things kind of just wandering around the streets, right? Like, what the fuck? Fuck that. That is not of my concern.
Okay. Santa Barbara's downhill. 24, 25 constants.
I did see that movie was coming. You have to mash it. Yeah. How do we go down? This way? No loot, reload. I mean, we're making the most of it. I don't think this is too... Ooh. You know what's so crazy? I've said it before, I'll say it again. The combat in this game is very reminiscent of, like, the Callisto Protocol. Except the Callisto Protocol kind of, like, banked on its combat system, whereas this game is just kind of... If you get into combat, it's there, but the entire game isn't about combat. You know what I mean? I've said that. I say it a million times, but it literally feels like the Callisto Protocol. Oh my god. It just gets worse. Ouch. Oh my god. I'm fucking dead. I'm sunburnt, shanked in the kidney. I guess that's not the kidney. Holy fuck.
Abby,
Wait, did they get out? That's not Abby. I thought it was Abby.
Got a live one.
This bitch is fucked up.
Who even are these people? Oh god.
We'd be lucky if she lasts a month. Can we please just say we're done for the day?
Yeah. Get that thing down. Let's reset the traps.
What are these people doing?
Really, man? I mean, is she even worth the trip back? It's not like...
Hey, get you?
No. I'm good. Something funny?
looks like you shit your pants.
Fuck you say?
Oh, bitch.
What is Ellie, bro?
Get up.
Come on.
Get up.
We don't need
No, man,
this.
she's fucked up anyway, man. Come on.
Please, don't.
Yeah, it's funny, right? It's funny.
Serious?
Come on.
Oh, dog! The bounty hunter.
Wait. You said Abby. You're looking for an Abby, right? We picked one up a couple months ago.
Months ago.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, no, big girl. Blonde. Arms like mine. She had a scrawny kid with cuts by his mouth. Yeah, that's her. You let me go. I'll tell you where she is. You can get to her before that infection takes over.
Oh, he doesn't. Yeah, anyways, who cares?
Talk.
She's in a holding cell at our camp.
Where's that?
Head that way till you hit the railroad track. That'll lead you to a resort. We keep them in the tall, round building.
She's gonna kill him.
Huh. I swear.
Damn. Find all the weapons, high caliber.
First resort. Tall, round building.
That's kind of a... I guess that's not a free
First
achievement.
resort. Tall, round building.
She should be bleeding out by now. Oh, okay. She's a warrior.
Fuck.
Rattlers.
Go back! Is that a gun? He's got a gun! Go back! God damn it.
Shit.
What the fuck?
All right.
Fuck did he get a gun?
Wait, why are
Tell
they...
the others to search the area. Make sure he's the only one that got out. And watch out for infected.
Wait, they're killing everyone now. Wait, they're killing themselves?
I find out anyone helped him. They're going in the fucking pool.
In the pool? It came with 10 bullets, by the way.
Up for a while. This is
The
the
pool.
third this month. You ready to put more people on the gate?
People on the gate need to do their fucking jobs. Go look around. I want to know if he was alone.
What is going on?
Ow! Stray! We got a stray! Here!
We're gonna be here a while. Oh my god. We maybe should have... Guys, I think we should try and finish the game tomorrow. We might be here a while. I think we should be trying to finish this game tomorrow, yeah. I don't want to... I'm not going to rush through this game, and I want to... No, I'm 100% going to be playing this game tomorrow. I think this is a great place to pause it, to be honest. And that way I can be awake and collect my thoughts, and we can talk a lot and watch YouTube videos and have conversations, civil conversations about the game and why we hate it, why we like it. I think tomorrow makes so much more sense because we have all day to converse about this game. It seems, for a lot of people, very divisive. You know, I'm not going to sit here and say everyone's wrong if they hate the game or like the game or whatever. You know, you come up with your own conclusion, as will I. And, you know, we'll talk. And I welcome shit like that. That's fine. You know, let's talk civilly about it. So The Last of Us 2 is going to start at noon. Tomorrow at 12 p.m. noon. Not going to do it in the morning. Today was a bit of a different day because we had to take a 3-hour break for food and mochi. Going to be 4 hours with this chat. No, it's fine. It's okay to... I like conversing. I like talking about stuff. Hate on you too. But you know what? It's my opinion, though. You got to stand by your... You know, whatever... I like games, you like games, I like movies, you like movies. Whatever it may be, we all like what we like. You know, at the end of the day, it is our own opinion. It doesn't shit on yours. Your opinion's your own. You know, if that's how you feel, that's fine. I stepped away from my PC after a donation, but thank you again for the VIP. Hey, Anime, you're good, man. No, we're going to be going back and, you know, for now, we could do VIPs. You know, mod ship will eventually come to some people. But for now, I don't mind doing, you know, VIPs. And again, man, you know, Anime Titan has, hey, real quick, no glazing, but Anime Titan has, he has been, clap, you will clap right now, we're clapping. Anime Titan has been, like, hey, we gotta say thank you to everybody here. For all the support, for the tremendous amount of hours on the timer, for everything that you guys done for me. You've allowed me to play variety. You know, you have allowed me to do these games. I hope you know that. And through you allowing me to do this stuff, you know, I've enjoyed every bit of it, honestly. There's been like 2 bad games, but even that, you know, even at the end of the day, those games aren't the worst thing I've ever done. Like, they're just games. But, you know, Anime Titan has, you know, I think it's safe to say that, like, a quarter, if not, like, 30% of this whole event is due to Anime Titan's, you know, insane generosity. Right? Like, 160 days. Like, a few, probably, like, what, 2 months of that? 2 months of that alone was Anime Titan. And again, that's not to say anything about anyone's support because all of it's amazing. But you know, hey, Anime Man, it's nuts, dude. You have funny reactions to games. Love variety. Variety's cool, you know. But again, variety is. I think it's interesting that we do get to play so many different things. You know, and if you guys have suggestions, again, leave them in the Discord. As we go through things, we'll keep adding more. But yeah. I need to go to sleep, folks. It is past my bedtime. You guys said I'd be able to finish the game tonight. Not a chance. Even if we finished it, I'd be yapping and, you know, tired by the end of it, I'm sure, because I don't think this would be an hour and a half more. Always greatly appreciated. No, hey, what you do for me and my family, man, and what you do for this stream and my livelihood is just nuts. Like, you really do keep me afloat. Like, all of you guys, you know, big or small, a follow, a bit, doesn't matter. If you send me anything, if you don't send me anything, you guys just showing up, is supporting my livelihood, and that is beyond anything that I could even ask for, you know? So, yeah, what you guys do for me is just insane, you know? Thank you. It is. Hey, you know, streaming is any sort of entertainment online. Streaming, being an entrepreneur, you know, you go out there and you kind of give yourself to the people, or you have a product and you want to, you know, show it to the masses. I mean, it really is just the people who make you. You know, you guys made me. You guys made this stream. You guys have allowed me to be here for 10 years. You know, and the fact that you guys still do support me after all that time is incredible. So thank you, each and every one of you. But I do need to go to sleep. I'm not going to glaze you anymore. You can go to bed with that glazing. That's fine. I do have to sleep, though, guys. So tomorrow I will be on in the morning. Yeah, I see. Hey, you know what, man? Even a follow. A follow is awesome. You know, the fact that you guys want to show up and support me is incredible. Don't even think about, oh, I'm not subbed, oh, I'm not this. Being a supporter of any caliber is incredible. He keeps giving hearts. You're good, buddy. But I am going to go to sleep, guys. I can sleep peacefully after 90 years. Sending you vibes, they'll arrive. 10-year subscriber icon. Now, I'll let Ivana know. YouTube guys as well. Sorry, YouTube, we're going to end. Tomorrow is the final stream of The Last of Us. We will be finishing the game tomorrow, and we will have a lengthy conversation. If you guys hate this game, I want to hear why. This is probably the most divisive game I've played. Everyone seems to be 50-50. You know, I will have an opinion, good or bad, or a little bit of both, who knows. You know, let's talk about it, right? Conversing over things we enjoy or dislike, maybe we can find common ground. But yes, YouTube, I will see you guys tomorrow. Be well, and that is the end of YouTube. See you later. Okay, YouTube is done. And yes, with that being said, I am going to go to sleep. Let's pause. 3:25:03. Folks, we're here. All right, it's time for The Last of Us Part 2. We're good. We are now commencing the final bits of this game. We will be finishing The Last of Us 2 today. All right, folks? Today. It is time. Let's see. After 1 week, it's a long game. It is a long game. We're done with this shit. Shit. Anyways, so let's load up YouTube. Let's get the YouTube stream going. We're gonna see. Once we beat the game, we'll go talk about what we're gonna play, but I think it's supposed to be like Outer Wilds, maybe? Something like that. I think the game's crashing. Why, though? Why? Is it loading shaders? Or is it just, like, legitimately crashing? Triple, hello. Hang on. Oh, it's because I was tabbed out. Right. It had me before. Okay. Just got to make sure YouTube is working, and we are good to go. YouTube, we're live! We're here for the final day of the Last of Us trilogy. It's not a trilogy, it's 2 games. Maybe it'll be a trilogy. We'll see. So, let us begin. YouTube is live. We're good on Twitch. The VODs are being saved. It's good news. Excuse me. The Azir games have to be off screen. Can you guys just make sure that the YouTube stream is live? If you don't mind. The last digit won't ever show. It's bugged.
Checking
the alerts,
if alerts
yeah.
are off. Tobias creep.
Thank you, sir. They're off now. Thank you. Is YouTube on? YouTube is good? YouTube is working? Cool. All right, let's go. Whoops. My bad. So, TLDR, Ellie and Dina end up dealing with... Okay, we finished Abby's story yesterday. So now we are in the present. We're all caught up. Abby ran after Ellie. And even though Ellie killed Owen and Mel, she couldn't bring herself to kill Ellie. She's like, that's it, we're done, fuck off. You've killed my people, I've killed yours. That's it. Abby put a bullet in Jesse's head, he's dead. Abby also put a bullet in Tommy's head, and he lived. And the right side of his face is now, he's blind, and he doesn't have the ability to walk or anything, as like he did before. So, that was a pretty big fucking showdown at the very end of it. I've seen the first season, but not the second season. And after all of that, Dina and Abby ended up getting a farmhouse and, raising Dina and Jesse's kid. Everything is great. It's going well. And then the PTSD kicks in and, fucking Ellie's like, revenge! Tommy shows up and also kind of hammers that in. He's like, you made me a promise. We have to go get revenge for Joel. We have to go back and kill this bitch. And at that point, Abby left with one of the Scar kids that she kind of like befriended. And she was off to Santa Barbara to join up with another group of Fireflies, I believe. Because she was pretty much taken out of like, her previous group, which was what? The Wolves, I believe. She ended up helping the enemy, and they didn't like that, so, yeah. That is where we are right now. Abby came to California with one of the Scar kids. I think it was Lev. And she's looking for the group of people that she was going to initially leave to go find with Owen when Owen was alive. And Ellie caught up with her. Or is rather trying to catch up with her for revenge. I mean, Ellie, man, I guess you can't let shit like that go. I don't know, I've never been in that position, but like, the Firefly regroup, yeah. That is, I have to go do this. What about those kidnappers? I don't know yet, we just found them. No, that will fuck you up for sure, yeah. Your father figure getting murdered right in front of your eyes with his brother present, like that is... I'm sure that will fuck you up. We're not doing a day of League, no. That's tonight. She got spared twice. She can't let it go. It is what it is. She's that far gone. It's who she is. Not every person's going to act the same. Not every person's going to be, a little bit more forgiving. So. Anyways, let's play. Where are we going? Is it over here? I don't know where I'm going. Ooh. Oh! Look how many there are. Fuck. He's got a riot helmet. I can't even headshot him.
I think you got out alone.
Got a gun. I think so.
We got
Got a live one! Here,
I'm just dead. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Don't let him fly!
Holy shit. Where are you supposed to go?
I saw something. Judy.
No, you didn't. You didn't see anything.
Anything?
Man, okay. You know, he did say follow the train tracks, right? The initial guy that we kind of tortured, not really, he said follow the tracks, so that's down there. We don't have to go up here. There's nothing for us up here.
Might have something. I'll look into it.
Movement. I'll see what...
Run away!
There's no point in conflict. There's so many enemies in this area. And we don't even know their deal. I think they're just kind of like, I don't know, a bunch of looters, a bunch of like, whoever. Follow the train tracks. Ooh.
There's nothing around here.
Look at them all. Oh my god. It's right up there. Oh my god. Fuck, man.
Does anyone see her?
Nothing over here.
We're so fucking cooked.
Seen her yet?
Not finding anything.
She's so dead.
I don't have any mollies, and I don't have pipe bombs. I'm gonna wait until they leave.
Anyone see her? Christ, nobody's found her yet?
No one in this area.
I mean, salvation is right in front of me. At least I think it is. Maybe it's in that building to the right. Or left and then go right.
Does anyone see her? Nothing here.
Man! Leave! Fuck.
Got something. Smell something, boy?
It's fucking doomed. Oh. Hmm. Ouch. Is this a silent? I think that's a silenced gun. I just realized I have a silenced, like a, what is that, a submachine gun? Okay. That's worth it. Oh, shit. Please, no smoking.
I think he got out alone.
He got a gun. That takes help.
What the fuck are these guys?
You just wish he had help, because then it means he didn't steal a gun and walk out the fucking front door.
He couldn't have. We gotta check those chains.
No one's ever broken the chains.
You'll see. The hell was that? Let's scope it out.
Go. I'll watch your back.
Let's go into this building here. We'll take a hard left.
Don't know what it was. Place is empty. God, thought I saw some strings! Come on, get down!
Oh my god. We gotta go left. I have an idea. Okay, I don't think this is so bad. I have a decent plan. Okay. We're gonna go through that building, which means we gotta take a few people out. We'll go hard left. When we enter that area, we'll go hard left and then kind of like drag them to the right with a bottle. I think that's what we'll do. Why I'm using the revolver, I have no clue, but the guy has a fucking riot helmet on. He's got his face shield. Ellie and Abby, basically, as to yesterday, or like the whole gist of the story? In looking for Abby, Ellie ended up killing, you know, people close to her. Killed Owen, her ex. Killed Mel, her friend. Killed her dog. And then, you know, she got really pissed off. What happened after they met? Oh, after they met. Okay, so they both went on a rampage. Or rather, Abby went on a rampage, ended up, they killed Jesse. Then they shot Tommy in the head. He somehow lived. And they pretty much just duked it out. They duked it out backstage. They beat the shit out of each other. Arrows, bombs, everything, guns. Dina showed up. Dina tried to shank Abby, and then the kid that Abby was traveling with, Lev, shot Dina in the back with an arrow. It was just like nobody won. I guess you could say Abby won because Abby beat the fuck out of them and then walked away. She's like, it's over, it's done, you know, fuck off. It's time to finish this, right? I'll let you live, and that's it. That's my second chance. She could have killed her. She could have killed her, but I guess that's not who Abby was, and she let them live, and now, again, Ellie was like, we gotta go finish this. You know, Tommy comes back to the house that Dina and Abby are in, or Dina and Ellie are in, and he's like, you know, you made me a promise, Ellie. We have to go back and kill her. Even though she let them live twice. Well, Lev did kind of, you know, bring her back to reality a little bit.
I think he got out alone.
He got a gun. That takes help.
What the fuck are these guys?
Right! Shit! Right
It's a lot of, like, back and forth, you know. I'll let you live, leave me the fuck alone. You know, I've gotten what I need. I've killed... No way. Abby should kill them back then. It's a lot of... Yeah, it's really just like... I fucked up. Or... Ellie's killing a lot of Abby's people, and then Abby sees that, and then she goes back for Ellie. It's revenge into revenge into revenge into revenge. This whole story is about revenge and kind of like not giving people second chances and them kind of squandering it and whatnot for the sake of, like, you know, how they feel. It's just Abby and Ellie are the same, pretty much like the same person, almost. I'd say Ellie's a little bit less forgiving, but Abby is 100% the bigger woman in this picture, for sure. Like, she let Abby go twice. I keep saying Abby, I get the names mixed up. She let Ellie go twice. She let Ellie go twice. Yeah. Abby is 100% the bigger person in this thing. Because Lev said to do it. But she still, I mean, she trusted her, though. You know, that still is being the bigger person. Well, they're not like one and the same. Of course, they're different characters and they've got different motives and everything, to a degree. But, like, it's just the world you grew up in, right? Like, fucking Ellie has no childhood whatsoever. Ellie grew up in the apocalypse. Abby has the wolves and everything, right? Ex-Firefly, she had all that stuff. She had a much better support system going on than Ellie ever would have.
We gotta check those chains.
Like, Ellie, I guess, was with the Fireflies for a brief time, but, like, it wasn't much. We'll talk about it after the game. The game's not done. I'm not gonna say anything. You guys can yap about what you like and don't like, but...
Whoa.
Yeah. Fuck off. Anyways, I'm gonna focus on the game. We gotta go hard left. Going right is pretty much just a death sentence. Going left, I think, is like the way to do this.
I think he got out alone. You hear that? I'm on. Who the fuck are these guys?
I just wish he had help, because then it means he didn't steal a gun and walk out the fucking front door.
He couldn't have. We gotta check those chains.
No one's ever broken.
We good or what?
Got him.
I think we got company. I got it. Huh? We got a live one!
What? I'm stuck in a jump animation. What the fuck? Dude, Ellie is gaunt. Put some meat on them bones. Go eat the chickens Abby's been eating. Full of mega mycete proteins.
I think he got out alone.
What was that? I'll check it out.
Keep an eye out.
Who the fuck are these guys?
I just wish he had help, because then it means
I think I kind of threw it
he
wrong.
walk out the fucking front door.
He couldn't have.
Never broken his chains.
Huh. You'll see. You see anything?
No, nothing.
Saw something.
On me, let's go.
I got you covered.
We got a live one! Behind the dumpster! Yeah, I got it!
I don't think they saw me.
Where'd the outsider go?
They didn't see me.
Start searching. Can't have gone far.
Shit.
I think that's her.
Let's see what's up.
I got your back. I caught her! There, there!
Holy shit, thank God. Woo! Thank God.
I'm gonna fucking kill you!
Skipper. Nothing about this game's skipping. All this game is how do you approach combat? How do you approach environments, right? Like, your job isn't to kill everyone. I'm not here to do that. Oh my God. Wait, are they using them as slaves? What is this?
Looks like a tall, round building.
That's where she is. That's where Abby is. Fucking kill this bitch.
How do I get in there?
How do we get in there? Ooh. Ouch! A note. Hey Rattlers, it's Mackenzie. I'm out free. My husband died picking your fucking tomatoes. We aren't some lonely stragglers. I will be back with others. Your time is coming. Wow, so they're really just using them for like... They're using them as slaves. So they're called the Rattlers. We do know that. They talked about it earlier. But...
Hello.
Hi. Dorfrex with a prime. Thanks, man. Ooh.
Come on.
Oh, is he infected?
Just a little closer, buddy.
I don't think he is.
He can't feel anything.
Fuck that.
He's infected.
I promised him I'd do this to him.
This is such a fucked up hobby.
Bet you wish you didn't try to escape now, don't you, Anthony?
Jesus. Can I set them free? Yeah, I was gonna say I can set them free. He's a tank! Shit.
Thought I saw movement. I'll go check it out.
Hey.
Right! Shit! Right over here!
Yeah! The kidneys! Ow! Fuck.
Okay.
Fuck. Youch! Dude, their faces.
You got it.
I have no resources.
All right.
I'm pretty much one hit and I'm dead. There is... Did I just see someone up on the balcony? Someone is down here, I just don't know where they are. There was someone on the balcony, look. I think he's on that shipping container.
What? Who's found you?
No! God damn it! Oh, man, I should have... Ah, you fucking rat. Oh, it saved. It did save. Okay.
Strike!
Oh, it saved... Oh.
All right.
It's saved right after. Whoops. It's saved after the infected. You know what? Do this. Whoa, hello.
Saw movement. I'll see what's up.
Zach, we good?
Don't see anything. Everyone, report in!
I don't see anything.
Stray! Bitch! Over here!
Fuck! My spine, you dirty witch! Ow.
Pin her down!
Commandos. Deadly commandos on a mission to assassinate all the bad men. Commandos in the wheat fields. I can't get over there. There's two people in the building on the right, and there's a guy in the building on the left. Bro, everyone is so angry about this game. Calm down. How about this? Can we please save our thoughts about the game until after the game is done? Then I will open up the floodgates and we will talk like gentlemen. Okay? I will open up the floodgates and you can all pour out of hell. And you can all stream out like spirits of the damned waiting to get vengeance on everything wrong in the world. This is probably the most divisive game I've ever played. I would even say this is more divisive than, like, Dark Souls 2. And people really hate Dark Souls too. Where'd this fucking guy go? Wait, but where did this guy go? Where the fuck did he walk off to? There he is.
Where'd that come from?
Is that it?
Right. That it?
That's it. Nice. I thought there was one more.
Sick fucks.
Yeah, these guys are fucking nasty, brother. Take his helmet. See, that'd be wise. People who like this game... Okay, you know what? I'm not going to say anything. I've said a few bits over the course of this game. Nothing concrete. You know, I'm still taking in the information. But... yeah, I'll wait till I'm done. Exactly. It isn't fair to judge a game until you've beaten the game. You can start forming your ideas and say, man, this part is stupid, or this doesn't make any sense. You know, but later on, maybe it does. We'll see. We'll see what everything culminates in. Ooh. Put it in emote only until you're done. No, you guys are fine. I won't be reading chat as much, you know that. When I play single-player games, I try to immerse myself and be aware of, like, what's going on. Just because I do enjoy the stories of games, and I do try to get the most out of what we do here. Not only for me, but for you guys, right? So, you know, we will read the chat room, don't worry. It's just for the sake of, you know, spoilers and all that jazz, you probably shouldn't too much. I'm sure people will type a bunch of spoilers, and it's like, well, what the fuck, man? So... but, you know, there's a lot of divisive games out there. I mean, some people didn't like Subnautica. Some people didn't like... no one's gonna like everything. Some people love Resident Evil 6, and I think that game is an abominable pile of trash. I think its main purpose was to sell a game on Christmas where you can sit down and play with your bros. And that's awesome. That's incredible. That is something to be celebrated, you know, couch co-op. But the game blows. The game sucks. That game's bad. Anyways, 83 bits. Let's do pistol. Although I think I'm already maxed out, right? Stability is already done. Fire rate, recoil, capacity. I mean, these things don't really matter. Stability with the rifle, sure. Sure. Look at those bits. I've got ammo for everything, it's just not too much. You know what's interesting? See the rifle? See the grip of the rifle? Is it called the grip? What is this? Is it the stock? Not the stock. That grip right there. What's the tail end of a barrel that you're kind of holding? It's the entire, like, rifle itself. It's usually got... Is it the stock? Is the whole piece of the gun the stock, no matter what? Not like the thing that, you know, sits up against your shoulder. But we're talking about, like, the thing you're, like, here. Is it still the stock? It's not the butt. No, that would be the butt of the gun. That would be the stock if you're holding it. Stock is the end. The handguard. The design of the handguard on this rifle, see that thing where your hand typically goes? I guess that's what it would be, the handguard. It's the same as the shotgun in Aliens. It's the same handguard, the same grip. It is. Hicks's shotgun. The heirloom shotgun. Yeah, it is. It's the same grip. Yep. Just so you know. Nerd! You know why I know that, though? Is because I've looked into the shotgun parts. Like, I like movie props and replicas and things that were created for film. Or even games. And, you know, I'm not gonna make a shotgun, but, like, I do like finding parts for weapons from films. It's very cool. Yap! The yappening! Make one! People 3D print stuff like that. It's a well-designed grip for long guns. It's not even a long shotgun. I think it's like the Ithaca something. It's like a medium-ended, like, little thing. Okay. Anyways, we're done looting here. Let's go. This. Narnia. El océano, la forjela, el pueblo, montanas, la mapa di Santa Isabela.
Okay.
Ooh. I've got a lot of rifle ammo. And it's a silenced rifle. I should be using it. Ooh. Sure. So we need to make a med kit. There's no reason not to. At least one.
It's all around building.
We're almost there.
There it is.
Folks, if it's DMCA'd, you'll know it. You won't hear any audio. I wasn't fast enough.
Push in! Over here! We're coming for you!
That I don't want to release. I'm good. That I... Oh, she's still chasing me. Fuck it. Oh, what are you doing? Oh my god, you idiot. I'm fucking grabbing them. How about you just rip the chains off and move? You know, ideally, I don't let creatures go. Like, that guy's not going to really do much. The clickers are kind of annoying, and I don't want to deal with clickers. I feel like it's a lot easier to just stealth kill humans if you're just a little bit more patient.
Stray! We got a stray! There,
Oh, he's...
there! Riker! Yeah. Don't let him escape!
Okay, I am not aware where everyone is. There was a guy right in front of me looking at me from the other building when I capped that guy in the head. It's not a one-time use, but the silencer's probably broken, that's why. They have X amount of uses, and you can kind of upgrade them to get more, but I never did. You know, certain upgrades in this game will be useful, some won't. The silencer is very useful, but you don't need to upgrade it to the point where, like, you get 4 shots instead of 2.
Right over there!
Really.
Cut her off!
What? I'm letting you go! Show some respect. In this case, I'm literally Abby. Ellie is Abby in that scenario. And she's like, okay, I'm gonna let you free. And that's what Ellie's doing. I just saved you. Well, saved. I've got a new game plan.
Goddamn.
Get another angle!
Yeah, on it!
I like how I thought the bottle would kind of look... Fuck.
Heard something. I'll see what it was.
So now that guy who's typically across the way here can't see me.
Oh, God.
Find anything?
Infected got loose! Shit! Whoa!
Holy fuck. Okay.
You hear that? Let's see what's up.
The clickers I want to let go. the fuck? Okay. I have no clue what's going on. Okay. Bro just went flying. The power of an ox. You know, I've got one silencer shot.
Run away! Right there! God! Get around him!
Okay.
I'll check it out.
Quiet. Next.
All clear over here.
Dude, fuck shooting those chains. Fuck shooting the chains. It's so garbage. Nah, it's not gonna happen. I'm not shooting the chains. Even if you could do it that way, I'm not doing that way. This is just not gonna happen. There's no hope. There is no hope.
I'm on.
Don't.
If I dome him...
Inspector got loose! Shit! Run, Inspector!
Hey! Shit! Over there!
Get behind her! I'm on it! She's running! She went over there!
Lost her. Spread out, do a sweep. Find her, quick.
Here! Here!
Where the fuck are you? Hi, Mochi. One sec. Dude comes out of fucking nowhere. Where are you? Hang on. What a dickhead. Folks, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I will be right back. 1 sec. All right, we're here. My fucking garbage bags arrived and my soap. God bless Amazon. That's all I can say. God bless Amazon. Okay. Sub resume. Good. Okay, let's go. Ruin Yuki gifted a sub. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thanks.
I got it. Anything? All clear over here.
2 weeks, Amazon. I find Amazon pretty nice. When I need... when I need essentials, Amazon is my shit.
Yeah.
Amazon's great. Pinty, hello, sir. Tobias Gates. I don't want to go that way. They're going to find his body and they're all going to run over there. See? Yeah, they're finding his body right now.
Make sure we're secure, damn it.
10 bits as well. Thank you, sir. No way she's coming for me, right? Okay, good.
Hey! Shit! Right there!
I got it! Move up! On it!
There's so many of them.
I'm on it!
Clean. He's gonna have to clean them teeth out of his throat. What I really like about this combat, I mean, there's so many, I mean, we gotta talk about the combat after we're done this game. If I can get that guy in the neck, you see him looking over there? He still thinks I'm there. I can't.
Anyone see a sign of her? Come on, people, where is she?
Don't see anyone.
Where is she?
Shit.
That's a youch moment.
In the building!
Get closer!
Dude, the second I heard that guy yell from behind me, I was like, oh, fuck, I'm getting flanked. Oh, good, it's saved. Okay. Oops.
Stray! We got a stray!
Okay. Whoops. So there's 4 people left. These 2, that guy over there checking the walls, and then 1 person up top. Oh my god, there's another one.
Might be someone here.
Stray! We got a stray! Fuck!
Damn it. Larry! I'm a big fan. Always watch your YouTube videos. Hey, thank you, man. Velkommen! Velkommen, sir.
We got a stray! Yeah.
Fuck, there's so many of them. There's a lot more. There's a lot more than I thought. I've used traps, yeah. If I have one, I'll use it, but they're kind of hard to build, because you typically want to build armor. I could build a bomb. You know what? Here. Just for you, bro. Okay, now I can't even pull it out because I have no fucking HUD. Oh my god. You want a bomb? I'll show you how to bomb.
Awesome. I'll check it out. Keep your eyes open. Shit! Ninja!
They do not want to walk over there. So while they're all looking for that area, what I'm going to do is sneak around. I'm going to let the clickers go, and then I'm going to sneak up, see how they're all looking? Look at that. They're all like, oh, what's down there? What's down there? What's down there is a bunch of clickers. Oh. Oh! What the fuck?
Stray! We got a stray! Here! Here!
There we go. Saved. Lady, what? Are you kidding me? They're up there. They're actually, I think they're up there. Got one of them.
What? Right in here!
Oh. Is that a person right there, top right? You see what I'm looking at? Right where those boxes are between that little thing? That's not a person. It's a plant.
There!
Ooh. The clickers would be very useful if I could free them.
Over there!
I hate the semi-auto feature.
Pete! Push in! Yeah, got it!
Oh, what the fuck? Where the fuck did you come from? Bro, where did he come from? Oh my god.
Behind us! Nika! Find another angle!
Take a nap! Oh, fuck! There's so many of them. Oh my god, there's so many of them. Oh. It saved one kill. Bomba! Any second bomba? Where is the bomba? Bomba. We have the bomba. It's an infinite... There's no infinite spawns, but these people really hide everywhere. That's why every time you go into a zone, you really just have to be on your guard pretty much 24/7. If you think it's over, it's not. They do let you know when it's over, though, which I guess that's fine. It's pretty tense. You know, she'll be like, oh, is that really it? Or, oh my god, fuck that. You know, she'll start saying things. New Exceloser. she just randomly... Oh, you're there! What? She's looking the other direction and then instantly turns around. She's like, oh! The hell? Dead? Are you fucking kidding me? Whatever, man.
He's running! Right over there!
I'm gonna follow them in. Oh my, it's just walking around. Look at this. It's going in. No, you didn't. Ah, fuck after him! Fuck!
Judy! Circle behind him!
Oh my god, she's like dying with her lungs. They're just watching me run away from a clicker. It's like, what the fuck? You know what? Fuck it. We're going in. Enjoy, fellas. Enjoy!
Judy!
Fuck! Oh. Okay. I'm trying to get this thing to go after them. It's hard. I think once you really have to run the fuck away. Let's take a different approach. I need to go after unhelmeted people.
There! There!
Okay, now they think I'm over here, so they're going to be aiming there. Let's go unleash the clickers. Unleash the dickers. There we go. They need to move, like, there we go. There we go. Now we kill them. Are they shooting? They're shooting at them. They're blowing them up with shotguns and grenades. This guy's hiding. They're being eaten right now.
Over here!
God damn.
I wonder if the clickers are really just going through. I think they're literally clearing out everything. I hope so. Oh. Fuck, he was running away from one. Are you kidding me? How did they both aggro to me? Please tell me it's saved somehow. Okay. You know, it'd be snazzy if it blew up at the same time that I shot. Is the bomb even... What? It already went off. Okay. There was no way to beat this last night, no. And I'm glad I'm doing it now, though. Wow. I domed him, and the bomb then went off. Really? Are you kidding me? It's winnable. I'm fucking bleeding out, but it's winnable. I have like 1 HP. Look at this guy hiding. Look at him. Oh man, they're eating him alive out there. Oh man. We found her and then he gets eaten.
Behind the couch!
Fuck, man. Oh my god. The semi-auto feature is just like... If I could turn it off, I would. The semi-auto feature destroys your bullets. I mean, there will maybe be a few around here that we can kind of, like, you know, recoup on, but... I have no healing, I have nothing. Timer's not paused. It shouldn't be paused. No, it's not paused. I think they cleared out everything for me. Look at this. We did it. And by me, by we, I mean the clickers and I. Without them, we'd be nothing. They did pretty much everything I needed them to do, and then you take them out. They're assets. At that point, they're a liability. Damn. I think we're good. I mean, she didn't say anything, but I'm assuming we got everything done? No? Maybe? There's probably one fucking asshole lying around here somewhere with, like, a shotgun. Let's see. Jenny, sending along some extra beef, grapefruit, and potatoes I just got. They've been impressed with how many strays I've caught and wanted to reward me. We're seeking the best crop we've had since we settled here. Please make sure my mom gets fatty cuts. She looks too skinny last time I saw her. Pat. Okay. Look at me. I'm bleeding out. I got nothing. This whole place is in shambles. Yeah, we gotta head down and start looting everything. Look at me. I'm dying. Ellie is just such... I mean, she's really bent on killing Abby. One of the first things that happened when we made it to Santa Barbara was we got stuck in a trap, and a giant spike, like a bent-off piece of a tree, ended up stabbing us in the side. Bleeding out, dying, hung upside down to fucking be taken to this place and used as a slave. We're still on the move. She has a mission. If I can somehow get health... We can get health. Nice. Oh, they make them do crops and all that stuff. I mean, who knows, man? They could do a bunch of things to people. People are disgusting. I just want to make sure that we have everything before we move on. Dina's alive, yeah. Ellie and Dina ended up finding a place, settling down. You know, they've got a little farm going on. Very peaceful. And then Tommy shows up, and then the PTSD shows up for Ellie, and she keeps remembering Joel's, you know, head being bashed in. And she's like, I can't let this go. And Tommy's there, too, and Tommy's like, you can't let this go either. We have to go kill her ass. You promised me. I mean, I guess it was just that traumatic. It's his... You know what? I mean, either way, it's... You know, what do you do? You let it go, or do you go after the person who killed your brother? You know, or in this case, your father. Dina was pregnant, but no, the baby came out, and they now live with the baby on a farm. These guys all got eaten by clickers. Ouch, brother. Let it go, revenge is a fool's game. See, for these characters, though, it isn't. They can't just let things go. Some people will let it go, for sure. Abby let it go. Abby let it go. Ellie did not. That's why I'm saying Abby was the bigger, you know, person in this scenario, for sure. But, I mean, you can't even say that. How could you say she was the bigger person? She fucking murdered your father. Right? What about Tommy? That's his brother. That's literally everything to him at this point, outside of his wife. You know. They reconciled. They had their, you know, talk, and they're on good terms. She's bigger in every sense. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, no, I'm saying she let it go through, like, going back into the theater and, you know, trying to kill Ellie. You know, she took people away from Ellie. She took Jesse away, and then she thought she took Tommy away. And, you know, at the very end of it all, Lev was like, you know, the girl she's, or the guy she's rolling around with, they're like, oh, it's it. That's done. That's it. We're finished. And she's like, you know, that's it, I guess. If Abby really wanted it, she would have killed Ellie. If Abby really wanted it, I think she would have. Anyways, I'm not going to yap. I'm going to play.
What the hell's going on here? We're under attack! Come on, let's go!
We're under attack. Buddy, everyone's dead.
Stray! Shit! Over here!
My bad. Big mistake, sorry. Okay. I don't care, bro. Play the game and don't yap. You sound like a douche, bro. Calm down. I don't know if you're joking, but, like, you know, relax.
I don't know. It's gotta be a fucking stray.
Shit! Spread out!
I'm not gonna ban you, but, you know, calm down. Calm down! Don't be sounding like a douche. Take it to Twitter. Take it to Twitter. I mean, I'm gonna have to kill everyone. I think everyone needs to die here. If he pops out of that doorway, I'm gonna have to dome him. Somehow.
Stray! Over there! Stick!
Done!
Fuck!
Dude, there's so many of them. Dude, there's so many of them. There's so many of them. There's so many of them.
We've been hit.
What happened?
I don't know. It's gotta be a fucking stray.
Shit! Spread out! Guard the tower!
There's so many of them.
Just shut up.
Yeah, there's a lot of them here. They just keep showing up. It's like one fucked up magic trick after the next.
I'll check it out. Cole, you got anything?
Don't know what it was. Place is empty.
I got movement. Zach, check it out. Keep an eye out.
Jesus, what now? Oh, God.
It's Pete! He's fucking dead! Someone's out there! Spread out, guys.
Got a live one! Behind the table! Cole! Put her down!
Whoops. Dude.
We've been hit.
What happened?
I don't know. It's gotta be a fucking stray.
Shit! Spread out! Guard the tower!
Quiet.
You know what?
All right.
That's some Call of Duty shit, I'm not gonna lie.
We've got company. I'll look into it. I got something.
That is some Call of Duty shit.
All right, be careful.
That is some COD shit.
Pete.
Fucking ambush!
Can you hear me?
Zach? Where the hell'd you go?
He's dead! There's someone here! Search the whole perimeter!
What do we got, guys? Talk to me, anyone. What do we got?
Nothing to report.
Stray! We got a stray!
Here, you let them go!
Right here!
Man!
Pin her down!
Saw
Right
me.
there!
All right.
Just shut up.
Nice try!
Take it easy.
Jeez! Holy! Yes, sir! Dude, when you blast them in the knees and they go down, that is your kicker. That's when you go in. First try! It's tough. Excellent work, 47. Your money's been transferred to your account. What? What the heck? I beat part 1 on Grounded, yeah. The only... Dude, you know what? Dude, Grounded difficulty is like the only way to play this game. It's so intense. And it needs to be intense. You need to feel like you're in an apocalypse and everyone's out to kill you. And all it takes is one bullet. It's a Hitman reference. People say those games are pretty good. I think I've seen that you just kind of walk around and do things. You should play them. Nobody suggested them in the Discord. If you guys would have suggested, instead of the God of War franchise, I would have put the Hitman franchise if someone suggested it. I would do the whole Hitman franchise on Steam. I'd do it. I think people would like Hitman. Maybe. But no one suggested it. God of War's way better. It's still a bit of a ways out, but, you know, by the time we get to God of War, we would have had the PlayStation set up. Bloodborne would have been played, so we could just download them and go from there. I'd do the whole franchise. If it's a story, if it's one continued story and you can't get the entire picture from, like, you know, just only playing a few games, then I'd have to do it. Because for me, I want the entire experience. It's not a story. Really. So it doesn't matter? Hitman is not one story? Oh. Really? There is a full story for Hitman? God of War is shit! Really? People hate Kratos? Baisadu Baninu Sebano Hani Sinde. Well, I think that's it, folks. Let's go. How fancy this is. So posh. How nice. Okay, before I go in, whatever's in front of me, let's reload. Used to be 3 different games. I mean, I guess. I'm not sure. I haven't really looked into anything. If it's on Discord, you know, I do look through them. I haven't looked through them in a while. We put those goals in, I think, a little while ago, maybe like a week. But yeah, when it comes to looking into games, typically if it's on Discord, you know, it's more than likely going to get put into a goal eventually, but... Shit. Do a variety YouTube channel. There is one. We're streaming on it right now. Although, it's not edited content. It's just long-form restreams, so the VODs get saved. If you want to see the restreamed VODs, just go below the Twitch channel, and you'll see a link under Mochi. And you'll see one to the channel I'm restreaming to right now, and then you'll see one to a channel that Exaspertise, who's a viewer, created, and he edited in the chat room. It's not edited content, guys. It's just a restream of variety games so we can save the content. Because the way it works on Twitch is that anytime you have a VOD, the VOD will last X amount of time. Let's say this stream right now on Twitch is only going to last about a year. No, sorry, not a year. I wish. Maybe like a month. And then after a month, it gets deleted. So you can't upload the VODs because they're like 500 gigabytes. You essentially have to download a 48-hour VOD, and then from 48 hours, you have to edit it. It's not worth it. So all we do is restream. It's 2 months? Gotcha. VODs on Twitch get deleted. Yeah. So the reason we restream it to YouTube is because they don't get deleted. They save to the YouTube channel. So you can go back and watch them anytime you want. It would take ages to complete if you start from the first game. Really? Well, oh, I don't think we'll be doing that. Not anytime soon. Oh! Police! She's not police. Oh! Maybe she is. Oh! Ah! My eyeball! Ouch! Oh!
Kill her! Bitch! I got the key!
They're free! They're free! The prisoners! Wait, Abby's gotta be in there then. Abby's gotta be there.
Alright, come on, let's go!
Hey, where's Abby? She's bit!
Keep back!
Hey, don't put that fucking thing in
Oh
me!
my
Hey,
god, what are we doing?
Abby tried to escape. She's down in the pillars.
The pillars?
Head down to the beach. You won't miss it. She's probably already dead.
Damn. These are just... Be free! Be free! Go and be free! She can't die just yet. Jeez, look at this. Horror game. What is this, Resident Evil?
Where are you? Abby. 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 Abby.
The timer's not broken, guys. It just doesn't show the other seconds, but it's working. You'll see the numbers go down, just watch. It'll go. TLDR of the timer. The original program that we used for about 5.5 months, the guy in charge of it ended up shutting it down. He shut it down last night, so now we can't use that program anymore. We have to use Stream Elements' sub-timer. And it's different. It is different. Because of you, there's a lot of people, I'm sure, doing an event like this. But he just wanted to shut it down and, you know... Jeez, what is going on here? The problem with this timer is that it doesn't show the seconds. It doesn't show the digits entirely. But it is moving. I guess this is the people who escaped, right? We just let them go.
To the beach.
It's the revolution. Ooh. It's the second digit of the seconds does not show. But it is moving. Look at this. Oh my god.
Holy.
Oh. Is that her right there? There she is. Oh my god. You son of a bitch. You're gonna pay for what you did. Abby! Yeah, I could just pull out a gun and shoot her. It's not Abby. Fucking jebaited. Wait, it's not even her. Oh. Oh, that's Abby! Oh my god! Holy fuck, we are broken.
Please.
Holy shit. Help me, please. Look who it is.
It's you.
Oh my god. Help me, please. Imagine waking up to this shit after being months in this hellhole. Wow. That's horrible. These people are fucking disgusting, man. Look what they do to people. You don't just get to walk away. Oh, Lev.
Abby. I got you.
Look at her. She doesn't know what to do now. She trekked all the way across the country to get to this woman. Well, across a few states.
They're both this way.
She does not. There's no way, man. She's stunned. She doesn't. She's so fucking far gone. She doesn't know what to do. Damn. She thinks she forgave her. Wow. Or I guess they're so broken at this point, it's like, fuck, just get me out of here. What happens, happens. I feel like Ellie's kind of conflicted. I feel like she's kind of moved on, and it was like Tommy that came back to kind of like drag her back into this, you know? Damn. Oh, is that the boat from the intro? Oh. Fuck. Oh my god. Bro, this is like a Miyazaki thing. The intro of Elden Ring has a big flash, and at the end of the game you get a big flash. It's like you just haven't gone anywhere. The Dung Eater just awoken. The Dung Eater! Oh my god.
I can't let you leave.
Wow. After all of what they've been through.
I'm not doing this.
Abby's just fucking done. You're gonna have to do this. Oh my god. She can't, I mean, how can you let something like that go? You just can't, man.
No. I'm not gonna fight you. Yes, you will.
Oh my god.
He's not a part of this. You made him a part of this. Okay. Okay.
Oh my god! Muscle woman! Damn! This is just sad. It's sad more than anything. You bitch! Oh my god. How do you not feel bad for Abby? I mean, even Ellie, it's just, no one's winning. Oh! She just doesn't even have a chance. Oh my god. They don't even look like the characters we've known. They're just dude, it's Death Stranding! Sam, oh! Is that the good ending? Oh my god. Dude, what? Oh my god! Call it quits, ladies! Fuck! Damn. That's at these two. Oh my god! Wait, are we really? Ah! Fuck! My finger! Dude, am I really gonna kill Abby? Oh my god. She's dead. Wow.
No. Just take him.
She just doesn't know how to handle anything anymore. Broken people in a broken world. Look at that, man. Oh my, oh, her fingers were bitten off. Oh! Fucking Frodo'd. Yikes. She's like Jax now. Imagine if I had a real weapon. She got the chicken feet. She got chicken feet for hands. Youch. That would the infection. Jesus. Oh my god. Ninja Turtle. That's, oh, look at that. They left! Wow. Dina gave up on her. She really is truly alone. After Joel, after that whole thing, wow, she's just gone. She took the kid and she's out. She did say she'd leave. She's like, if you do this, we're done. But to up and leave everything you had here, that's crazy. She did this all to herself, yeah. She destroyed herself. Understandably so, being that broken from losing Joel and having Joel's brother, Tommy, in your ear. I mean, I'm not saying that what she did was, like, 100% wrong. Like, I don't know, man. You feel bad for everyone in this game. Damn. There's all my shit. She can't play anymore. This shit is sad, man. Damn. That's really it, though? What a miserable world. Oh, it's not it. Tommy?
Hey.
Oh, sorry. Oh.
What are you drinking?
Coffee.
Where'd you get that?
Those people that came through last week.
Oh.
A little embarrassed as to what I had to trade to get it, but it's not bad.
I had Seth under control.
Yeah, I know.
And you need to stop harassing Jesse about my patrols.
Okay. Dina. Is she your girlfriend?
No. No, that was just one kiss. It doesn't mean anything. She just... I don't know why she did that.
But you do like her.
So stupid.
I have no idea what that girl's intentions are, but I do know that she would be lucky to have you.
You're such an asshole.
I'm not trying to.
I was supposed to die in that hospital. My life would have fucking mattered. But you took that from me.
If somehow the Lord gave me a second chance at that moment, I would do it all over again.
Damn. Damn. God of gaslighting. God of gaslighting. Calm down. Damn.
Yeah. I don't think I can ever forgive you for that. But I would like to try.
I mean, he's not trying to make amends. He's just... That's his daughter now, you know? At least to him.
I like that.
But you do have to move on with things.
Okay. I'll see you around.
Yep.
Damn, look at this guy. Damn. Everyone just loses in this game, don't they? Tommy loses, Joel loses, everyone fucking loses. Dina lost. This world is just so cruel. Everyone lost. Either losing your life. Abby won. Abby lost her father. Abby lost everything and then found it again in Lev, you know? But like, she's still... I mean, you could say Abby made it out with Lev. You could say that. How did Dina lose? Because she lost Ellie. You know, whether that's a blessing or a curse, I mean, Ellie's she destroyed herself. Rightfully so. I mean, with what happened to Joel and everyone, I mean, everyone just lost everyone. Folks, what do we rate this game? Out of, is there a after credits cutscene? Is there an after credits cutscene? No, but new menu. Okay, so, sorry, what do we rate this game? 9, 8, 6. 6 at best? I'm gonna give this game a 9.5 and it can't be any lower. This is like, it's gonna be, it's like a 9.95. It's just so good. It's just good. There's a lot of things that, like, you know, I can understand people don't like, but it's not, you know, there was one thing in chat that was spammed a little bit, and it was like, it's a 9.5. It's a 9.5, and there's problems. It's subjective. It's subjective. It's subjective. I'm not saying it's a 9.5, and by God, that's, you know, everyone's opinion. It's my opinion. One of the weirdest things that I had seen in chat was, like, they force you to feel bad for Abby. They force you to feel something for Abby. But that's just the story they tell. Not everyone in this world is cruel. Not everyone in this world is, like, as gone as Ellie. You know, like, Abby is a great character. I like the side of Abby that's shown. You know, you feel, I feel as bad for Abby as I do for Ellie. I feel as bad for everyone in this story. You know, there are people who are a little bit less, you know, forgivable, I suppose, but, like, this game is, you just, again, nobody's a winner. Nobody's a winner in this game at all. I liked playing as Abby. I feel the worst for Joel. But Joel was also, everyone's kind of in this, I would say that the most justifiable person in this whole game is Abby. Probably the most justifiable person in this game. You could say, oh, what about Ellie? What about this? I mean, Joel, like, killing everyone for the sake of his newfound daughter, right? Like, Abby kind of did nothing wrong. Abby did nothing wrong. Jesse didn't deserve it. No, he didn't, but he was strung along, and, you know, that's what happens when revenge is kind of being taken, right? It's destructive. Everyone around you is going to suffer for your own, you know, your own ends. Abby technically did nothing wrong. She didn't. And you know what? Like, I don't like Abby more than I like Ellie. I like every character in this game. Abby did nothing wrong. What wrong did Abby do? Realistically, what wrong did Abby do? You tell me, what did she do that was wrong? Dina's annoying. I like Dina. I think Dina and Ellie are great together. Torturing. So her torturing her father's killer. Killing Joel, that had to happen. Joel was going to die. What did Joel do? Kill an entire hospital full of, what is it, resistance people, and then kill her father in cold blood. But, you know, you can still empathize with Joel. You could be like, damn, this dude lost his family. He lost everything. It's wrong, though. Of course it's wrong. Of course it's wrong to protect his daughter. You can still feel bad for Joel, though. Like I said, nobody wins in this game. He did it to protect Ellie, but, like, does that make it right, going around killing everyone for one person's life? Like, everyone in this game lost. No, like, just about everyone lost in their own way. You could say, oh, it's justifiable, but what about the people he's killing? What about their lives? Does her father have to die for Joel's selfish needs to keep his daughter alive? Like, of course, that's what you would do. I wouldn't have it any other way if I was Joel. In his position, I think that's exactly what you do in every scenario. Like, everyone is wrong in their own way. You can't just be on Team Joel. That's the whole game. Sure, you play as Joel. Sure, you get to see his journey. But, like, this is a very grounded human tale of, like, everyone kind of doing their own thing and everyone having their own, you know, reasons for things happening. But, like, everybody is wrong. I would say, though, realistically, Abby was probably in the right most of this time. Most of the game, Abby was in the right, 100%. Like, why? Like, yeah. You have someone who killed your father. You know who it is. You want to go get revenge, and you do. And then Ellie sees that, and you're like, you killed my father. Now I got to go get revenge on you. And Abby let them live. She's like, I have no problem with you. You're nothing. You know, this is the man who killed my father. That's it. You must be trolling. I don't... What do you guys... Some people seem to be... I don't know. I understand it. I get what they're trying to portray in this game. I don't pick sides here. I think everyone is on, you know, the same playing field. Like, Ellie's got her problems, Joel had his problems, Abby ends up having her problems. Everyone just has fucking problems, bro. And all of their problems intertwine. But, like, who do you root for? I root for Abby, and I root for Ellie. I want her to be happy. I root for Joel. I root for Tommy. I root for Dina. I root for everyone. You know, this isn't about taking sides. It's just... At least I don't view it as taking sides at all. I don't think there is a side to take here. Personally. It's just an opinion, though. That's it. It's just an opinion. Part 1 and 2 rating, 9.5. 9.5. Everyone's literally going through the same thing. I'm completely in agreement with you. Adult take. I think that's just what it is, man. Wait till this is over and we'll talk a bit more, and we'll yap about everything. I think that's just what it is. If you were rating them separately, The Last of Us 1 is a bit weaker. I think it needed to show more of, like, the relationship between Joel and Ellie, but this game did a lot better. The story makes more sense and resonates better when you stop viewing anyone as heroes and or villains. Well, because there are no heroes and there are no villains. Everyone is in their own head the hero, and the enemies, the people who've wronged them are the villains. Nobody won! Nobody won! You could say Abby won, but, like... No, you're right, that's true. I agree with that. Let's wait till this is over. I think that's it. Oh. Okay, I lowered it so we can speak. You know what? I understand why people like Joel. I like Joel. I want Joel to live. But I can understand why people like Abby. And, like, every character in this game is likable, in my opinion. Every character in this game, you can, I guess, hate them in a way, but, I mean, again, it's just, they're all in the same boat. Everyone's in the same boat. Nobody liked Abby. I liked Abby. Did I like Owen? Not really. Did I care for Mel? Not really. I think they could have done better in showing those characters. Compared to like Tommy and Joel and, you know, Ellie's side of things. Ellie's side is certainly better. I like those characters more, but I like Abby. Abby's awesome. Abby is like anyone else in this fucking world, as is Ellie. The only thing that makes Ellie special here in the end is her immunity. Everyone else is just one and the same. They're all people. The actor for Abby got so many death threats and hate, she actually quit her acting career. That's nuts. I think people miss the point of this game. I don't, well, subjectively, I don't, this game was, the tale of, like, Joel had to die. Joel had to die. Joel had to die. This game wouldn't even exist if Joel didn't die. Do I agree with how Joel went out? Not really. Joel should have died 100%. He should have got what he had coming to him. It's just how abrupt it was. I mean, I guess they wanted to shock you with that. Like, you know, in this world, anyone can be taken out, even Joel. I think it should have just been a little bit more hammed up. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. And, you know, them conveniently finding each other in a snowstorm. Like, that's a little weird. I don't 100% agree with how he went out, but this game wouldn't be a thing. And the thing is, you got to realize, too, is Joel's arc is done. There's nothing more for Joel. That is the character. He lost his daughter, he lost his whole world, and then he was a broken man in a broken world, and he tried to find purpose. He would just do gun runs and all this shit, you know, aimlessly wandering. That was his arc. He found someone who, you know, he'd want to take care of and keep safe. And at that point, you know, he did the best he could for her, and Joel deserved redemption. Why? Joel went off and killed everyone. Why does he deserve redemption compared to anyone else? Joel is a cool character. I do like Joel a lot, but, like, I mean, what he did to the Fireflies and Abby's father at the very end of the game, you don't care for them, but, like, you have to view it from their perspective. This game isn't, oh my god, Joel and Ellie are god beings and they're the only ones that matter. Everyone in this game, for the sake of two, kind of matters. Everyone you kill has a family. Everyone you deal with has people they love and they care about. And of course, this game is about Ellie and Joel, and eventually Abby and her gang. But, like, I mean, Joel isn't that complex, I think. Joel is just, he's a grieving, you know, father who lost everything. Oh my god, the song. The shit you do for love. Joel redeemed himself by saving Ellie. There's a little bit of a weird pacing thing. You know, I do like the flashback idea where it goes back and shows the story of Abby and Ellie and whatnot, but... Well, no, killing thugs and whatnot, fine, but, like, what he did to the Fireflies and what he did to Abby's father is a lot less redeemable than killing thugs who are trying to kill you. This is not a bad game. I think this, to be honest, the pacing was a little strange. The pacing at times was a bit strange. I'm still going to give this game a 9.5. I'm still going to give this game a 9.5. If anything, you know what I would have loved? Is a bit more music. A bit more, like, heart-to-heart. You know, the characters are the main star of this game, this franchise. So, I mean, again, nobody won. There's no heroes and there's no villains. Everyone's just kind of a piece of shit. You do what you do to survive. You have those around you and you keep them safe and, you know, you love them, but the world is cruel and you're gonna kill people.
No one wins, but somehow they still play.
I will say this, though. This is probably the best game. This is probably the best game gameplay-wise we've played in this event. I really like the gameplay of this. This is insane. The gameplay of The Last of Us is like peak. It is peak. It's so well done. The gameplay's insane. It really is probably my favorite game gameplay-wise. It's just insane. The gameplay is just amazing. It's like an actual, almost damn near perfect thing. You know, I could do without the tech trees. I could do without, you know, certain things, but like it really is so grounded. Like you feel like you're in the apocalypse. You feel like everything you do matters. Every choice you make is like diabolical. I don't agree, but fair take. That's fine. Red Dead or The Last of Us 2? Red Dead's the better game, but The Last of Us has better gameplay. Do you feel the last fight is really video gamey? Nope, not at all. Just two people beating the shit out of each other. You know, if I pulled out like a fucking power gauntlet or something and, you know, boom! I strongly disagree with you, that's fine. This game is dog shit. I feel like you might miss the point, though. How is this, let me ask you this. How is this game complete dog shit? I'm just curious. But that's your opinion, that's fine. How, in your opinion, is this game complete dog shit? Like, absolute trash, 0 out of 10 garbage. How is this the worst game ever made? I'm just curious as to how you view it. The issue with the ending that everyone had is that her not killing Abby made the entire journey all for nothing. Jesse dying, Tommy becoming a cripple. Well, that's because, I don't know, at the end of it all, I don't think Ellie was, like, she was traumatized, but I mean, I don't know. There is something there. I don't think it makes no sense, right? Like, after all of the shit they've been through, you know, the journey she took, she's just so ill. She wants revenge, but, like, complete the story ungrounded. I don't think so. I think it's a pretty interesting ending. Ellie forgiving Abby at the very end is like John Wick. I mean, I don't know. I'm not really against it. I'm not really against it at all. Like, do you think Ellie is this, like, destructive force that, you know, she has to go out and murder people? I mean, look how fucked up they were at the end. Is it really that, you know, sweet to kill the person who took out, you know, Joel and everyone in your life? Like, I don't know. She's... What Abby was doing, I don't know, man. She's her own person. Exactly. It's like, well, in your opinion, Abby should have, or Ellie should have killed her, but, like, I mean, she seemed really conflicted. It's like she thought she wanted this, and in the end, was it really worth it? Made it to the Fireflies? Oh, is that what this is? That's cool. She had to lose everything to learn her lesson. She did lose everything. Nothing happened in the end. Ellie ended up alone, and that's it. No cure, no development, nothing. Well, she destroyed herself. In the end, she did kind of lose everything. Rightfully so. You know, she was given multiple chances at living her life and going about her business. You know, Abby gave her a second chance. Joel gave her a second chance. And in the end, she kept going back over and over and over again. She just couldn't get over it. You know? I don't know. I think the ending was fine. Edgy writing is cringe. I wasn't dissatisfied with anything in that game, to be honest. I think I got it. I think I understood what was going on completely. Maybe her resolution was at least, you know, feeling like, I will let you go now, right? I had a chance at taking your life, and I can't do this. Or whatever it may be, right? I don't know. I feel like I understand what's going on here. You don't need... like, that to me is not the Firewatch ending. That is a... You know... acceptance and forgiveness. That's certainly a big part of this game, for sure. Ellie saved Abby. That is true. She did save Abby, in a way. Just show Abby's motives at the beginning. Well, there could be pacing issues. I think pacing was a little bit of an issue in the first game and the second game. I feel like even in the first game, they didn't show much of the relationship between Joel and Ellie, you know, as it went somewhere, right? In the beginning, who gives a fuck? He doesn't care. She's an asset. You know, he's going to deliver her to the Fireflies and, you know, do whatever. And then eventually, as he grew, you know, with her, he ended up starting to care about her, and, you know, it could have shown a little bit more heart. Like, I really liked the parts of this game that were golden were the flashback sequences with, like, Joel and Tommy, and just showing life before things went completely sideways. You know, her time in Jackson at that town. You know, her going out on the watch and whatnot. Like, actually bonding. Or them going to, like, the museum was amazing. Stuff like that. Right? The Dinosaur Museum was awesome. This chat is full of Andrew Tate fans. What is this? I believe the nature of this game, leaning on non-traditional stereotypes, non-reality style writing, and more diversity of characters, giving a non-needed major role, cause more harm than good from the perspective of the gamer audience as a whole. I liked it. I don't know, bro. I don't think it's that deep. I think if you take things at face value, and you're like, man, Joel is the GOAT, Joel's a hero, Joel is a superhero, man, nothing can happen to him. And then real life happens in a video game, and you're like, what the fuck? You killed my love for this game! Like, you had high expectations for something that was never to be. Right? I knew, you know, that whatever goes on in this game, shit is not going to end well. Right? You get to a certain point where, like, how many people do you have to kill? How many problems do you have to run into? It's just like no one's safe in this game. Why would they be? Why would they be? I don't think it's that deep. I don't think it really is that deep, to be honest. It's just I don't know, to me it's a grounded human tale. Someone who can't get over revenge and, you know, being given so many chances, and she's just destroying herself. She's like, I have to do this. I have to, you know, make amends with Joel and his killer. It's human. To me, all of it makes sense. To me, all of it makes sense. I like it. Again, Abby was the bigger woman here, but, like, I mean, I liked Abby. I liked Ellie. I didn't see anything out of place at all. I like this game. You avoided the worst part of the mob that were just mad about the wokeness. Wokeness? Because you have a lesbian couple as main characters? They were great. Who gives a fuck what they want to do? That's the writing. That's the characters. It's very natural. I liked it a lot. It was great. It was good. It's people being people. That's what the world is made of. People. It's awesome. So, I don't know. It was good. Not a single thing in that game pulled me out. All of it was great. People being people, the story. Well, that's what it is, though. Does it need to be Star Wars? Does it need to be fucking Age of Mythology or, like, Gears of War? Not really. It's just what it is. I liked it, man. It was great. I don't think it's perfect. Honestly, I think, for me, it's like the pacing. The pacing a little bit, how Joel went out was kind of abrupt. I feel like it needed more heart. You know, I want to talk about Red Dead. Red Dead Redemption, the dialogue, everything that goes on, it just feels so much more it pulls at your heart a little bit more than this game, I think. And, you know, you don't want to compare one thing to another. They're not the same game, but, like, when you're portraying real people, Red Dead, I think, was just, that'll make you fucking cry. Red Dead will make you cry. And they're all bad people. All of them are bad people. But I feel like it could have done more with, like, the tugging of heartstrings in this game, maybe. Just a little bit. You know, make Joel's death a little bit more emotionally charged. Not so abrupt where you're just kind of like, oh my god. Because I think what they wanted to do was, like, shock you. You know, they're like, oh, Joel's dead. In a heartbeat, he's gone. But if they built it up a little bit, you'd feel so bad. And as the game progresses, you know, with the flashbacks and stuff and seeing Joel alive and them going to the, you know, the museum and stuff like that, I think it should have been No, they should have done it differently. I agree. I'm not going to say this game's perfect. No game is perfect. Not even Red Dead's perfect. But I think what I'm saying is what this game needed is more heart. It needed more... I mean, I guess the whole deal with it, no music, no anything, is that everyone is... It's just sad for everyone. I think that's why. It's like, why would they want you to feel bad for Joel? And then maybe not Ellie. Or not Ellie, sorry. Like Abby and stuff like that. Cyberpunk clears The Last of Us 2 on all fronts. Yeah, I'm sure it's a different setting. One's like, what? Super futuristic-y, and this one's just like, what if we as people today ended up in this scenario? The writing and story are subpar. The story, to me, I don't think is... I think it's fine. What's wrong with the story? I think it's people being people, and everything they've done is just what people typically do. What more could you have done with this story? What could have been different? If you had to rewrite this story, what could it be? It's pointless. Isn't what we do every day technically pointless? People have to live life. People have problems. People try to deal with them in their own ways. What pointless story, like what more could you tell at the end of the day with this story? A story that makes sense. To me, everything made sense. People are complex creatures. Their brains, you know, as one-dimensional as it may seem, revenge, I mean, you can't sometimes bring yourself around to do these things. Like, I can understand at the very end, people wanted some sort of conclusion. You know, Ellie getting revenge on Abby. Well, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't see it the same way. It's not some revolutionary thing. It's very basic. It's very basic. I don't think the story is deep analysis. Oh my God, Miyazaki is cooking. Oh, Ellie has like 5 brains and they're all working in different capacities. To me, it's a simplistic human story about revenge and acceptance and all this other shit. I don't know. I'm not saying it's perfection, but it's fine. It works. I liked it. Forgiveness. Abby's very... Abby forgave quite a bit. More endings? I don't think I would have wanted more endings. For a game like this, I don't think you want multiple endings. The story is as grounded as it gets. I believe so, too. Yeah, it's a fucked up world, and people got fucked up because of it, yeah. You obviously think Abby is a more justified person. Who is the better character as a whole? Ellie. I think Ellie's better. I will always like Ellie more than Abby as a character. Very, like... Abby is, you know, good person, blah, blah, blah. But Ellie is just, like, such a broken, like, sad creature in the end. You know, she's just... Abby had people in her corner. Ellie kind of... I guess she had Joel, and then she had Dina. I guess they both kind of had things, I suppose, but... Ellie's a bit more unhinged. Joel, Tommy, Jesse. Is that a great group of people to have in your corner? I like them all. I certainly like Abby's part, or Ellie's part more than Abby's, but I keep getting the names mixed up. I think everyone... I mean, after seeing Abby's part, I can really understand why people liked her more. But, I don't know. Every character to me is good. Manny and Owen were assholes. I mean, not really. Were they? Were they as bad as, like, Joel or Tommy? I mean, maybe similar. I think the crazy thing is that even if Abby killed Ellie in the theater, which she is justified to do, people would probably call it bullshit. Yeah. Nonetheless, the gameplay you provided is goated. I really enjoyed watching you. Hey, thanks, man. No, the gameplay was, like, damn near perfect. Owen, who saved Tommy and Ellie, are assholes? Owen saved them? What? Maybe I'm not remembering correctly. When did he save them? You have to jog my memory. Oh, no, you're right. No, you're literally right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah, you're right. No. It was at the Snow Lodge. Yeah. When they were bashing his brains in. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. You know what, though? This game will get a sequel. I think The Last of Us, I'm calling it right now, Ellie dies in episode 3. I'm calling it right now. Ellie is so... She's just destroyed herself to the point where I think she'll try and do one last good for somebody and then die. I think so. There's no way this game ends. There won't be episode 3. Really? What? There won't be episode 3? Who said that? Are you sure? You think part 2 was a good send-off? Wait, they moved on? There's only rumors. I feel like... I don't think that's a good... I think, in a way, it's a good send-off, but I'd like to see how Ellie kind of makes her way in the world. Having lost everything. Like, what do you do at that point? Try to rebuild your life? Figure things out? You know, make amends with the people you've pushed away? He's hinted... I really do... I firmly think they should make a third game. I think they should. And I think in the end... Ellie's redemption. Naughty Dog was making an online game that got canceled, and now they said they started part 3. Chat is full of dog crap. This game deserves a part 3. I don't think that's the end of the story. No way. For Ellie, I would say the end of that game isn't satisfying. It is, but it's not satisfying to the point where, like, the story is over. The tale is done. You know what I mean? I feel like she will... If we come out with 3, she's dead in 3. 100%, they're going to kill Ellie off. And that's going to be the end of The Last of Us. And I think that is the right way to send off that character. Everything she's done... I mean, been giving so many different chances at, like, living your life and going away from, like, you know, all these problems. She had a family, she had a house and everything, and she threw it all away. Do I blame her? I mean, I can't blame her. I'm not her. You know? You'd think about these things. They'd keep you up at night. If they killed Ellie off, the backlash would be unbearable. But Ellie isn't even... Ellie's not a fucking hero. I think Ellie should die. I think her dying would be, like, truly the end of this. That would be something. I think, actually... Press 1 if you think Ellie should die at the end of 3. Press 2 if you think she should live. I think her dying would be nuts. But she'd have to make amends with somebody. She'd have to go back and, like, make her death meaningful. Right? There is no 3, bro. I don't know. We'll see. I would say, though, I do like these games, but the fact that it says part 1 and part 2... I mean, making this a trilogy, I think, is the correct way to go about it. I don't care as long as Abby dies with her. Abby did nothing wrong. I will defend Abby. Abby did nothing wrong. I don't like Abby more than Ellie, or, you know, vice versa. Like, I guess you could say I prefer Ellie as a character, but Abby did nothing wrong. She just didn't. She literally did nothing wrong. Like, you can like Joel, you can care about Joel. I did. But you could say, well, who cares? Who cares about Abby's father? Abby does, and everyone in Abby's life. You got to look at it. It's people. It's humans. Like, we know Joel. We know his past. Great. You know, you're supposed to empathize with him a bit more. But, like, everyone is just in the same boat. They're all people. She executed a man who helped her. Hey, all I'm saying is Abby giving Ellie so many chances at just walking away from this, you know. She killed Joel. And Joel is... That's just what this world is. After walking through the ruins of a broken world, making impossible choices, I'm not gonna... League is gonna be on tonight, bro. League's gonna be on tonight. Abby's dad wasn't innocent, but nobody is in this world. Not a single person is innocent. No one's a goody two-shoe. That's what I'm saying. Everyone has their own problems. Everyone's done shit to survive. It is what it is. I like everyone in this game. I think that's the point. Nobody's perfect in these games. It's just people trying to survive and doing what they think is right. Bad and good guy narrative to understand. It's just, that's grounded. You know, you can have really bad people in games. You can have tyrants, you know, people really full of themselves, egotistical, you know, crazy bad men. Like, you want bad people, look at the slavers at the end of that game. Those are fucking bad people. There's a lot of, like, cruel individuals, but for the side of, like, Abby and Joel, I mean, those are just people. It was great. I give this game and the first game a collective 9.5. The gameplay, phenomenal. The characters, phenomenal. I mean, this game on ultra graphics would be phenomenal. The story, simplistic. I understood it. Fine by me. The pacing was a bit odd. How Joel went out was a bit odd. But, you know, regardless, 9.5 is what I give this game. Subjectively. L, it's fine by me. It's an opinion. It's just an opinion. I couldn't rate this game any lower. It's like cinema. This game is just cinema, man. You really do feel like, you know, in terms of what you do in the game, it is a journey. Everything you do is long, and it's tedious, and it's life. You feel like you're trapped in this putrid fucking world. That's what it really feels like. You know, the difficulty, the grounded difficulty is insane. It's so good. And it plays perfectly into everything in this game. I think if this game was any easier, you'd feel like it just wouldn't really be a universe. You know, you're supposed to feel the pain and struggle of everyone here. That all it takes is one bullet to end your life. And to finish, you know, you. You only feel trapped because you didn't quit the game? Trapped? Why would you quit the game? I feel like if you quit games before they're finished, I don't think that's too fair. I think you should at least play it out. 9.5, folks. YouTube, we are done here. I'm going to end the stream. That is it, YouTube. I will see you guys tomorrow for probably Outer Wilds. Okay? That's tomorrow. YouTube, I will see you then. This game gets a 9.5. And the first game. I think I'd rather rate them together. It's like a 9.5. See you tomorrow. All right, YouTube is done. Very earnest and thoughtful. I mean, I'm not good at explaining things. It's just how I feel. I feel like if this game got so much hate, I don't see why. I'm not going to sit here and argue and disagree with people who don't like this game. It's completely subjective in how you like things. But I do think this game is not a masterpiece, but it is a very human tale. And I really like everything they've presented. I like it. I want to feel bad for like everyone. You know, Red Dead was so interesting because they really just had characters who you know them and you don't know anyone else. You don't get two sides of the coin. You know Arthur, you know the gang members, and you can empathize with them a bit more because everything you don't see the other side of the families they're ruining. Like, you really feel bad for Arthur. You know, if they made this game only about Joel and Ellie, that'd be great. But Red Dead is a bit more hammed up. It's certainly a little bit more adventurous with kind of what it wants to be. But, I mean, again, I don't think there's anything more to Joel's story. Joel's arc was done. He really wasn't this complex, super long-lived character who everyone's going to love. You know, he's a grieving father. He's a person who cares about, you know, a girl in his company, you could say, and he views her as like his daughter. You know, and he's going to do anything he can to protect her because he couldn't protect his own daughter, right? So Ellie feels a bit different, but, you know, she still views him as a fatherly figure. Joel isn't, like, insanely complex. He's just he's a dad. You know, I feel like a lot of dads would sympathize with Joel a lot. You'd do anything to protect your babies. Ruin my immersion. I could have done it a little bit better with the gameplay, I think. To be fair, that's a valid thing. I feel like they made Ellie stupid on purpose. I feel like she's just kind of that way. She's just like a punk kid who grew up in a shitty, QZ zone. That's just the life she lived. How does she know anything more? Right? I liked it. It was fine. Everyone, not everyone's going to be educated. Not everyone's going to be, with a great support system. Not everyone's going to have friends. Not everyone's going to be, perfect in a world like this. I think it was great. I liked Ellie as a character. Ellie feels a lot like Arcane Vi. I could see that. Or Jinx, maybe, or some shit like that. Yeah. I think once you just try and understand that people are different, and, I guess sometimes it just is what it is. Everyone thinks so differently. Same thing with, how you think about games and whatnot, but I wouldn't rate it nearly as high. I would say this game and the first game collectively is a 9.5. I like the story, the characters. I think this game could have used more music, to be honest. Everyone said, oh, the music of The Last of Us is so good. What music? There's no fucking music. It's barely anything. And, fine. That's good. The game was still great without it, but there's no music. Eight is fair. I think it's much better than an 8, subjectively. But, yeah, that's fine. I think this game does go above and beyond. The gameplay's great. The story is fine. The characters are great. The world building, everything about... I really like a grounded game. I'm not going to sit here and say that, oh my god, real life, so exciting. But to tell a story about people instead of these hammed up, crazy, giant, fucking intergalactic, monsters doing things. I mean, it's just... I like the grittiness of life. I like the groundedness of, this game. And the world that it's set in. She's completely broken and has nothing left. But people still persist. Even through all the heartache and how horrible the world is. Not everyone's going to want to do that. Yeah, she has nothing, but, imagine if, for Joel, she's not doing that. What? You said if she killed herself at the end, that'd be horrible. Then everything Joel did would be for nothing, right? I don't know. She's only alive because Joel gave her that chance. Whether she wanted it or not, I mean, at that point, you have to make the most of it. And she squandered it. She really did. Joel gave her the keys to a new life. And she threw it all away. She lost her wife. She lost the house. Everything. All of her friends. Makes me hate her. It just makes her human. At the end of the day, people will do things. I mean, some people are that destructive. Some people aren't. That's who she is. Just wanted to say that I love watching your variety streams. Of all the streamers I watch, you're super thoughtful and articulate. I mean, I'm trying to think through things. And you actually give your undivided attention to what's going on in the game. Also appreciate that you welcome dissenting opinions. I think that's what you should do, though. It's fine to... Content and art and everything is just subjective. I'm not going to sit here... I did say that, if you truly hate this game, I think you might have missed the point. I'll say that much. I'm not going to say that, oh, your opinion is so wrong, you're an idiot. Everyone's right in their own ways. We like what we like, and that's it. When people present you something, it's not for everyone. And it won't be for everyone. If you view the story differently, that's your choice. But I think the main concern was that Joel dying was everyone's biggest gripe. In terms of the initial hate. I wasn't there for this game. I wasn't there. But Joel going out like such a chump, for the sake of the world, he could have just been shot in the head and that's it. You know, it is a game. They do want to make you emotionally connected with things. And even I think Joel should have been going out a little bit more, you know, like ham it up a little bit. Ham it up a little bit. You know, make us feel for Joel when he dies, right? Make us feel something. But for the sake of the world and how things are, how he goes is just it. It's just it. That's it. Your life's done, man. You're finished. You fucked up, and it caught up to you. And that's the world you live in. That's real life. They're not going to sit there and, you know, fucking, you son of a bitch, and then Joel pulls out a machine gun. Ah! And then Abby fucking, iron muscle! And there's fucking machine guns and dinosaurs. And, oh! And then it's the sad music. And he's crawling around. He's like, Ellie! Ellie! And then the bombs drop, and then, oh my god, it's a fucking piano. And then the violins come in. They can't ham it up. Or at least I think they maybe could have hammed it up just a bit. You know, like, they ham up, as an example, they do ham up Arthur's death. Arthur's death is fucking sad. The music, him crawling away, him dealing with Dutch and Micah, it's a little bit hammed up. But that's the shit that I would have loved to see with, you know, Joel. Just slightly. But you know what? I can understand why they did that. I can understand that, you know, they serve the universe. They serve what's going on. The characters are pieces of the universe. If the universe is cruel, people will die cruelly. You will be godded like a nobody and thrown away like trash. I feel like the Ellie and Joel flashbacks, I think those were amazing, but Joel didn't deserve to die like that. I think he did. I think he did. Why does a guy in a world as a nobody deserve to have some sort of heroic send-off? You know what I mean? In my opinion, it was more of maybe just something more heartfelt. Like, you don't need this. Joel is not the main character of this game. Ellie is, for sure. Ellie is, like, you play as Joel and you think Joel is kind of the main character because of number one. It's just, I don't know. I kind of liked how things were from 1 to 2. He was, though. For the sake of the first game, he was, and then it transitioned to Ellie. Joel's arc was finished at the end of the first game. It was done. I don't think there's anything more to say about Joel. Joel would have died doing patrols around Jackson for the rest of his life. He would have died having known he saved Ellie. And, you know, he could be that father that he once was. He couldn't save his own daughter, and now he's saved his new daughter, and, you know, he's that fatherly figure. To me, that's what he would do. We did complete the game. Sometimes I think part 2 wasn't entirely necessary. I actually think it was. I don't like how number 1 ended. I don't think... Were you satisfied with the ending of the first game? It was a little shallow. It was a little shallow. I think you needed more. You needed more of a story behind it. It was very, very, very simplistic. I actually wasn't subjectively. I think it was super simple, more than the ending of this game. I feel like number 1 is a completed story, for sure, but it doesn't really go anywhere. He didn't trust anyone in the second game. Hi, my name is Joel. Let me stand in the middle of the room. I don't know. Some of it's a little shallow. I do agree that some of it, you know what? It's real life, though. Real life isn't so complex sometimes. I guess that's one way to look at it. I do remember a bit of that, though. When Joel walked in the room, he did mention his name. But to be fair, could you also say that was because he got comfortable? And instead of being a survivor, he was just living his life. He found family again. He found a reason to live, and he got comfortable with the people in Jackson. Could that have been it? He was so used to being around people that, like, he just got way too comfortable with it, and he's, you know, hey, you guys are great, right? Like, hey, you know. Well, Tommy could have said his name. Yeah, whatever it was. Could that be it? Defend it. I mean, you know what, though? It's people. People change. Just because you have someone who's very strict about how they go about things doesn't mean they can't evolve as a person. Joel saved Abby because he didn't know her. He doesn't even know who the fuck Abby is. So yeah, he's going to save her. It's a person. She didn't look like a threat. Why not? I don't know. I don't think that was a problem. If Abby had a gun to his head, okay, maybe he would have put one in her dome. He doesn't know who Abby is. You know, you're wary of people, but like when you're both facing a giant horde of clickers, you're going to make some alliances with people. You say, we got problems. Let's get the fuck out of here. Right? And then afterwards, you talk about it. He became a moron because the plot requires it. I don't know. I don't see that. I actually, you know what? I don't see that. I don't see it the same way. I feel like Joel actually, for the first time in a long time, was happy and he was settled. And he was just comfortable. He got very comfortable, to me, is what happened. You know, he made amends with his brother. They haven't seen each other in so long. He found, again, Ellie, his new daughter, saved her, and he got comfortable. And then from him being so comfortable, he ended up, you know, slipping, right? Although, be it, you know, shit happens, mistakes happen. It doesn't prepare you, it doesn't make you more sympathetic. I agree with that, though. I do agree. That's what I was saying. The way Joel just goes out, I think, serves the world that they've created, but as the player, you're unsatisfied. I'm on the fence about it because I do agree entirely that the way Joel goes out should have been something for the player, but it does still serve the world. For the world that they're in is cruel. People are going to die like nothing. But it should have maybe served the player a little bit more instead of what is going on. I do agree with that completely. I'm not saying this game's perfect. They can kill him, but not like that. I think they can. I think it was just the way they did it. How they went about, you know, his demise. Him getting a fucking golf club to the head was fine. Being surrounded by, you know, people he thought were... It was a shock value thing, for sure. But again, it's the world you live in. You're not promised tomorrow. You're in an apocalypse. You're the supposed hero of the game, and then in the next game, you're done like a nobody. You're as dead as the person Joel killed. That took 2 seconds. Abby's sex scene. I mean, that didn't bother me. It was a little abrupt. You know, I would say this. Red Dead Redemption's still the GOAT. Red Dead Redemption really does a lot for the player, and I think that's why it resonates more. I think that's like we're going to talk about spoilers. Arthur dying. The way they get that to you is just, oh, it hurts. You feel it so bad. The way it's built up, where, like, you know, in the end, he's got tuberculosis. He tries to make amends. But, like, oh, the scenes with him talking to the nun and, like, just questioning life and, you know, like, I'm a bad man, miss. And she's like, no, you're not. Every time I see you, you're smiling and you're making people around you happy. And it's like, bro, fuck, man, that hurts. I'm going to cry right now thinking about it. It's so well done. That shit, you feel so bad for those characters. You know, in this game, you feel bad for them, but, like, they don't, I think, they don't give you that emotional player-serving, a little bit hammed up connection. They don't play the music. They don't have the drawn-out heart scenes. Everything in this world is so abrupt. It's cruel. It's life and death. Jesse dying like a nobody. Tommy getting shot in the head like a nobody. Manny getting shot in the head like a nobody. Like, that's just what the world is. And you could say the world is like that in Red Dead. That's true. But they decided to serve some sort of, like, a little bit more fantastical... Everything is a bit more drawn out and fun or depressing. It still is rooted in, you know, believability, but it's hammed up. And I really like that hammed upness, but I still do really enjoy what this world is. It's like you're getting mad at the world for being cruel, is essentially it. And, you know, it is the writing at the end of the day and how they went about things, but you serve the universe. As much as you want to say, let's serve the players, you serve the universe. In this universe, all it takes is one bullet to end your life. This is very life and death. everything you do. And I think for that reason, I have no problem entirely with what happened to Joel, but I still think, subjectively, just hamming it up a little bit. Just a bit. Sad music or something? I don't know. You got solid points on that? I think it's just, once you accept the universe for what it is, things kind of work out a bit better. Like, you can kind of be like, oh, okay, that's not so bad. You know, or, oh, that makes a bit more sense. You know, again, not every world's going to be drawn out and everyone's safe and everyone's, you know, protected. The Last of Us is just a very human, very abrupt world. Would you say John Marston deserved to die for his gunslinging days in the gang? Yeah. Yeah, he did. He deserved to die. And he did. Everyone in Red Dead Redemption needed to die. Yeah, maybe not, like, a few of the girls made it. I think Pearson made it, the chef. Those guys weren't really doing too much. Like, you know, they had a chance at a new life. But, like, if you're talking about the ones who went out and enforced things, Dutch, Micah, everyone, they deserve to die. Hosea deserved to die. Uncle deserved to die. Well, did Uncle even do anything? I don't even know. Uncle went down with the family. He's a fucking bro. At the end of it all, you know, you make family with, like, good and bad people, I guess. I don't even know what Uncle... I think Uncle killed people. I think he did. I think he robbed a train with them at one point. I think. It was at nighttime. I don't even know how he did it. I think he did. It's just... That's the world. It is what it is. You know, I think the number one thing, the reason you might not be accepting of it as much is because you're trying to fight the universe. You're trying to fight the world of The Last of Us, and you're trying to maybe think differently of how things would be, but, like, that's just what the world is. Give me the baby. Give me the baby! Mochi had a bath recently. We bathed him yesterday. Oh. Look at you, baby. He's a little bit better. We have to take him to get groomed. The oil in his ears are mostly gone, but... Oh, hey, baby. What's up? Okay, Mochi's got to go, though. I think, for me, if I want to say I hate something about a game or a world, is if the actions of people in the setting don't line up. And all I saw in this game were very conflicted, very confused, very hateful, just people in a world that is real. That's what I saw. You know, people forgive, people hate, people... you know, trudge halfway across the country to get revenge. Everyone's different. Everyone has their own reasons. And I think it served the world just fine. Again, it's not a perfect game, but... the game is 4.5 max. 4 out of 5 for gameplay. You know what? I'm happy with it. I like this game. I gave it a 9.5. This game, to me, is a 9.5. 9.5 with the first game. Both games are a 9.5 together. I would say this is a must-play. This is easily a must-play duoed game. You gotta play them both. This is an easy must-play. I feel like Red Dead Redemption 2 is romanticized for the player. Like, the characters are more important than they really are in-game. Like a Western... No, they are. Exactly. That's exactly it. That's a good word, romanticized. That's exactly what it is, hammed up. You know, idealized a little bit, right? Like, really just fun instead of grounded. You know, you have groundedness to Red Dead, but everyone's almost like a character. You know, but that's awesome for what it is. They're all gang members, you know, you need to have them be different. And this game is not, they don't romanticize anything in this game, it's just people. It's just people living their life, loving, hating, and going about the world in their own way. That's what this game is. I like them both. I really do like both games. This is a 9.5. I will say, you know, it is, that's a great word. That's exactly what I've been trying to say. Romanticized. I wish, I guess you don't want to romanticize shit like this. You know, like you could say, oh, Joel's death could have been romanticized. It could have been a little bit more drawn out and sad, you know. Imagine Joel's death with like, one sec. Imagine this. Joel's death. Imagine Joel's death with this song playing. That would be, that's what I mean. Like, that is, it's a little bit more hammed up, right? Like, they really want you to feel something. And it's just not the same. Like, this just slowly starts playing. As Ellie, like, you don't hear anything, but you see Ellie's face, like, slowly panning into Ellie's eyes, and she's tearing up, and this song is playing, and Joel kind of opens his eye, and he's looking at her. You know, he's just accepted his death, and she's bawling her eyes out, and this shit plays. Imagine that. No, that would make a difference entirely. That would. But, you know, for the sake of what they wanted to do, that's not the end you get. The end isn't like this. You're just fucking dead. I haven't seen the show. Damn, this song is so sad. Wouldn't that make it romanticized? A little bit, it would, but that's what I said. Like, he's right in that, and I agree. It's when you play Red Dead, you're serving the player. You're romanticizing things that the player can feel more for, right? The songs, everyone's so overly, like, you know, Dutch is crazy, but I feel like Dutch, in a way, could kind of be a person, but he's a character. Dutch is someone you'll never see anywhere else. He's like, Arthur, let's go, everyone. Let's go. We are out of here, folks. You're going to have those people in real life, but like Micah being so crazy, yeah, like it's romanticized. It's tammed up. Yeah, that's just fucking awesome. No, Red Dead, The Last of Us, all these games for what they are, I respect them for being so different and just kind of, you know, groundedness with romanticized aspects. It's just, it's good. No, both games are very good in their own way. It would completely change the vibe of the story. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it would be interesting to have that music kind of kick in a little bit, but nothing about that game has any music. There's no, you know, sad scene, sad music. It's just a sad scene, and that's the world they're in. But you're right, it would change things a little bit. It would. Like, again, Joel is not the main character. You want to feel bad for Joel, but, like, is he really worthy of this? Is he really worthy of this? If you had this in this game, you would need so many more songs to fill out every other emotional thing in this game. All of the music I think I've heard in The Last of Us was just, what, guitar? And, like, beats to go for combat? You know, so it keeps combat tense, but it doesn't actually do anything for the story. So, anyways, we could look at the extras. Guitar free play. Play the guitar with no goal or time limit. Try alternate instruments, characters, and guitar effects. What? What is that? Fuck Abby. I liked Abby. I didn't even realize, dude, you look at the people strung up at the very end, and you're like, oh my god, it's Abby, she has the ponytail. And then you hear a noise, and then you look behind you, and it's some beat to all hell, like, just nobody. It's a fun little thing. Oh my god, she's shredding! Through the fire and flames! Get a recording of it! YouTube! Okay, so the timer is different because we're now using Stream Elements timer. The guy who made the original timer program called it quits, and he closed it down last night. So, we have to use the Stream Elements one. And actually, it does add time itself, and I can pause it and do everything. It's a bit different, but, like, it doesn't show the 6th or it doesn't show the 0 in the seconds. You can edit the font. I don't think it's just not going to show more of the font, though. It's not going to show the next second. Look at that. Oh, my God. she's an astronaut. See, all this stuff is cool, but you don't need it. Well, it's not that you don't need it, but, like, it's free. It's cool that they did this. I think it's great. She's got big arms. I'm not going to cope. She's got big arms. She's got massive arms. Like this, you don't fuck with this woman. Yeah, I do like that they do show different people. That's what the world is. It's different people. You know? Like, yeah, she's going to go exercise. I feel like after those few months, wouldn't you lose that muscle mass? I think she did. She lost a bit of it. But, you know, when you're a well-trained, fit person having access to a gym and, you know, lots of food, I mean, she did lose it? Yeah, I was going to say. I liked the way Abby looked. I liked how everyone was portrayed in this game. She's got big-ass arms, though. I'm not going to cope. She's got big arms. Like, that will... You go, wow, pop your head. That's what happened to her when she was on the pillar? Yeah. She'd lose muscle mass, for sure. Cool. Filter gallery. What the fuck is... Headache. Ew. Oh my god. Wait, are these game modes that you can play in? Wait, can you play the whole game in 8-bit mode? What the fuck? That's crazy. Holy shit, this game is insane. Look at this. Afterlife. Oh my god. That's crazy. That's cool as shit. I'm never gonna do that, but you know. Gameplay modifier. All of this stuff is so good. The fact that it's free is insane. There's a roguelike mode? Really? I want to see what Gaunt Abby looked like. Tommy was a beast. I did like Tommy. And I can feel for Tommy. Imagine losing your brother and, you know, having a chance at revenge. I mean, you'd, in a world like this, you'd take it, bro. Everyone's got guns. Everyone's got a reason to go out and kill someone. In a world like this, probably. Wait, where's the Abby? Where's the final scene with them? Coast. Is that a no? Oh my god. That is so cruel. Look what the world did to these people. Look at this. So this is Abby. Where's like standard Abby? This is standard Abby. Look at this. I mean, even Ellie. Where's standard Ellie? Lookout Ellie? No. No. Santa Barbara? I mean, that is... Look at these people. That's a cruel, cruel world. I'm moving on. I'm not moving on. I'm Ellie. That's awesome. Look at... Oh my god, though. Oh my god! It's not even the same person. Holy fuck, man. This is literally what the world did to people. Yeah. Look at that. Jesus. Joel. This is when he died. You know, it's sad to see Joel. Joel and Ellie in the hospital? Yeah. I was gonna say, when you see Joel in the first game, when he's with his daughter, Like, you get a model viewer where you can kind of see him, like, as a family man before the Megamycete breakout, or outbreak. And then you look at him later down the line. In the concept art, she's even more fucked up and sunburnt. I mean, that is... This is the world they live in, man. This is just... That's awful. It's great, though. This is exactly what it needs to be, right? Tommy was Giga Chad. Look at Tommy, though, man. I feel bad for the guy. You just empathize with everyone, man. This dude lost his brother right in front of his eyes. He was tortured. You know, gunned down like a dog, right? To him, he lost everything. Well, he still has a wife and whatnot, but, you know, you don't let shit like that slide. So he got shot. Did he get shot in the head? He's completely blind in his right eye. I think he got shot in the head, if I'm not mistaken. Sam, hello. Oh my god, man. There is a chance at living, though, through that, right? So it's not completely out of the question. What about Dina? Patrol? I actually... Dina's alright. I don't mind this character. Her and Ellie are good for each other. The chemistry was good. The writing between the two worked really well. The people I kind of didn't care about... I don't really care about Mel. To be honest... They didn't do anything with this character. She's just a friend of Abby's, you know what I mean? Manny was more of someone you were like, oh, okay, he had more screen time. Owen was okay. You know, he was fine. Not everyone in this game you're just going to be like, oh my god, I enjoy them so much. They're just people at the end of the day, right? They're not really supposed to be romanticized. That's his wife, Maria. Seraphite Brutes. Okay, the Rat King. Oh. Okay, you gotta see this one. This is fucking gross. Tommy's wife left him... What? When did they say that? Really? After he went off? She left him? Look at this. Oh. Ew. You know, I will say this. What I really like about this game is it's so grounded. To me, this doesn't look like something that... I mean, it looks a little Dead Spacey, sure. But this is more so believable. It's just a bunch of people fused together with, like, shrooms. Abby's location? Gotcha. I guess it might have passed over me a little bit, but... You know, I guess at that point, right, if he went off, she's like, well, I can't take care of you anymore. Or not take care of you, but, like, you know, I can't really... What can I do if you're going to run off and get revenge all the way across the country? Stalker half. Oh. Shamblers are the new ones, right? That is so Dead Space. This kind of looks like Soma. Ew. Fucking nasty. Forgot them pussy cheeks. I feel like this is an actor, or rather an actress. I feel like I've seen her face before. Gustavo. Poor Alice. Poor dog. Then again, poor Ellie. Tommy. I would say my favorite character in this whole game is still probably Joel. Joel and Ellie, 100% of my favorite characters. And then it'd be Abby. And then, like, Tommy, Abby, Joel. The main four characters in this game are my favorite. Obviously, I think a lot of people, you know, no shit. But like top two, I mean, Joel and Ellie. Why do you like Ellie more than Abby? You just get to see more of her. She's got a little bit more going on. You know, Abby is... I mean, Abby did the right thing, I think. But... I mean, Ellie's just kind of a punk. She's just kind of a little brat, you know what I mean? I think it, for me, as a character, works a little bit better, maybe. But they're both great. I mean, Abby's not so, you know, all happy-go-lucky, let's make a few jokes and, you know... all that whole bit from, like, the first game. What do they call that? The last survivor, the lone survivor. The part where they're in the mall and, you know, it's Ellie and that one chick and they're at, like, the arcade and all that stuff. I mean, there's more to Ellie, I think, than to Abby. Left Behind, yeah. A 20-minute video on the flaws of the story. Well, I have to leave right now. I gotta go. We're a little bit late for the break. I was supposed to take a 10-minute break. I think what I'll do right now is probably take my hour break for dinner. We usually take it at 5. I'm just going to take it right now, and when I come back, we'll do whatever. YouTube, League of Legends, we'll do all that stuff. Yeah. Have a good dinner. We'll go in a few minutes. I'm still looking around. What else is there? But Ellie was such a bitch in so many scenarios. I mean, she's just like a kid, though. She doesn't feel... She's not as, like, developed, you know? Like, Abby had strict regiments and all this stuff, and she took care of herself. Ellie is just kind of a lost child, you know? So she will act out differently, in my mind. Model viewer credits. Oh, is that really it? The making of. Behind-the-scenes concept art. Dude, I got the level design in this game is sick. The level design in this game is so good. Who would have thought that, like, the world is so exciting? This is really fun level design. You actually don't get bored of this game at all, in my opinion. Everything you do in this game is interesting. It's exciting. Why is this one? I guess they needed this for the scene, right? Jesus. Oh, that's a different skin, really? Oh, these are just skins. These are literally just skins. No, this doesn't matter. The farm. Lost levels? Ellie nervously attends a party in Jackson. I could play unfinished levels? What the fuck? Really? We might do this when I get back. That's crazy. Levels that got cut from the game? That's really cool that they did that. Sussy, 8 months, thank you. No more, please. Well, right now, folks, I have to pause the timer because I will be leaving. Sub pause. Here we go. It's paused. You can actually have all seconds show in the timer. You just need to make the font smaller in the dashboard. Really? Really? Smaller in the dashboard? What do you mean? How do I do that? You talking about Stream Elements dashboard? Stream Elements dashboard, is that what you mean? Or OBS dashboard? I'm going to do that right now. Stream Elements, really? Okay, give me a sec. So you go to Customize, and then how do you make the time smaller? Before I leave, let me do this, actually. If you guys still want to talk about this game, I'm down. I like talking about games. I like hearing both sides of the story. You know, people who like the game, people who hate the game. It's cool to see, you know, everyone's own opinion on something presented. Because everyone thinks so differently. Or sometimes the same. Stream elements dashboard, there's an element on the right. What does it say? Name? No. I am going to be leaving. When I come back, we'll talk. When I come back, we'll talk. Sorry, I had a donation an hour ago from Corey. He says, everything in the game is justified. Abby is justified for killing Joel, but to me, I didn't want to play with Joel. I get it's that I needed to see her side, but at least for me, I didn't enjoy Abby's part at all. That's fair. You know, I feel like the game would have been boring if you actually just played Ellie's entire part alone. Or, you know what would have been maybe interesting is having Tommy be more of a character. If you didn't go about... I don't think this game would have worked as well if you didn't show Abby's part, because it would have just been, Abby, bad girl. We have to go kill Abby. She's so bad. But, like... Do we know exactly why she's bad? Eventually she might tell you, but like at that point she'll only be viewed as a villain. Is she really a villain? We'll talk more about it though when I get back. If Corey's still here, thank you, man, for the dono. If not, we'll hopefully he'll see this clip. I would have loved to see Tommy. Yeah, I would have liked to see Tommy's side for sure. Sorry, how do I change this? How do I change this element thing? Can you... How do I do this? You said I have to go to the dashboard? God damn. Zito gifted a sub. Thank you, Zito. No, I don't have the app. I'm in the browser. I'm on the browser. Donations are off right. Everything is off right now because I have to leave, but I want to fix the timer before I go. I had no clue that you could actually put in the seconds. It is paused right now, but I will be adding time myself when I come back. Dashboard on the left under Stream Tools, there is an Elements tab. Left under Stream Tools. Okay. Elements. I clicked on Elements, and then I go select my element, correct? And then I go to Edit. And then under Edit, I see it right now. It's paused. How do I change this on this screen? It says Add Time, Name... You know, people are very... I think what people need to do is be accepting of other people's opinions and how other people think, and kind of like just understanding that what you think isn't 100% right all the time. Everyone has their own take on gaming, on movies, on media, on entertainment. It's extremely subjective. It's the creation of somebody, and that creation won't resonate with everyone. But I think for the sake of the story that they told, I do kind of understand what they intended. That's how I feel, at least. Click background on the left. Okay. Oh. Then click the numbers, and on the right, you can change the font. Really? I see that now. Oh! Ow! Fuck! Look at this. Save. It's saved, but it's not showing up. Publish. Copy. It's there! Look at it! He saved it! Hey, you're the goat, man. Thank you. Look! We have seconds! We actually have... Hey, bro, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Hey, you've been great. You've been very kind this whole event. You've gone back. You've given us the time that we've missed. You're helping out with the timer. Thank you, dude. That's awesome. I had no clue that this is how you did it. Wow. That's awesome. Thank you. I don't think that added time, right? Did it? Murph, 19 months. Thank you, sir. Love you. Say it back. I love you. Ah! I appreciate you. I love the support everyone gives me. I'll say that. I do love the support that everyone gives me. I don't know you. The love on this stream is awesome. I'll say that. And I appreciate everyone. Love! Well, the thing is, I grew up with the word love being reserved for, like, you know, very close things in my life. And that's not to say that you guys aren't close, but, like, I'm not going to sit here and be parasocial and be like, guys, come over for a sleepover. I'm going to invite each and every one of you over, man. Hey, comb through my social security. I love you guys. Right? Like, it's a deep appreciation. And you could say the love here, or I love the support that you guys give me. You know, stuff like that. Really? Super idea. Hey, don't get it twisted, man. I do appreciate you all for what you've done for me, for what you've done to Mochi, for Ivana, for my life. Like, you guys, you know, it's creepy to say this. It's almost like a family. It's a little bit creepy to say that, but don't get it twisted. You know, showing up and seeing a lot of the same faces every day, everyone having a good time, it's nice. It's awesome. You know? So, I do love the support, and I love what you guys have done for me. Parasocial, don't say that. Well, on stream, you know, everyone is very, mostly friendly. Land party. Call it a good community. It's the best, man. Love goes both ways from us to you. I guess it's what you view the word love as. It's what you value it at. You know, you could say, I love dwarves, but I don't love dwarves like I like my mother. I could say, I love you guys. You're amazing. You know, but is that the same love that I feel for my mother? You know, but it is still love. It's like an appreciation. I guess that is what the word is. You know what I mean? What? You know what I mean. You know what I mean. It's a deep appreciation. There's different kinds of love. Yeah. I grew up differently, man. I just grew up where, like, the word love is so... It's hammered into my brain where, like... it's very, very close things. Very, like... You know... Tight-knit. You know what I mean? Like my grandfather. I love my grandfather. I love my family. You know, I love Mochi. And you could say, oh, the love I have for you guys... It's a deep appreciation. You say, what is love? It's a strange thing, man. Folks, I will be back in an hour. Okay? Yeah, love is a weird creature. Here we go. All right. You know what? This feature's pretty damn good. I'm not gonna lie, this is quite nice. Always an excuse. To be fair, though. Mochi? Fuck. Mochi! We're still technically in The Last of Us, right? I mean, I kind of want to see this, like... The unfinished levels. This is an unfinished level in The Last of Us? I'm just curious. We already beat the DLC. I think the DLC was for the main game, no? Is there DLC for The Last of Us 2? Let's see what this is. There is not. Okay. Mochi! Mochi! What is he doing? Hey, little baby!
You're about to play an unfinished level from The Last of Us Part 2.
The fuck? This is DLC?
The reason we added this section is there are a few sequences, and we picked the 3 of the best ones, that we cut from the game. You know, often we build a game that's much bigger than what ends up being the final product. They were months away from being finished, but we wanted to give you an insight of what it's like when we built the game, because often we have this whole thing constructed and it doesn't have final art or audio or dialogue. And here you get to see the building blocks of what it's like when we first string a bunch of these levels together. This is the intro to the first deleted level, and this one is the roughest of the 3. We wanted to show more of how Jackson operates. So this is the festival where Ellie ultimately kisses Dina. This sequence would have come very late in the game as a flashback sequence while you're in the farm with Dina. And we wanted to show what is the rest of Jackson doing, and wanted to put on the stick, make it interactive. So you could see when you're outside, there are all these almost like carnival games that you can play. You could mix drinks, you could play with these kids that are playing a sort of clicker Marco Polo, sit down and listen to conversations. And all the different interactions were first or second
Maybe it was
pass,
the pacing.
very early passes. The building blocks are there, but nothing is final. And ultimately, while we were very excited by this sequence, it's pretty fun and lighthearted. It just slowed things too much as we're barreling towards the end of the story at this point. So again, reminder, rough, missing audio, missing animation, missing gameplay tweaks, missing dialogue, but pretty representative of what it would have been. So enjoy.
The pacing was a bit off in this a little bit, I think. What the fuck is wrong with me? Yum! This game looks like shit! So unfinished and terrible. Didn't he say this whole sequence was polished? Wow, this blows.
Originally, this level was going to transition us to farm. We would go all the way through to the dance, where Ellie and Dina share their first kiss. Then we would play through farm, and when Ellie plays the guitar at night, she would remember the Seth incident. So, the opening for this was a little tricky. We needed it to match at least a little what you might expect emotionally coming from prior beats, because we were already purposefully disorienting you in time and space. Remember, you just came from this huge fight. To jump straight into it would have been a little too jarring. After, something we really wanted to do was highlight the way their lives had turned upside down since she went down this path. We had this idea of recontextualizing all of our usual gameplay mechanics that were designed for really violent ends.
But for like minigames.
Door bashes, throwable weapons, and even the infected, which is my personal favorite. Peppered throughout the level are moments of levity or shared history, all the while seeing how happy and mundane they all were before her huge revenge odyssey.
Yeah. I feel like a scene like this, though, you know, some of these games do need more of it. I guess the pacing can be a huge problem, but I like stuff like this in games. Specifically storied games where you're supposed to feel something for characters. Like, the shit like this is so important.
It is not a festival without one of these throwing games. This one, of course, uses our throwable system, where you're often chucking explosive things or stunning things, but for a more wholesome purpose, although some people take this game really seriously. A fun aspect of this is if you did well, you could win a toy here. Ellie would place it in her pocket. If you had done this, you'd find the toy with JJ, the baby, later back at the farm. When we cut this, the toy made it through anyway because it was so cute. It is the same one you see on the tractor at the farm. Ollie the elephant.
Oh, the elephant.
The makeup artist is pretty simple. It's one of those little in-game scenes we peppered in to make it feel like Ellie had roots in the town. Hallie, our writer, mentioned that in her mind, an ex-girlfriend of Ellie's tattooed her arm to cover up her scar. So we figured this might be the only time you get to see that. We wanted to hint at it and allude to it and make it feel like there had been so much more that had been happening and so much more that Ellie threw away.
She threw away everything for this revenge, yeah. Can you blame her? I gave it a 9.5. I said my rating a while ago. It's 9.5. The collective 1 and 2 is a 9.5. Undoubtedly 9.5. This is where you bash people's brains in, but instead you're smacking up. Ah! They didn't add this. No, they said the pacing would have been off if they added this. I feel like, well, since it was near the end of the game, maybe. But you don't need the end of the game to kind of be rushed. This is a slow burn of a game. I feel like this would have been great. Heavy hitters, in my opinion, yeah. The Last of Us 1 and 2 are great. They're really good games. I like the story, I like the characters, I like everything they have to offer.
There's a hidden spot at the back that was just a bit of fun. It was highlighting Jackson's normalcy with something we would find in a real world. In the back, you would find teenagers finding some alone time with each other in a dark corner of a party. It was rewarding the player for peeking into a hidden corner, but ultimately redirecting them back to the festival. We also had versions of them smoking weed here, despite Maria's consternation, probably having gotten it from Eugene.
That's life. No, this is me playing. You're able to play the cut content. So I'm like running around. I know it might look like a video, but it's like a weird cut content thing.
We use our workbench a lot to make a lot of things that kill and maim and hurt people. Here, we had the silly idea of using the same field.
Make a drink.
Harkening back to the same animations, using the exact same UI to instead fix a drink. Like
Really?
a workbench, you could pick your base, and then you could add something to it. And at the time,
That's
we
so
had
fun.
some different reactions from Ellie based on how strong you chose to make the drink. Something we wanted to prototype, though, before it got cut, was picking up some ingredients around to add, like a lime or maybe a bottle
that might have
of
been too
someone's
much.
favorite whiskey or salt. Like you were earning upgrades.
That might have been
we
too
also
much.
toyed with having Ellie carry around the drink you made and occasionally sip it, psyching herself up to go talk to Dina inside because she's nervous. It got too noodly though, because she would need to keep placing it somewhere before she did anything. So it would have ended up more trouble than it was worth.
I feel like this segment... Oh, look, Tommy! Shit like this is awesome for a game like this, though. I would have loved to see this. If anything, stuff like this makes the game even better. Because it is kind of the world breathing. It's like what they would be doing, living their lives, you know, if they're not just out and about killing things. Yeah, that would have been cool. You don't gotta watch all that stuff, but, you know. The game is good. There's no winners in this game. Everyone loses. There's only people, and people really are fucked up. I like it, 9.5. Concept art. Oh, we already saw this. Actually, no, we didn't. The chalet. The chalet! Oh, that's Joel. Look at him. You son of a bitch. Oh, they wanted to chop Joel's hand off. Oh! I don't know about that one. They wanted to chop Joel's hand off, really. Ew. That would have been... Youch. In Seattle Day 3... I want to see some of those. The beach. What a fucked up... I mean, that is a very memorable ending. Was it a good one? It's up to you to decide. I think it was. Two people realizing that in the end, like, bro, we just gotta live our lives. What are we doing this for anymore? Fungoose. The farm. Yeah, she lost everything and everyone. So tonight we've got League. Tomorrow will be. You know what? Let me go see. Okay. Tomorrow is Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds starts tomorrow at noon. Tomorrow at noon. Ooh. Family drama. Ooh. Jesus. That's what Abby was supposed to look like initially. I guess she was based off of someone, though. Cool. Duration 2 hours. The making of The Last of Us. I'm down to see the reveal trailer. This is the reveal trailer for the second game. I wonder what they actually put into these things. Trailer was amazing. Let's see. Creepy. The clickers. It was quite hype when it dropped, was it really? I guess if the first one's like critically acclaimed, yeah. When did this game come out? 2019? 2018? $2020? Okay, so just about, yeah, 5 years ago.
I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, and I fear no evil because I'm blind to it all. In my mind, my gun, they comfort me.
What a fucking lonely world. Look at this.
'Cause I know I'll kill my enemies when they come. Surely goodness and mercy will follow me all the days of my life. I will dwell on this earth forevermore. Said I walk beside the
Fucking grabbed his treats. He was eating his treats out of the damn bag. I didn't see the trailer.
But I can't walk
I gotta rewatch the trailer.
Because I'm wrong.
He grabbed his whole bag of treats and was eating it. His face was in the thing.
No, I can't walk
I gotta rewatch this.
on the path of the right.
Thief.
What are you doing, kiddo? You really gonna go through with this?
I'm gonna find. And I'm gonna kill every last one of them.
She's talking to Joel, but Joel's not even there. That's what's going on in her mind. PTSD, yeah. That's Joel's not even there. Damn. That's a great trailer. That's really what it is, though. That's the whole story. Mochi, you are so bad. Why you eat out the bag, baby? All I hear is the ruffling of things. Like, that's a cool fucking trailer. And you don't even understand that Joel is dead. You think something else happened. That's a cruel trailer. That's rough. Damn. That's fucked up. That's a great trailer. Now knowing what goes on in the game, I mean, that really is. She can't get away from that. She can't just like forgive and forget. The entire game was leaked. Well, that's your fault if you listened to it. I didn't know. I like this game. This game's great. It's awesome. I think I'd only really like changed a bit of the pacing. All the flashbacks and everything, or maybe dragging sequences out a bit longer, letting it breathe. I liked it. I thought it was a great game. While I was waiting, I wrote some points about The Last of Us that I would like to share, starting with the game being a masterpiece. There was no possible way of having a sequel up to the standards, so it was already doomed to be criticized. True, I agree. The first game didn't do anything. The first game was so simple. You had to create something like this to shake it up, to make a sequel compelling. The first game had nothing. The first game was so bare bones, but it was very good for being bare bones. It wasn't a deep story. It wasn't anything, and it was good for what it was. There's some positives with the game, like the graphics that are top-notch, and no one can deny that, but I believe most of the issues are with the story. Fails in logic, convenience at most cutscenes. I agree, the convenience of, like, maybe Joel finding, you know, Abby. I agree, though. Her being... That was the stupidest... I will agree. No. This game is not perfect. The number one thing people have to realize is no game is perfect, and everyone's going to have valid points. When I saw that, I said, this is bullshit. Why is there a very pregnant lady doing parkour and going around with a gun trying to be patrolling the area? No fucking way would that happen. No way would that happen. I agree. I literally said that too. You know, there are weird things that do happen in the game. You know, I'm sure if they look back, they'd say, man, that was a bit of an oversight. That was kind of stupid. You know? But for the sake of, like, logic, that would, I don't think... If they allowed people, if they said, you know what, do whatever the fuck you want, and she was like, well, I want to go, even though I'm pregnant, okay, it makes sense, but I don't really know if that would be a very believable thing. Like, does she not have concerns for her child and for Owen's kid? You know? No, not Dina. Not Dina. Owen. Mel's wife. Or Owen's wife, girlfriend. Mel wasn't really my favorite character. I would say the two things that kind of... Ellie gets shocked. She's killed an unborn child. Conveniently leaves the map showing their hideout behind. There's a lot of... I don't think it ruins the story in any way, but, like, it is a story that you still have to portray to, like, everyone. You have to give something to everyone. That doesn't mean dumb it down and make it easy to, like, understand, but, you know, there are things in this game that I don't agree with, and you're completely right. The Mel going out pregnant, them just conveniently finding Abby, you know, Joel and Tommy, could have been a little bit different, I think. But shit happens, whatever, I don't know. I can't really justify it. I think that those two things in particular, I think I'm a little bit icky with, but, like, I think the story is good. I like it. People are complex. People aren't, you know, as insanely, you know, what you might think someone would do. I mean, how do you know what they'll do? They're people. People are insane. People will hold on to things. People will let go of things. People will do people things. I liked it. I really did like it. I think this game is great. I would say this game actually... I would say it's a masterpiece. To be honest, everything presented, the characters, the story is fine. The graphics, the gameplay. I didn't complain about 90% of the things in this game outside of, like, very oddball things. This game is the equivalent of hating an actor because they did a great job, which is complete bullshit. If you think that, apparently Abby got shit for the role she played in this game, the actress. Get a life. Terminally online at that point. Terminally online. What a load of shit. It is art. It's performance. It's portraying people who, you know, don't exist, but you make them exist. She got death threats. That's just terminally online people. I liked it, man. I really liked Abby in this game. And again, I don't sympathize with anyone in particular. I feel for everyone here. Tommy, Joel, Dina, Ellie, Abby, Owen, Mel. I feel for everyone. Of course, I care for certain people more, like Abby, Joel, Ellie, you know, the main ones. But everyone here has a reason for being here. And, you know, it's just Abby's arc mirrors Joel's arc from the first game. You know what? I will say that, though. It really felt like a retread of the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, two people doing the exact same thing, but with different motives. You know, it actually did kind of feel like a little bit of a retread. Like, the story was retelling itself almost, and then, you know, it goes to show you that, like, even though people can do the same thing, at the very end of it all, you know, there will be a different outcome. Like, I agree with that. I do agree. You are correct. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like Joel had to die for this game to go anywhere. And I actually agree. I think Joel deserved to die. Needed to die. For something to set off in Abby's... Not Abby's mind. I keep saying Abby. In Ellie's mind. Because, like, how could this game proceed without something as drastic as that? That's intentional. Someone has to break the cycle. I guess so. People just go on and on and on and on, and at the very end of it, you know, who's going to make that difference? Right? Who's going to actually sit down and say, you know what? What are we fucking doing here? Let's just stop this. I guess. I mean, either way, even if it was intentional, you could still view it as kind of like, it's a rehash a little bit. This game is still like a masterpiece, though. Play the whole game to experience it. That's cool. It was the way she was introduced that made a lot of people just straight up hate her. That's fair. But you also have to view it from her perspective. Like, I think that's what this game wants you to do. This game wants you to see everyone's side. Obviously, they give you Abby's whole story, Ellie's whole story. They give you flashbacks of, like, each life. You know, they want you to understand that everyone here is human. Everyone here is with problems of their own. They will be making part 3. I firmly believe they're going to make part 3. You don't get her perspective first, that's the thing. I don't think that mattered. It's just kind of this nobody character that shows up and fucking gots Joel. He's just gone. And then they slowly build up to, like, why that happened. I agree that, like, Joel going out like a chump, it could have been paced differently, maybe. Something along those lines. The whole point of the game is look at the situation from both sides before you judge, and people do the exact opposite. No, that's what it is, though. I agree. That's what the game is. That's what the game gives you. Right? This story, I think maybe people who don't like it are caught up on the idea that, like, Joel and Ellie are the #1 thing in this game. And I think Abby, it was a great addition. I think it worked perfectly. I like the character. Maybe not as much as Ellie, but, like, that's because we knew Ellie more. And, you know, you can't help but feel bad for Abby. You can't help but feel bad for Ellie, for anyone. Yeah, Joel did bad shit, but, like, he was also a father. He lost his daughter in cold blood, right? A soldier gunned her down, right? Like, yeah, everyone here is... And then, you know, fucking Tommy losing Joel, right? After they reconciled and, you know, like, oh, you got to do this for me, brother. Oh, okay, sure, you know, I owe you. And they're bros again. So... the immunity and the infected really didn't exist in this game at all. I thought they did, though. But you know what? How much more of that do you want? This game isn't really about the infection. It's about how people make their way in a world that's so far gone. The choices they make, the people they are, right? Like, the infected being there, of course, caused all of this, but, like, the entire game isn't really about the infection. It's about how people survive in this world. Same thing as The Walking Dead. Yeah, like, the zombies are there, but it's about the struggles of individuals. You love the Uncharted games if you like this. They're like playing the greatest action movies of all time, Indiana Jones. That's cool. Well, we have a PlayStation now. I thought it would give you some real answer to deal with the immunity. You know what? There might be 1 in 3. There may be 1 in 3. You know, she is... I think the first game had a very clear message where this person's immune. Let's make a cure. And the only chance they had was giving up Ellie, and Joel just could not do that. And because of that, all of that's done. All of that's in the past. That whole idea is dead. It's burned. It's gone. Right? And now it's like how those people kind of live their life. Right? And what's next? You know, what is going to set off all these characters to kind of go on some, you know, rage-filled rampage across the country? Joel's death. Joel got what was coming to him, and Ellie did not take it well, obviously. So, you know. You can't think of Joel as a hero. He did things, and, you know, what he did was just kind of a little bit selfish. It was for him. In a world like this, understandable. I get it. But, you know, those things have consequences. You can't just kill a no-name NPC in a universe and be like, man, that didn't matter. For the sake of this game, it did matter. A different game, maybe a different story, but for the sake of what this story was, that person you killed had a daughter. And that daughter did not like what you did. If they were a nobody and didn't have family or anything, okay, wouldn't have mattered. I think in the long term for, like, how this game panned out, but, like, Joel is Ellie's hero. Yeah. But, I mean, she didn't like it, though. She did not. She's like, oh, you should have let me go under the knife and have them, you know, save me. I don't know. I liked it. It was very human, again, not very hammed up in any way. It's just a very grounded story. Fireflies have had many people immune, all killed at trying to figure out... Is that true, or is that like... Well, either way, whatever it would have been. In this second game... Sorry, I'm burping. In the second game, I was under the impression that, like, the immunity, the cure would have worked. The cure would have worked. It was not... There was no guarantee. There wouldn't really be a guarantee. How would you know there would be a cure? People can try things. People will drastically, you know, they'll take those steps. It was a vaccine. Yeah, so you can't get infected. But how would they know it would have worked? I mean, well, the thing is that they need to take those steps. Look at the world. How do you go back to society? How do you go back to living a normal life when everyone is infected? The world has gone to shit. You're going to take those steps. There's no guarantee it's going to happen, but you're going to make those steps to at least try and have it happen. That's it. The meta answer to this is the vaccine would have worked, confirmed by Neil. So the guy who made the game said it would have worked. Okay, well, then I guess it would have worked if that was the case. I mean, he wrote the damn game, so, like, yeah, you'd believe him. It's his universe. It's his baby. You disagree or agree with him, but at the end of the day, he's right. He created this. It's all made up in his head. It's a story that he's trying to tell you. It's his story, not yours. I think I still would have liked the idea that, like, there was that chance of it not working. A definitive answer for something that wasn't in the game is a little weird. You know, like, did Joel have a chance at saving the world, potentially, or did he just selfishly take her away and kind of, you know, protect one person? Protect the one person he initially couldn't save? They went straight to surgery without any testing? Well, you know what? You're desperate. You're desperate. You're again, if you're presented with a possible cure or a vaccine, you're desperate. You'll do anything to have that happen. Look how bad the fucking world is. Like, yeah, you're going to sit there and do things. They experimented with other immunes and did not find the cure. Is that really in it? Is that what it was? Either way, I liked it. I don't think you need to think about this game like it's a fucking Miyazaki production. You really don't. I think this story was completely and simply told. It's not done. I'm not satisfied with the end of 2. I feel like her story isn't completely over. What, does she just wander off into a cave and die? There needs to be some sort of, like, definitive end to Ellie. Ellie is this game. Abby was a very good introduction, but, like, I don't know. She was good. You could say Abby went off and saved Lev or whatever, but I feel like if there was a third game, you know, you'd want something to do with maybe both of them. This is not a complicated story. No, this is not a Miyazaki game. Ellie let things go in the end. I'm satisfied. I think it's an interesting finish to a game. It's just when somebody walks off, you know, finally coming to terms with it, like, what do you do after that? You have a character that people cared about for 2 games straight, and at the very end of it all, she just walks away. She accepts it. You know what I mean? Like, this could be something more that they could work with, and I think they should. I think there should be one more. A trilogy. Make this a trilogy. Prism, peace, buddy. Have a good night, man. That guitar was Joel, and she was letting him go. Yeah, it was the same tune. Yoko Taro storytelling. It's such bullshit cope, what, that through all the stuff she's gone through and finally realizing that she made this... What she did in this game was her own doing. I can't blame her. I can't blame her for wanting to go on this big revenge quest. But, like, in the end, you do have to learn. And if you don't, you're just going to kill yourself. You're going to drive yourself insane. Like, look at everything she had done. Who knows? The elves. I don't think, from Joel's perspective, it is justifiable. You can't just side with Joel and say it was the right thing to do. Buddy, he murdered everyone to save a girl's life, who at that point was cargo, right? What about all the families he's ruined? What about the mission that all these people work towards in finding a vaccine? There is no justifiable thing in this game. It's all different perspectives, right? Like, I can agree. I like Joel, and I would say if we were in Joel's situation, I mean, if you were a father and you lost your kid and all that stuff, I feel like you wouldn't let go. To him, it's justifiable in his own way. But, like, I mean, you can't... I mean... Yeah, people would probably do the same thing as Joel. Yeah, I think so. In a world like this, killing Marlene seemed kind of unnecessary. Well, because she would just come after him. She would just come after him for the cure again. So he's just tying up loose ends. Tommy did allude to well, they did say they did a lot of fucked up shit to kind of survive. No, it's you feel bad for everyone. I will say this, though. Of all the people, Abby did nothing wrong. I gotta say it. Abby did nothing wrong. Abby truly did nothing wrong. I don't root for Abby more than I do Ellie, but, like, she really just kind of mostly didn't. Like, okay, I'm sure there's a few things you could make there, a few points, but, like, you know, you want revenge on your father's killer, you kill them, everyone else lives. Ellie didn't like that. Ellie came back, started killing off everyone she loved, and then, you know, she did the same thing back, and she let her live. She's like, fuck off, we're done. Kept going back and forth. I don't think she was done wrong. I think Abby was good. Same group that rams your car. No, so they did this. They did similar things to survive, is what they talked about. So you know when that sequence happened in the first game where you get like hit by the car and you're in a variety store and you get like jumped by a bunch of looters? That's what they were doing. That's how they survived. That's what they alluded to. They were doing the exact same thing as anyone else. Can you blame them? Can you blame them in that scenario, though? Like, you're not going to live in this world. Everyone's just reverted back to animals. You know? So, like, I can't blame them. They're bad, but, like, I guess you do what you do to survive. Like, you could say they're horrible people, but, like, given the world and given how everyone else will treat you, it's kind of the norm. Like, I would imagine looters and people who will go off and kill you for what you've got became the norm in society. You know, there would be people maybe banding together and trying to, you know, create some sort of civilized area, but, like, some people just, they weren't there. Abby should have been dead. I feel like... I mean, they could have maybe killed Abby. Because they don't... I guess they just don't know that she's immune. She doesn't say that openly. There's a few things of this just happened. Like, again, this game is not deep. I'm still going to give this game a 9.5. Whatever happens, I think this game, as an experience, as something that you remember, as a unique thing that isn't like anything else, it really is to me a 9.5. This game has, without talking about the story, it's not a perfect story. No story's perfect. This has the best gameplay of anything I've ever played. This is probably my favorite game gameplay-wise. It's just, for me, subjectively, so fucking good. So fucking good. The gameplay is so fucking good. The UI is shit. The reticle is shit. The crafting system, the fucking skill tree is shit. All that stuff is shit. But, like, the combat is so insanely good. The gameplay is it's the realest game you'll ever play gameplay-wise, in my opinion. It is, if you like grounded, you know, story-based, like you feel like you're in the world, this game and its gameplay makes you feel like you're in the apocalypse. Specifically on Grounded. I don't know if you played it on easy or whatever, you know, if it would feel the same, but the grounded difficulty of this game is nuts. You have to stealth, you have to be patient, you have to be careful, you have to take every single, you know, peek at you're gambling. Right? If someone's looking at you, are they going to pull the trigger? Are they not? The story tanks the overall score. I don't think it does. I actually like the story. I think it lends itself just fine. It's just people. And again, subjectively, right? Like, I'm not going to... I can't sit here and speak for you or anyone, but, like, I like the story for what it was. Well, the AI stuff is a bit... The combat, you know, there was a few instances where the AI's dumb. Like, if you lay in the brush and then they walk up to you, sometimes they don't see you. But the overall experience of this game... People, hey, you want to disagree? That's fine. You can disagree. I still like this game a lot. Subjectively, I like this game a lot. And my opinion is as valid as yours, because it's just my own opinion. Right? I like this. If you hate this and it's not for you, that's how you feel. Player needs the map to continue. The map? What? Enemies surrendering and begging for their life. They don't in hard mode. What? I would say both games are like 9.5. The Last of Us 2 is a better game than 1. I think it's a much better game than 1. Not like, oh my god, leaps and bounds, but like the story of 1 is so simple and it sets up 2 perfectly. This is a good sequel of a game. I'm surprised that people did not like this as a sequel. I think this is like a natural progression of how a sequel would be made for such a simplistic story. Where you kill off a main character in the main game and then have some whole fucked up, you know, circus show, like big revenge plot. Right? To me, it works really well for what the first game offered. Again, it's not perfect. The leak of the Joel scene made people mega pissed off. I liked it, man. Joel's dick riders. You just gotta serve the story, man. Joel isn't there to make you happy. Joel is there to exist in the world that he was created for. And if they want to kill off Joel, watch Donkey's review of the game. The Last of Us 2 sold a third of the copies. That's crazy. People, I mean, I can't speak for everyone. It's an opinion. But I think you just got to let people tell their stories. As much as you want to go through and say, man, this is stupid, this doesn't make sense. You know, I actually really like this as a sequel. I think it's great. Don't have to stay up until 3 a.m. Oh, you're good, man. Everything that happened kind of made sense. There just wasn't that big of a story going on in the first game. There literally wasn't even a story in the first game. It is so simplistic, so surface level. There just isn't anything as a story compared to what this game is. Which you could say, oh, this is a revenge plot. But, like, there's a lot more going on with all the different intercutting of, like, characters and everything and stuff like that, and seeing how people kind of, you know, go about that revenge. Both of them are pretty simple. They're not entirely, complex things, but this game just does so much more for it, I think. Joel and Ellie character study. It's about the people. It's certainly about the people. No, but I do really like the first game. It's very simple. But I will say this. I would have been very unsatisfied, like I said before, if there was only one The Last of Us game. The first game is good, but I wasn't satisfied in the end. Yoga Ball, The Last of Us 2 review. Well, we could see. We'll probably watch, like, a shorter review. You had to wait for the sequel. It's... Well, you're going to have to wait for sequels, yeah. They're not going to just be out in one day. I would say, you know what? Subjectively, this is a must-play. I think if you just kind of realize that, like, you know, no one in this world is safe. No one in this world is holy. No one's sacred. No one's going to be alive by the end of the tale. Understand that the world is cruel and its characters are just pieces of it. You know? Doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter what you do. That's just the world it is. The writers started attacking people who criticize the game. I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it as the same thing. I like this. Joel's death was leaked about a month before the game came out and people were pissed. Why? Dude, I feel like that in itself would destroy your sales. I feel like that, imagine being... Dude, that would ruin the whole fucking game. That would destroy your sales and ruin the game. And it did. Damn. Thank God I wasn't part of that. I'm so happy I wasn't. Why would you... Imagine leaking the whole point of the game. That is so fucked up. That is so bad. That is bad. I guess I just enjoyed it because I went in blind. I knew Joel and Ellie. I had seen the first season, but I just forgot about it. Like, fungus zombies, Joel and Ellie. And you have to take a girl across the country. That's all I knew. The leaks came from frustrated workers that were being overworked. Oh, it's pretty fucked up. This game is insanely well done, though. Like, this game, visually, the sound design, the combat, the world of The Last of Us, gameplay-wise, is stunning. It's stunning. I had to avoid spoilers for a whole month. Game of Thrones Season 8, but nobody believed it. Well, I feel like the Game of Thrones stuff kind of did get shitty. No, the dynamic of a father losing his daughter and then kind of finding that in somebody else, you know, to kind of take through this world and care for them. It's real. We're people, you know, we care for each other, and a father will be a father. Hopefully a good one. Jim Hawkins, 6 months. Thank you, sir. It's so Pedro Pascal. I mean, I didn't really see Joel, like, the second I saw her blast his leg out, you know what, I feel like okay, I'll say this, actually, you know what, I'll say this. They really, I don't know if this was intentional, but they tried to set something up to where you really thought whatever Joel did was, like, big and insane and crazy, but, like, at the end of it all, it was just killing her father, which is insane and crazy for her. But they tried to, like, allude to the whole thing, you know, like, Joel? That's Joel? Like, we knew she had been wronged in some way. It was so obvious, and how else would it be? Did he steal her cookies? Did he steal her fungus beer? Like, he probably killed someone she loved. That was pretty obvious. I think the idea, for me, that really surprised me was the extent at which they'd go to kind of get revenge. Ellie, like, you'd really think, oh, revenge, kill him, be done. And then Ellie would try and, you know, go after Abby and make something of that. But, like, Ellie goes insane. Ellie, with Tommy pushing her most of the game, like, she really goes off the deep end. And she goes, it's not the extra mile, she goes across the country to get that bitch. Like, it's something. Thoughts on punished Tommy at the end? Punished Tommy? Joel giving his name to strangers is a dumb way to push the plot. See, someone said that earlier, and I feel like it's actually not that stupid. The reason being is, in my mind, maybe I'm wrong, Joel was in Jackson. He was surrounded by people, good people. He was surrounded by humanity. He wasn't a dog living out in the wild. You know, when you're a dog living out in the wild, you have those instincts. You're going to not say your name. You're not going to do much. You've wronged a lot of people. But when you've been accepted, you know, again, you've made your amends with your brother. You've got Ellie. You're happy again, right? And you get comfortable when you're happy. You get comfortable, right, in that setting, because it's so different from what you've known, I'm sure. And, you know, maybe he just saw those people as someone he could trust. I mean, Tommy said the name, though. It wasn't him, it was Tommy, I believe, right? But I don't know. I wouldn't give my name after killing so many people ever. That's you, not him. Are you Ellie? Would you go across the country to kill someone who killed your father? I mean, maybe not. Everyone's different. After having multiple chances to kind of, like, fuck off, like, we're done here, no more of this, get out of my hair, right? That's just the character. I feel like he got comfortable. To me, that's what it was. If you see Joel in the clips, you know, at the very end of, like, The Last of Us 1 and into The Last of Us 2, he's happy. He's happy, bro. He has it. You know, that's what he saved Ellie. He made amends with, like, what he had done previously. He couldn't save his daughter. And now, you know, he's obviously not over that and whatnot, but just got comfortable. To me, that's how I view it. I think the convenience of finding Abby in a snowstorm is a little different. That's something I could probably disagree with. Just, how convenient, we found Abby. That was a little weird, but Tommy saying his name, not so out of the realm of possibilities. When you go from being a dog in the wild to someone a part of something. You know, he came from the QZ zone. He came from a shithole, and then he ended up in a nice town with good folk. They found Abby because of the huge group of infected. I guess things just happen. Things intertwine. I don't really know how else it would be, to be honest. It was just a very convenient, inconvenient thing. Like, you know. Convenience. In that... Well, you know... in this game, the world does seem a little bit small. It does seem like everyone is kind of close to each other. I mean, I don't think they go too far, like, within the country itself. But I liked it regardless. You know, again, it's not perfect. But, like, how you go about it, it just... Coincidences happen. No, they do. It's just a matter of how many of them. It could be that's the worst thing that could have happened. That one coincidence. It's like, oh, you're also in the area. It's like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I've been waiting for this for years, for months. So, yeah, I liked it. Good game. Every game has problems. Nothing's perfect, you know. I would say this game is more so a masterpiece than it's not. It really is, in every aspect, pretty damn good, in my opinion. How does Abby kill Joel after he saves her? Revenge. Revenge for her father. Can her being saved by the guy who killed her father in cold blood and everyone she knew in that place, like, can you make amends with that? Like, it's not black and white. It's like, oh, you saved me, I'm okay now. You killed my father, it's fine. It's like, thanks for saving me, but I'm gonna fucking murder you. You know? So, makes sense to me. Ellie forgave her, though. Well, by the end of it all, they're just fed up, bro. How did you see them by the end of the game? They're fucked. They're so fucked. Wait, what is No Return? What is this? No Return is a roguelike survival mode. You will fight through a series of randomized combat encounters, culminating in a boss fight. Death is permanent. What is this? It's a roguelike mode? The fuck is this? I'm not gonna mess with that. Maybe the person who killed my father isn't as bad as I thought he is. Who's gonna say that in the apocalypse? Who's gonna say that my father's killer isn't so bad after gunning down my father in cold blood? I mean, have you had your father killed? Like, gunned down? By some thug? I don't know. It's just, you can't assume that characters are going to be like this. Everyone is so different. Humans are different creatures. You know, I'm sure we all think alike in some way, but, you know, some people do take it to the extreme. You're not you when you're hungry. So it's like, I don't know, you can't just expect human beings, especially in a game like The Last of Us, to kind of just act out of, you know, what you'd think is right. Because it's not your problem, it's theirs. They went through that shit, not you, so they feel a certain way. I'm not saying, you know, you gotta sit there and go through what they did to really understand them, but, like, that's how they feel. Sometimes there is no changing people. Again, not a perfect game, but it's just, we can all sit here and say what we would have thought they would have done. I think what they did kind of made sense as characters. Abby was the bigger girl, though. Just saying. She had enough of this shit. This Ellie coming back to her like a fucking mosquito. Beat the shit out of her multiple times. Just back the fuck up. We're done here. I want Joel. I don't want you. Goodbye. Abby was good. Crazy that people didn't like her, but you know. At the end, devs have their own vision. That's true. And it's not to say that, like, what we think is wrong or anything, but, like, it's just the characters that they made. You kind of have to, like, accept it for what it is. It's not our vision, but we are a part of their journey. We are in their world. We are experiencing their journey. It is... That doesn't excuse, you know, bad writing or bad characters or anything like that. You know, just because, oh, it's their vision, you know. Well, my vision was to write a shit character, and now I have to go along with it because it's their world. That's not the case. But I think for the sake of this game, I wasn't really bothered by a lot of it. You're a paying customer. Yeah, but you pay for their experience. Just like how when you go see a movie, you pay to see their movie. You can say things, but, you know, you can criticize and say whatever, but at the end of the day, you know, you're experiencing someone else's art. It's like looking at a painting and saying, man, I would have done this differently. It's like, well, okay, but you didn't make the game? Or you didn't draw it? You know, it's... I respect people for what they want to put out there, I think is what I'm saying. You know, there is something to be said about movies and something to be said about shows and any sort of entertainment. You can form your own opinions, but I think at the end of the day, I'm just happy to be experiencing what someone else has created. That for me is the number one thing. I gotta respect it for what it is. Not to say that I agree with everything, obviously, but, you know, some things really do suck dick. It's just not this game. Joel or Abby? Well, you know what? We're done talking about this game. We could maybe watch a video or two. That is different, though. I feel like even though the whole revenge thingy is just kind of, you know, pretty obvious sometimes, it's good. Best review. Wait, did Dunkey? I don't think Dunkey reviews games. I think Dunkey just kind of makes fun videos about games, no? And like semi-reviews them. I guess it's a review, but it's like a little fun jot notey. Both? Sometimes does? Okay. I'm kind of curious about Dunkey and The Last of Us 2. I just want to see what it is. Dissecting Last of Us 2 with YouTube comments. Okay, so we did do it. It's 18 minutes. Sorry, what was the one you said? What was the one you had wanted to say was good? Nakey Jakeys? How long is this? 52 minutes. Naughty Dog's game design is outdated. Outdated? Okay. It's a 50... I'm gonna watch... I mean, 52 minutes is kind of long. You want to talk about outdated? Look at Rockstar's. Rockstar... The story, I guess, not so much, but, like, the fucking... The gameplay is outdated.
The Last of Us Part 2 has made...
I'll watch this. We'll see.
The Last of Us Part 2 has made me feel like an insane person for the last couple months. Not necessarily just because of the game itself, no, but because of all the cat piss surrounding it. These two frequently extreme camps of A, this game is a profound 10 out of 10 masterpiece work of art that belongs in the goddamn Smithsonian. And Camp B, this game broke into my house, it bonked me on my forehead, and physically assaulted me. This video belongs to neither the extreme opinion of 10 out of 10 masterpiece or I'm gonna commit a crime now. So if that's what you're looking for, there are plenty of other dog shit extreme videos on this website that can satisfy that hunger. Trust me, they have existed since long before the game even actually came out. Even though I've always been aware of some of their shortcomings and faults, Naughty Dog's games have consistently provided—
Oh wait, is these people made Uncharted? Really?
With quality,
that's what it was.
Visual spectacle and comfort for the past 13 years since I first rented Uncharted 1 at a Hollywood
I've never played any Naughty Dog game. I've only played The Last of Us. I've never played any other game
PS2 and PS1
from this company.
The first Last of Us is one of my favorite games ever, and I also personally know people that worked on both Part 1 and Part 2 that I'm very fond of and very proud of because they crunched like 1 billion dog years a week to make a thing that looks like this. You know who you are, and I wish I could come to LA and kiss you on your forehead. And I just think it's really important for you to know all that context of me being a pretty big fan of Naughty Dog before I say—
I guess I played Jack and Daxter.
I'm unfortunately about to say. I think
I did play Jack and Daxter.
Beautiful, technically impressive, and wonderfully accessible, The Last of Us Part 2 is a game that attempts to say a lot of things and ask a lot of questions using the medium of video games, but ultimately remarkably fails to find the language to say much at all, while also being an often outdated and hypocritical parody of itself. I think much like how Red Dead Redemption 2 was the straw to break that's
the GOAT.
AAA open world game design camel, The Last of Us Part 2 is the straw to break the back of Naughty Dog's AAA linear game design camel for me. And I also think that when I finished this game, it made me feel very similar to when I finished a game released in 2013. And that game is BioShock Infinite. To anyone that hasn't played these games yet, this is your point of no return. I will be spoiling the absolute living shit out of both Last of Us games and also low-key the ending of Uncharted 4 because there's this really dumb joke that I apparently feel is worth keeping in. So if you don't want to be spoiled—
You know, something interesting. Before this video goes on, if they don't make a sequel to this second game, I can maybe see it being weaker. For me, I don't even want to view this as its own thing. To me, like, The Last of Us 1 and 2 are parts of a story. They're not the entire story. Like, we'll see. Let's just see it.
Precision backflip away from your device, right? Okay, now, do the flip. Do the flip. Or don't stick around if you're not doing the flip, but if you're going—
I played Infinite, yeah.
Do the flip now. But anyways, maybe grab some snacks, maybe grab some bevies, and maybe get nice and cozy with a blanket because this one is a doozy.
No way they leave it. I don't think they should leave it. I don't think they should. Yeah, there's no way. They're gonna have a finale, like a part 3.
First, talk about why so many people, myself included, love the first Last of Us game so much. Among my favorite games ever, there's very few that I hold in high regard for their story or characters. Typically, I am like 100% motivated by gameplay because I have a special medical condition that me and my brother Isaac refer to as Goopy Goblin Gamer Brain. Goopy Goblin Gamer Brain basically means that you have little to no patience for anything that isn't fun or engaging second-to-second gameplay. Unskippable cutscenes, long shitty tutorials, limited movement, trailing missions, slow-ass scripted prestige gameplay where you have to suffer through a boring-ass stealth section as a character that isn't Spider-Man. You know, the type of monotonous shit that more and more games have that take away control from the player just to service some mediocre-ass story while you just sit there being like, okay, but can we get back to the fun part where I blow up cars? That's Goopy Goblin Gamer Brain. And because of that, a lot of my favorite games, you know, Breath of the Wild, Mario 64, Bloodborne, Skate 2, yeah, technically all these games have some sort of story. Paul Rodriguez is dying of a rare skateboard-related illness, and the only cure? you gotta go do a bunch of pop shove-its. Really, they just have motivators, you know, a thing to push you along to get you to experience whatever the gameplay mechanics have to offer. For Breath of the Wild, the initial motivator is as simple as beat Ganon, and even though the game barely has a story at all, that's enough to get you going, because then the game is frequently filled with all these little motivators like, hey, don't you want to climb on some stuff and find cool new outfits? Hey, don't you want to shoot guys in slow motion? Hey, don't you want to start some grass on fire? And the goopy goblin in my brain is like, hell yeah, burn all the grass, burn all the grass. But behind all that shit, there's still always the initial motivator of beat Ganon. So you never stop and ask yourself, what's the point while exploring and lose immersion? Because almost everything you do is building toward that central goal of beat Ganon. Even in a game like Tony Stark's, the motivator is as simple as, hey, do this list of random ass things in 2-minute increments because fuck you, we said so. But you never stop and ask, hey, why am I picking up glowing skate letters? Because the gameplay is so ridiculously fun. But with
I remember playing that.
Unlike my other favorite games, the characters and storytelling actually are the main motivators for my goblin-ass brain. Don't get me wrong, the gameplay is good and sometimes even great, but none of the Uncharted or Last of Us games have extremely engaging, deep gameplay systems that the devs can rely on for hours and hours and hours of countless entertainment. Like
I was never
Mario
bored playing these
64
games.
Or Halo 3
Subjectively.
or Phantom Pain. Like, there is a long laundry list of games that do shooting and platforming and stealth and melee combat and survival horror and puzzles much better and have much more interesting and rewarding gameplay than...
Really? To be... I liked it. I don't know. Subjectively. The shooting... You know what? You know what's crazy? I actually think it's interesting. Shooting is better in Doom than it is in The Last of Us. I think The Last of Us is more... I think it's more brutal than Doom. People getting their fucking brains blasted out by handguns and shotguns. People literally being reduced to fucking paste from, like, a normal person with a gun. To me is more ghoulish than the Doomslayer going around killing demons that don't matter. To me, there is so much more weight behind the people murdering each other in all the horrible ways, being strung up and gutted like fish. It's just, I don't know. Either way, anyways, I get what he's saying, though.
Uncharted or The Last of Us, at least I think. But because Naughty Dog is typically so good at
I like the shooting of
bombastic, putting in your pants action set pieces with quiet moments and puzzles, and now they're gonna talk and climb for a while, and now we're in the snow, and now we're in Madagascar.
You know, I've never played these games. I do feel like I'm being spoiled, to be honest, a little bit.
Naughty Dog games, for better or worse. Also the Uncharted 4, Drake and Elena being forced to slowly walk time where I didn't know exactly where that slide was taking me. Because now it's incredible. Only PlayStation dissonance that I'm sure...
I can't watch this. I can't watch this. Blackituve, 5 gifted subs. Hey, thank you, man. That should have added to the timer. Thank you, sir. Very, very kind. If you would like a spin, you let me know, man. As always, a very, very generous dude. The Donkey video. And Jonas Zepp as well. Appreciate it, guys. Thanks. That should be adding time. Did it add time? I think it did. Too many ADHD people? You know what? See, I wish I could watch this. Hang on.
Joel and spend time with him before you and
Is this what the game looked like?
Joel meet Ellie at the...
Oh, God. I'm not used to what the game looked like. That is... yeah. It's an older game. I was not aware.
Colorful, way too big,
Ooh.
Times New Roman.
Oh, look at him. Look at him. Really?
With game director Bruce Straley even confirming this in an interview. They want to talk about the gator under the bed in this game. And from the beginning moments where he denies a family help on the road to the final combat arenas where he's slaughtering Firefly soldiers with a volunteer fire department fireman's axe, all of that is Joel to a capital, italicized, really colorful, way too big Times New Roman J. Because Joel is a selfish, protective, and violent some bitch that will always protect his tribe no matter what, which A, makes him a perfect candidate for a third-person shooter game where you brutally murder people during gameplay and cutscenes, and B, helps to make him a more compelling anti-hero because although he is a major piece of shit, he also has this super tender daddy energy that comes out that you can empathize with. And because you play as Joel and spend time with him before you and Joel meet Ellie at the same time, that growth between the two characters really resonates with the player as well, and you genuinely care about them, which is a really fucking hard thing to pull off in video games. Empathy is one of the most difficult emotions for video games to get right, because unlike movies, TV shows, or books, video game stories can't just be like, hey, the main character cares about this character for reasons X, Y, and Z, and so should you, and just be done with it, because you, the player, usually are the main character. So in Far Cry
5 gifted subs only added 2 minutes. Are you serious? What? 1 sec. 5 gifted subs only added 2 minutes. Why? I have an option here that says other subs, and I have it at 2 minutes. I was under the impression that other subs means every individual sub is 2 minutes, assuming that's a gifted sub. Is that why? I don't know how this system works. We're on a new timer. The previous timer, the guy gave up on. Not gave up on, you just can't pursue it. I don't blame him. I can't say give up on, that's not very... I don't know what he does, but... The subs don't... I'll go back and re-add it then. If it's... You know what? If it's gifted subs that are above 1, I will add it myself manually. I think that's what we have to do. Any gifted subs that are above 1, I will add manually. So I will be adding... that would be what? 1... Fuck, man. You have to do it by seconds. What's 8 minutes in seconds? That would be 120 times what? 3? 4. 480. 480? There you go. I think the one solo prime didn't add any time also. Really? You serious? What the fuck? It's a new... Again, it's a new system. It's the Stream Elements subathon widget. It's what they have. Time additions are 2 minutes. Tier 1 is prime, or Tier 1/prime is 2 minutes. That should be on. So if you have a subscription, a prime sub, you could check that right now. It should be on, though. That should have worked. Yeah, I just added your prime sub. Let's try a spin. No, you know what? Let's do it right now, bro. You're good. Where would you like? Top, down, left, or right? We're gonna watch this video. I'm curious. Top, down, left, or right? I can add time manually. Yes, I can. Left, you got it, bro. And thanks again, man, for the subs. My credit card charged me twice for 20 gifted. Why? Cancel it. That's 50%, so that you would get 5 more minutes. 5 minutes would be 240, 280, 280. Is that correct? 60, 60, 300. What? 240 plus 60, 300. Okay. Yeah. 300. Did that add 5 minutes? Good, okay. And thank you, man, I appreciate it. Sorry, we had to do this system this morning. Basically, I tried to log into the timer website, and he basically said I have to shut it down, costs and time and stuff like that. You know, that's life sometimes, I do suppose. But that has been ye old faithful for like 5 months. So we're now using Stream Elements, which I think is better because it adds the time. It seems to not fucking add time. It's supposed to be adding time. It seems a bit more smooth with how to use it, I suppose. So let's get back to this video. We will go back and check, though, for sure. So today's going to be a trial and error day.
Far Cry 3, Jason might love his girlfriend, but I don't give a shit about them. I don't know them. I don't love them. I don't care for them. And the game didn't spend the proper time because my Voss is fucking immersed in that world. And you don't stop about its characters, and it does get you to care about its universe, and you feel completely immersed in that world, and you don't stop to realize just how fucking boring the actual gameplay of looting and mindlessly pressing triangle at everything is. Immersed in that world, and you don't stop to realize just how fucking boring the actual gameplay of looting and mindlessly pressing triangle at everything is, because Joel says we should look around for supplies, so it feels like you should look around for supplies, and it feels urgent and real and grounded, pun intended. I wrote that in my script. Everything is planned, even this snake noise. And even though a lot of the gameplay is that very boring press triangle type beat, the game is consistent enough with the limited ways you do interact with the world, and it ends up using those simple mechanics in clever ways, like when Ellie sees the giraffes and knocks down the ladder. At this point, you've done the whole ladder business with Ellie like a gajillion times, so it's very likely in this surprising moment that Joel and the player share the same emotion of, oh shit, what's going on? I gotta get up there. Which is such a simple thing, but it ends up being so effective because that emotion was communicated using the actual interactive game mechanics and not just a cutscene, while also still being a fun shooter game.
This game looks so weird.
People's jawbones, because remember, at its core, these are all still Gears of War. The Last of Us is just a much more interesting and well-written excuse to go shoot bad guys than Uncharted or Gears of War, because you get to go buy 2x4s at Menards. Save big money now. I think for most players, even if you disagreed with some of Joel's decisions throughout the course of the game, you could at least understand them or see the motivation behind them, so you never felt super conflicted while controlling Joel. But at the very end of the game, that changes. The Last of Us forces you to do something you really might not want to do. Kill the surgeon that's going to harvest.
I blew his brains out with the shotgun. I did not do that. I had no clue that's what you had to do. You had to walk into him.
Just so you can save the life of your now surrogate daughter. And I think it completely earns that moment 100%. Because even if you disagree with capital and italicized and way too colorful and whatever the hell I said, Times New Roman J. Joel, part of you fucking...
Yeah, that's what I didn't do that!
Ellie, dude, you know her. You know her fears, you know her desires, you know her trauma, you know her sense of humor, you know she can whistle now.
I'm whistling.
Oh, good. Something else you can drive me crazy with.
The Last of Us double front tuck gainer 900 nailed that shit, dude. In my opinion, it's like the definition of a perfect ending. So when you have an ending as powerful and as intentionally open-ended as the first Last of Us, you've already kind of shot yourself in the foot bone when you decide to make a sequel. But me and every other fan still shit themselves when they announce part 2. Like, what are they gonna do? What's gonna happen? Is Buckley gonna be there? Well, it turns out Joel's gonna go meet God right quick. Well, I guess probably definitely the devil. Ellie's
yeah, that's what I said. I literally said that too.
And you bet your sweet ass Buckley's in it. Oh my god, dude, the second I saw Buckley was in this game, I was seriously like, all right, did I do that? Like, did my dogs and video games video actually affect the fate of The Last of Us Part 2? I'm not saying that it did, but I'm just saying, if it did, that's maybe a pretty quirky and crazy game effect. That's all I'm saying. Right. Anyways, Joel gets bonked on the head. GQ referred to The Last of Us Part 2 as Naughty Dog's double album because usually their games like Uncharted 4 or The Last of Us 1 will run you about 12 to 14 bucks as in hours, and The Last of Us Part 2 is 25 to 30 hours, hence the comparison to when a band makes a double album that is like 25 to 30 songs compared to the usual 10 to 15. You fucking get it, blah, blah, blah. Jacob's typing words and wingdings again. Who cares, am I right? To say that the story and motivators of Part 2 are a little more complicated and widespread and less intimate than Part 1 would be a massive understatement. And I don't even mean that in necessarily a negative way right now. I'm just
the volume is pretty loud, no?
Fact that this story is not as simple as the first. And I think in order to properly discuss Part 2's game design, we first need to do a little recap because story is such a large part of Naughty Dog's games. I will now recap the story of Last of Us Part 2 as quickly as possible. Okay, so you're Ellie from the first game, but it's 4 years later and you don't really know her anymore. And this girl named Abby comes along with her friends from Seattle and kills your dad. He's not your dad, he's technically your dad. Your relationship is really weird now though, because he obviously lied to you at the end of the first game and you could tell. And now you and your new girlfriend Dina, this is Dina by the way, you guys are gonna travel from Jackson, Wyoming all the way to Seattle, Washington to chase after Joel's brother Tommy, who's going after Abby to get revenge, which is what Ellie also wants to do. Oh shit, we're already in Seattle now. Okay, now you gotta figure out where Abby is, and in the process kill every single one of her friends, including one that's super pregnant, and also a bunch of other people who have names now. Also, there's a Colt, and sometimes you play the guitar, and Dina's here, and she's pregnant, and yeah, Dina's pregnant, and Jesse's, I didn't fucking talk about Jesse. Jesse is the dad, and he's, I'm gonna be real with you, Jesse is not important at all.
I actually kind of like Jesse. It was just the good guy who finished last. It was Dina's, ex-lover. And he's tagged along. I mean, everyone in this world doesn't need to be some sort of grand character, but I actually felt bad for the guy. I felt bad for Jesse. That guy gets fucking godded like that. I feel bad for him. For sure.
Abby comes after Ellie, and after Ellie killed all of Abby's friends, and Jesse, this is falling apart. Abby fucking
I don't think it was so complicated.
I'm so tired. Abby shoots Jesse in the face and shoots Tommy in the back of the face. Okay, so now we're gonna do a cliffhanger and rewind the clock back to Seattle Day 1, and you're gonna play as that Abby girl that killed Joel, and you learn that Abby's dad was the surgeon that you were forced to kill at the end of the first game as Joel, and he's actually a really good guy because he saved zebras, and he was wearing blue. And it was clean, not green and dirty.
Oh, they changed it. You're right. Look.
Sicko, you sicky, you weirdy freaky.
Oh my god, they broke the continuity. The game fucking sucks.
And at first, your only motivator during this part is get through this section as Abby so that you can get back to the Ellie cliffhanger. But eventually, the motivator for Abby becomes save your friend Owen and save these kids Yar and Lev because you feel a moral obligation to after they saved your life, and maybe you're also seeking some sort of redemption for brutally torturing and murdering Joel as an act of revenge. Wait, but I didn't do that though. Abby did. And also, hey, Ellie killed all of your friends, including the pregnant one at this point, so you might be motivated to kill her in this boss fight. I don't know. It's up to you. Except it's not, because this is an extremely linear game that only ends win-win. You'll get a game over if you try to do anything other than kill the people we want you to kill in the exact way we want you to kill them, even though we're also clearly saying that the cycle of violence is destructive with how we're presenting the story and themes and cutscenes and gameplay. Sorry. I think I blacked out for a second. What was I saying? Something something about saving big money on Menards. And then Abby's about to kill Ellie's pregnant girlfriend Dina, just like Ellie killed Abby's pregnant friend. And then Levy's like, don't do it, no. And then Abby's like, okay, but you better get the fuck out of my town. So now he plays Ellie again, and you're on a farm, and you and Dina have a really cute ass baby, but oh no, you experience PTSD from Joel's death. And then one-eyed Tommy comes skulking around the house and wants you to go after Abby again in California, and you're initially like, nah, but then you're like, alright, I'm gonna fuck with you, even though Dina is like, wait, are you fucking kidding me? But then you play as Abby again for like 2 seconds, trying to contact and regroup with the Fireflies from the first game in California with Lev, but oh no, you get captured by the Rattlers, who are these slaver dudes that don't matter at all, except this guy does because the internet loves him. And now he plays Ellie again, and oh no, you get captured. It
kind of looked like,
but don't worry, you fight him off, and then you kill
him. It was a random guy.
And then you find Abby, and you force her to fight you by threatening Lev with your knife, even though you and Abby are both already half dead. And now you have to fight Abby in a boss fight, and she bites off 2 of your fingers. And then when you're about to kill her because you're being forced to, otherwise you'll get a game over in a failed state, you have a flashback of Joel and you decide to let her go. And there's a bunch of, I didn't even talk about all the flashbacks. In this game, there's a ton of flashbacks and flashbacks within flashbacks.
Is that really bad? I don't know if this is being...
Christensen, get it together. You call yourself the Yoga Ball Gamer, you piece of Eddie calls me the Yoga Ball Gamer, and I don't like it. And then you return to the farm as Ellie, and Dina and the cute baby are gone.
I do remember that.
And then you try to play the guitar, but remember, Abby chomped off your fingers, so that you can't play the guitar. So then Ellie sets the guitar down, and she walks outside, and she was walking outside, and the camera pans up, and the credits roll. Okay, bye. So, yeah. It's a lot to think about. And also remember, the ending of part 1 presented a pretty crucial conflict that could drastically affect how you feel about Joel going forward into this direct continuation. And while a lot of fans will probably still feel the same emotions as Ellie in this moment, you know, shock, sadness, anger, bloodlust, bloody nose, all that shit, which I think is what Naughty Dog clearly intended with how sudden and shocking
that was fucked up.
Some other people might not exactly feel that way about Joel biting the dust and might not be connecting with Ellie's bloodlust very much, thus making this potentially a pretty complicated motivator for the people that maybe don't really want to go to Seattle just to kill a bunch of people that have names now. But on the flip side, that's the exact thing that a lot of people have pointed to as being a positive feature of the game, including the person that wrote the 10 out of 10 IGN review. The fact that you're forced to carry out these extremely violent actions that you most likely disagree with during an extremely linear story that you have no say in. That's the exact thing that made it affecting for him, which I'll rotate back to that in a bit. For me at this point, I was only feeling partially in tandem with Ellie because while I was sad that Joel died, I was sad for a different reason. I was more like, damn Naughty Dog, if you're killing off Joel this early into the game, then the bar of my expectations is definitely going up because you're gonna have to replace him with someone or something that is pretty damn interesting to keep the goopy goblin in my brain nice and covered and plenty of goop and entertained while playing a Last of Us game for reasons I just spent 100,000 dog years explaining in chapter 1 of this video. How do I change the time code in Premiere to dog years? Needless to say, I was extremely curious where Neil's violent water slide was going to take me after splashing me in the face with Joel's death, and it turns out it was taking me to the kiddie pool. The lesson here is that every person you meet and every person you kill should have their own Ellie or...
What the fuck? Wait, this is in the game. Someone said that was in the game. That wasn't in Grounded. What the fuck? That's... What?
Their own Joel, just like dog years. Needless to say, I was extremely curious where Neil's violent water slide was going to take me after splashing me in the face with Joel's death, and it turns out it was taking me to the kiddie pool. The lesson here is that every person you meet and every person you kill can have their own Ellie or their own Joel, just like Abby and her dad, who again saves zebras. There's 2 sides to every story, and this story is about loss and the destructive cycle of violence and forgiveness. And we're gonna explore those themes in gameplay by having you pop pills to get better headshots and more violent melee kills.
I'm not...
It turns out...
the whole system with the pills, I actually dislike. I don't think it serves anything outside of the gamers. It has nothing to do with the story.
Dying might actually be kind of bad, because war might be kind of bad too. What the fuck? Okay, hold on though, teacher. I maybe can't read cursive good yet or do math at all, but I've seen Pocahontas, I've seen Princess Mononoke, I know that violence and dying and war and revenge are all bad and toxic things. So what are you showing me that's emotionally engaging or thought-provoking using the interactive nature of video games like you did with the relationship of Ellie and Joel in the first game? Well, I mean, there's some stuff, you know, like the idea for a dual narrative mirrored story where you play as two different characters on opposing sides of a conflict as a way to empathize with all the characters is a really cool concept. In theory. But in practice, I think it all kind of falls apart in this game because of one word: consistency and agency. And gameplay. Okay, so 3 words. Like, look at this boss fight that happens at the end of Abby's 3 days. It's supposed to be this really tense moment where we finally built back to that Ellie cliffhanger, but now because you're playing as Abby, your objective is to kill Ellie. And because you've spent time with Abby and you probably empathize with her more,
you want to kill Ellie.
Conflicted, I'm guessing, and be like, ah, shit, but I was Ellie
I guess so.
But now I'm Abby. Ah, rats, I'm conflicted. But regardless of how you feel about either of these two characters, the game only proceeds one way. If Ellie kills Abby because you fuck up as the player, which, by the way, killing Abby was your motivation and goal for the first 12 hours of this plot, that's now a game over screen, and you just retry until you act out your role in this high school play correctly. Oh, God damn.
Isn't it a story, though? Aren't we supposed to be along for their journey? I don't think this matters at all, personally. I think a game telling you a very linear story, for me, subjectively, that's the point of it. I don't think I want these other things going on.
Ellie, and because you've spent time with Abby and you
That's
probably
the point.
empathize with her more, you're supposed to be conflicted, I'm guessing, and be like, ah, shit, but I was Ellie before, but now I'm Abby. Ah, rats, I'm conflicted. But regardless of how you feel about either of these two characters, the game only proceeds one way. If Ellie kills Abby because you fuck up as the player, which, by the way, killing Abby was your motivation and goal for the first 12 hours of this plot, that's now a game over screen, and you just retry until you act out your role in this high school play correctly. Oh, God damn it. Line. Can I have my line, please? But again, like the IGN reviewer said, that's the point, right? That this dance between interactivity and an unalterable story made for a much more affecting experience than if I'd watched it all unfold in a movie. Yeah, totally. Okay, so I'm gonna walk around and press triangle at a bunch of things and kill every human and dog in the most fucked up way possible, because screw it. The goopy goblin in my brain quickly recognized that the gameplay made it feel very satisfying and rewarding to do that efficiently, and the enemies are gonna scream out each other's names as they die and get blown up and just murdered in the most grotesque ways the PS4 could possibly render. But unless it's a character that Ellie kills in a cutscene, it basically didn't happen. Because Ellie chooses to spare her greatest enemy, who she has no real reason to empathize with, only after she's killed literally dozens of people with no hesitation or mercy at all. I was with Abby for like 12 hours, spending time with her and getting to know things from her side, like how her dad saved a zebra, but Ellie wasn't there. Oh, but now Ellie can choose to spare someone and not just slit their throat and call them a fucker. Ah. You know what? I like that for her. That's nice. And if you think I'm being ridiculous or nitpicky or childish, A, you're not wrong, because I am an insane person that hasn't left their apartment very much as of late. But ampersand sign, the only reason I'm beating this drum so hard right now is because even more so than the first game, this game really seems to want to talk about the violence because it is a very central part of this story. So if Naughty Dog wants to talk about the gator under the bed, I'm gonna fucking talk about the gator under the bed. Setting aside the ludonarrative dissonance,
I think for the sake of, like, who you kill and at the very end you kill nobody, I mean, my job in this game, as I view it, isn't to be a gamer. It's to survive in a world and find this bitch to get revenge. What I do along the way, all the things I've learned, everything you've been through, everything Ellie's been through, you know, it does amount to this.
Empathize with.
Like, I mean, it's just, she's so hell-bent on revenge, and when she can finally take it, she just doesn't. You know what I mean? Like, she'll do anything to get what she wants at that point. I don't know. It's I didn't feel like, I don't know. It just, I feel differently. I feel differently. It's not. Why does Ellie have mercy at the end? Because I guess she just finally, because that's the one person she wants, but at the end, you know, she realizes maybe like, if there's a definitive, you know, it's that is hard to explain. I feel like it's not very complicated, but like, with all the chances she's been given, why does she spare the one person that took life away from her, took her whole existence away from her? Why does she do that? If she killed her, wouldn't she end all of it? At the end, it doesn't matter. Both lost so much for nothing. She realizes it wouldn't bring back Joel. It's something along those lines. Yeah, something along those lines. You know, when you're presented with things like this and how you kill people, to me, it isn't you're going out of your way to kill everybody. You're not here to murder everyone. In my eyes, you actually want to sneak by everyone. This game is avoiding conflict to meet your ends, right? You don't, your job isn't to be here to kill everyone in your way. It's to get to Abby. And however that happens, if you have to kill people, so be it. It's going to happen. That's how far gone you are. Your job isn't to go around and kill everyone. You're the only person you want to kill is Abby. So by the end of it, I mean, for me, it was just kind of, look at all the shit they had gone through. Look at everything they've done. You know, was it really worth it in the end? Everyone she's loved, everyone she's been with, Ellie lost everyone. Abby lost everyone. I guess that's why she came to the realization that that's kind of how it is. They went through a lot of ways to show how fucked the world is. Vengeance is a small thing in such a world. It is. It's, I mean, is it petty to have, you know, these big revenge plots against people in your life? I mean, in the apocalypse, I guess it just, life is so miserable and things consume you. You know? She doesn't have the mental strength to kill her at the end. That's why you see Joel's flashback, because she forces herself to think about him to find a reason to kill Abby, who just lived through hell. You know, it's... Ellie just feels like it would be useless. It's certainly something to do that. It's certainly something to do with, like, them being so defeated and, you know, in the end, it just doesn't really amount to anything. It's like, what peace will this bring me? I guess, type of deal. Well, forgiveness and moving on, it's not about revenge. It is about forgiveness. No, you're right. But the whole plot of the game is revenge. And then by the end of it, it's how you move on with things. You know, Abby gave Ellie so many chances, and she squandered them. Joel gave Ellie so many chances, and she squandered them. Right? She lost everything that she was given. She wasn't able to move on. You know? But I get it. For me, I mean, again, the gameplay...
That's every human in dog is the most fucked up way.
I don't think... For me, subjectively, I'll disagree with this. I don't think the point of this game is to kill people. It's to kill Abby, and you don't at the end. It's just... Realistically, how this would work is you're just going... Again, you're going through the world, and you're trying to get revenge for Joel. You know, these people are just roadblocks. You know, you're not really meant to just be Call of Dutying every scenario. That's certainly what Grounded shows me. I haven't laughed so hard. Yeah, it's gameplay to the story, exactly. But, you know, everyone's opinions are all valid in their own way. If that's how he feels, I think that's fine. I would disagree.
Around and press triangle at a bunch of things and kill every human in dog.
I like this game too. I thought it was great. I thought it was awesome.
Because screw it. The goopy goblin in my brain quickly recognized that the gameplay made it feel very satisfying and rewarding to do that efficiently, and the enemies are going to scream out each other's names as they die and get blown up and just murdered in the most grotesque ways the PS4 could possibly render. But unless it's a character that Ellie kills in a cutscene, it basically didn't happen. Because Ellie chooses to spare her greatest enemy, who she has no real reason to empathize with, only after she's killed literally dozens of people with no hesitation or mercy at all. I was with Abby for like 12 hours, spending time with her.
You want subtitles?
Things from her side, like how her dad saved a zebra, but Ellie wasn't there. Oh, but now Ellie can choose to spare someone and not just slit their throat and call them a fucker. Ah. You know what? I like that for her. That's nice. And if you think I'm being ridiculous or nitpicky or childish, A, you're not wrong because I am an insane person that hasn't left their apartment very much as of late. But ampersand sign, the only reason I'm beating this drum so hard right now is because even more so than the first game, this game really seems to want to talk about the violence because it is a very central part of this story. So if Naughty Dog wants to talk about the gator under the bed, I'm gonna fucking talk about the gator under the bed. Setting aside the ludonarrative dissonance shit for a second, it baffles my mind that with this particular story and this particular subject matter that Naughty Dog chose to tackle with Part 2, why wouldn't you take at least a little more advantage of the fact that you're a fucking video game? Metal Gear Solid 3 on the PlayStation 2 not only has better stealth mechanics than a Naughty Dog game in 2020, but also made me think about my violent actions and my personal cycle of violence as the player more than Part 2 ever did, because it did it with fucking gameplay. During the boss fight with the Sorrow, this ghostly apparition, poltergeist.
This is spoiling. I played Snake Eater, but I don't remember it, and if they're doing a remake of it, I don't want to see this.
Totally gonna pull a Metal Gear Solid 3 in grass and use silencers now. 2004! In Part 2, there's a chapter during Abby's section where you visit a morgue. And as I was walking into it, I was like, oh, no way. They're totally gonna pull a Metal Gear Solid 3 Paranormal. You know, I thought because the enemies in Part 2 actually have names and call out to each other and say shit like, oh no, Jerry, they killed Toby! They were gonna use that and unzip some of the bags in the morgue and show some of the faces of the enemy character models that I'd recognize because there's only...
That, I actually did think of that too. I thought of that too.
And the game would be like,
I thought they'd do that.
Toby got fucking stabbed in the neck by some girl with a tattoo on her arm that called
I thought they would do this though, actually. I said that initially.
And I'd be like, damn.
You know, the craziest thing to me is I never got to experience this whole mercy system, but I think you'd just walk away. You would give them mercy. The reason you have to kill them is because they get in your way. You know, she is so hell-bent on doing this one thing that she will kill anyone who gets in her way. And if you don't get in her way, she's not going to have to kill you. That's how I viewed it. That's how I viewed the gameplay. Like, these aren't all bad people. They're just people. I did not kill everyone. For the sake of Grounded, Grounded is so good for the gameplay, man. That's why I feel like when you play on Grounded, you get a sense of, like, this really is urgent. This really is something that needs to be, you know, handled with care, handled with, like, a real scenario, where you're not supposed to find conflict. You're supposed to avoid it.
That called him a fucker and Jerry watched him die. And I'd be like, damn, you know, maybe I didn't have to stab Toby in the neck, you know, maybe I could have snuck around him. But did the game do any of that? Nope! They just unzipped a bag and talked about some dude named Danny.
I remember, I actually agree with this part. I will agree. I was like, who's Danny? I said, who? Who? I almost forgot. I would agree for this. I actually thought the exact same thing. I thought everyone you killed actually might show up in the morgue here. That I'll agree with.
Who I had never seen or heard of.
Yeah, exactly.
To this moment in the game, like, what the fuck? You had the T-ball set up. All you had to do was just whack the ball off. You know how
that was a bit of a weird part.
There's that cute-ass dog Bear that you can play fetch with, and there's that cute-ass dog Alice that you could play fetch with, and how the game's framing is, like, pretty heavy-handed, how it's like, oh, that dog we forced you to kill in a QuickTime event to proceed with our game is actually kind of cute, huh? They didn't really get my butt with that. You know, there wasn't really a sniper spree there. But when replaying the hospital infiltration section as Ellie, I killed a dog that looked like Bear, and a lady screamed out, Bear! And I felt fucking awful, dude, which is so powerful. And you know why I actually felt something? Because it was my choice to explode that dog.
Was that Bear? I let him live. I never killed that dog. Was that Bear? It might have been, eh?
And that that interaction with the lady screaming out bear happen in fucking gameplay, not a cutscene or a quick time event. Fuck violence in cutscenes. Dude, all my homies hate violence in cutscenes. People say this game is brave for subverting expectations by killing off Joel, and brave for forcing you to throat punch people as Abby, and brave for having Ellie's character go down this vengeful path of violence and destruction, and brave for showcasing that violence in a gritty and a realistic way that other games won't. But fuck all that. That's not brave at all. You know what would have been brave? A AAA game that didn't resort to mindless violence that doesn't actually mean anything as like the primary gameplay mechanic.
For the sake of a game, I understand. This is, to me, this is more of an experience. This is more of like when I played this game, I never thought of the violence as kind of like, you know, you can play a game and say, oh, it's a game, right? Oh, it needs gameplay mechanics. I mean, of course, it's a game. People want to enjoy what they're doing and press buttons.
That's not brave at all. You know what would have been brave? A AAA game that didn't resort to mindless violence that doesn't actually mean anything as like the primary gameplay mechanic. That's why I said this game made me feel like how Bioshock Infinite did.
Mindless violence. I don't know. I didn't feel like, to me, the gameplay wasn't the whole game. It's the story that matters. It's the characters that matter. It's kind of you serving, you know, the story that's being told for you. I really liked the gunplay. I liked the gameplay, but I never went around thinking it was mindless. In the back of my mind, I always said, you know what? These people have more going on. There is more to everyone you kill. It is still a game. You're right, though. It is still a game. And I think subjectively, how you take that is completely up to you, as it should be. I really enjoyed what this game had to offer. Not for a second. I felt the gameplay added to it. It's a game, not a movie, but this is told like a movie. This is more of a cinematic, narrative-driven game. This isn't Doom. This isn't something that really emphasizes, you know, gameplay first, story later. This is a narrative-driven game. How you go about its gameplay, the gameplay is tonally disconnected from the story. You think in this? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Really? I think it was perfect for what it was. You got a shotgun. If people get in your way, they're gonna fucking die. I don't know. I felt it was just Grounded made you play different from the average gamer. Average gamer plays on lower difficulty. You can treat it more like Doom. That's why, you know what? That's why I said you should play it on Grounded. Because then you get a sense of the world that you're in. Then you get a sense of how dire every situation is and everything that kind of is presented to you. Right? Again, at the end of the day, you're not here to kill these people. You're here to get around them. I don't care about these people. They can go ahead and live their lives. But if you, for a second, try to stop me from getting my revenge, I'm going to fucking kill you. That's what this game, to me, gameplay-wise, was. They're trying to make a history about forgiveness when you stride a road between leaving... Well, that's not Ellie's story. Ellie's story isn't really forgiveness, it's revenge. And by the end of it all, she learns that for everything she's done, I guess in the end, what is it? What else do you have? All I can do left is forgive. I've lost everything. There's nothing more. Look what revenge did to me. Look what revenge did to my whole life and those around me. To me, Abby is more about forgiveness. I guess in a way, like, you know, Abby did forgive Ellie over and over, but it never clicked with her. It just never worked with Ellie. Aquila, 37 months. Thanks, bro. The moment she is having drowning, not before. I mean, I don't know. It worked for me. It just worked for me. In the end, she could have smoked that bitch. Probably. Like, she sacrificed everything in the pursuit for revenge, and by the end of it all, I guess she came to her senses and she learned. And what did it matter? You're never going to bring Joel back. Joel is gone. Are you going to feel better for finally killing the person who killed him? Although that person gave you multiple chances at a new life. You know, stop fucking with me. You've killed my ex-lover. You've killed a friend of mine. Like, we're even now. I've killed 2 of yours. Get the fuck out of my life. I don't know. I thought it was... I don't know. I guess you got to play this game differently and just take it differently on Grounded to really understand that.
Way that other games won't. But fuck all that. That's not brave at all. You know what would have been brave? A AAA game that didn't resort to mindless violence that doesn't actually mean anything as like the primary gameplay mechanic. That's why I said this game made me feel like how
You know, the violence does mean nothing though in the end. Because that violence that the gameplay you have in this game doesn't amount to anything. This is not the end goal. It's just something that you're forced to do if it's presented to you. Dave, thank you, bro, for the gifted sub.
BioShock Infinite did. Because like Infinite, The Last of Us Part 2 also made a decision to highlight the violent actions of the protagonist as a central part of the story as a way to emotionally manipulate the player, but commits to none of those themes in actual gameplay. It's still mindless shooting that doesn't mean anything. It's still exactly like every other AAA game. When you're playing the gameplay, it may as well be fucking Call of Duty. And I'm not saying that violent video games are bad or shouldn't exist or any dumb shit like that, because no, I fucking love violent video games. I'm one of the few people that still acknowledges Max Payne 3's existence. And that's
Jeez,
like the
look at
most
that.
violent
That's crazy
shit
looking.
ever. And there's plenty of linear games focused around violent gameplay mechanics like Shadow of the Colossus that use those mechanics in a consistent way to tell a powerful story, where the violent motivations of the player and protagonist to go kill a bunch of giant monsters because, hey, it's a video game and it looks fun and cool and I gotta save the princess, right? Is a central part of that story and that setup, and slowly gets flipped on its head through gameplay and ends up affecting the player in a really powerful and emotional way. But what I am saying is that I think this is some very shallow, outdated, and laughably hypocritical gameplay for a game that chose to tell this story and chose to tackle these.
The thing is, though, everything is completely optional. Every conflict in that game, outside of a few sequences, is completely optional. How you go about the world as Ellie is completely up to you. If you want to play it as Call of Duty, and I guess say it's shallow because, you know, by the end of it, why did I kill everyone? I mean, that is really up to you. Not all of it. There are beats of the game where you're forced into combat. I don't think it really breaks that immersion. Not really, though. What do you mean, not really? Are you sure? So when are you forced to do... Well, the cutscenes are non-optional. It's intended to be played violently. Not really. Who said it was? Who said this game was intended to be played violently? Who said that? Who said that? You said that? Or did they say that? Who made the game? I killed 4,000 people in No Remorse to get my mortal enemy and then changed my mind. Feels like a complete disconnect. What did the killing of 4,000 people serve then in the end with No Remorse? I mean, in my mind, she was just so narrow-minded on what she wanted. She just wanted revenge. Nothing else mattered. Nothing else mattered. Revenge. How I get that revenge doesn't matter. Everyone has to burn around me so I can fucking get revenge on Abby. And by the end of it all, she looked back and probably said, you know, again, with Joel dying, when everyone losing, you know, their lives around her, she's like, what did this amount to? What did any of this even mean? Now that I finally have a means to end all of this suffering, will it actually do anything for me? That's how I view it. I love the combat in that game, but I find it's like, I know it's a game and they want you to shoot people and do things, but for the sake of the story and the world, it really isn't. It doesn't serve what you're supposed to be doing. You play the game however you want. I feel like I played it as realistically as I could that serves the universe, that serves what the story truly is. I did try to... There was instances where, you know, okay, a few people, really hard to get around them, really hard. And if there's no way, then I guess you just got to go through them, right? But I wasn't taking every scenario like Call of Duty. I was killing 90%, not intentionally. If I couldn't make it through a scenario, yeah, I'd be killing them. I'd be shitting on everyone. I'd be murdering them. You know why? Because Abby's number one. You guys are all pawns in the game where I want the fucking queen. with a king. You know? But everyone has their own point, though. Everyone has their own valid point because everyone likes things differently. If this guy, you know what? This is valid. What he's saying is valid in his own way. I don't think this will resonate with people who feel the same. And for me, it doesn't really resonate with me at all because I don't feel the same way. I feel a different way. You know, a game should be enjoyed through gameplay and storytelling and stuff like that. But this game, in terms of how you go about traversing the world, is optional. I'm assuming you technically don't have to kill anyone who doesn't deserve to die, at least in your mind. In Ellie's mind, it's like, go after Abby and, you know, her friends. If they get in my way, they'll die too. But at the end of the day, get Abby. You know? Mel was sent outside the shelter. Either way, we're going to keep watching. I think it's valid. It's just everyone's own opinions on things.
Themes and these lessons about the destructive cycle of violence and forgiveness that people that love the game seem to keep claiming the game is trying to teach you and get you to understand, which I agree with them that I think very much the game is trying to do that, because if it's not, what is the point of so many choices that were made in this story? What's super interesting is in that same Bruce Straley interview I mentioned in chapter 1 of this video, where he talked about ludonarrative dissonance in Naughty Dog games, he also said, and I quote, "Can you create a game that's as interesting and character-driven and compelling as an Uncharted story or Last of Us story without shooting? I think you can. Again, the concept has to be, how can I create a rich enough world to allow for interesting core mechanics?" So, in light of that quote, other than killing people in very violent ways and maybe successfully sneaking around them to avoid conflict altogether, what other interesting core mechanics are in this 25 to 30 hour long game?
This is valid. This is very valid, because this is a video game at the end of the day. You need to play the video game, otherwise it would be a movie. This right here is valid. That is true. Yeah, like what other things are in the game? You know?
After beating the game, you can play through all the combat encounters back to back. And the ironic thing about me going off for so long in the last chapter about how the game handles violence in relation to its story and themes is that the combat encounters were still my goopy goblin-ass brain's favorite part of this whole ass game, because it's the most gamey part of the game, where, you know, you actually get to do stuff.
I can't blame people who really enjoy gaming. That's the game. Yeah, that is. I mean, how can you blame a gamer for wanting to play a game? Sometimes people enjoy the medium of gaming to tell stories. You know, there's a little bit of interactability, there's stuff like that. For me, I view the games that I play as stories, as grand adventures that you go on as a person to experience some other life that someone else is living, or a tale, you know, of whatever it may be, like delivering packages and reuniting America. For me, the gameplay is almost secondary, and I think that's crazy to say, but like, it is a fucking game. It should be one of the primary things, but I think if the gameplay lends itself to the story, even if it isn't rich and deep and, you know, it needs to be all this super crazy mechanical stuff, I think I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it. And I like a variety of games. I like games that are very mechanically driven. I like fighting games. There's no story. I like fucking Doom and whatnot. There's barely any story, you know, just gunning down demons. But for the sake of this game, I really just like how the gameplay being so simple just lends itself to the story. It doesn't need to be anything it's not. Because for me, it's the experience of living this tale. That's the number one thing. A visual novel with some gameplay elements attached. I like the stories of games. I like the tales that people want to like create, but you do have to realize it is about the gameplay too. It's a fucking video game. People don't buy video games to watch movies. They buy them to play games. That's very valid. I can't even argue that. There's not even a question about that one bit.
With the controller and play the game, how long do you think just the combat encounters took me to play through all of them, back to back, on hard? Go ahead. Just think about it.
Probably not very long. I'm curious.
3 hours and 22 minutes. It took me 3 hours.
Play Grounded. Play Grounded, you'll feel it differently. 3 hours and 22 minutes. I streamed The Last of Us. I played the game entirely. 55.6 hours. 55.6 hours it took me to beat the game. Give or take. 52 hours. Yeah. There's no way. That's what... You gotta play it on Grounded. You gotta play it on Grounded. I wish there was only one difficulty in The Last of Us. And I wish it truly forced you to kind of think about how you want to do things. Because this isn't really a Call of Duty. This is a narrative game. The choices you make are your own. If you want to make Ellie into a bloodthirsty freak and go around killing people, that doesn't lend itself to the story. That's actually going against it. You know what I mean? You were shit at the game. Well, I'm on a controller, but, like, it still is... It's on Grounded. And I'm... Hang on.
In 22 minutes. And this isn't me saying that, wow, that automatically means pizza bad, huh, guys? Because no, that'd be dumb as hell. Not every pizza has to be all combat all the time. Video game pizzas can be all sorts of things. This one, for example, has garlic stuffed crust. But the point I am trying to make is that this game is twice as long as the first. And with the low percentage of time spent in combat that the game has, my goopy goblin brain really needed to like all this other stuff on the pizza in order to have a good time eating this giant ass pizza. And I just don't think he had a very good time eating this pizza, Twitch chat. Seattle is one of my least favorite Naughty Dog water slides ever because it's this big, super slow chunk where the pacing is like at a glacial pace, and Naughty Dog plays pretend at being an open world type game with this wide linear level design without any sort of new or engaging or innovative open world type gameplay, which is hilariously ironic when Rockstar literally did the opposite thing with the missions in Red Dead 2. Like, use that fucking rope more, man. That rope is seriously amazing. It's so goddamn cool. Some talented ass person at Naughty Dog probably worked a billion dog years to make the most amazing rope physics ever, and yet there's barely any puzzles or traversal situations.
I will agree with that. The rope was cool. That was a cool mechanic. This thing is well done. This rope is fucking awesome. That is awesome. I would have liked to see more of it for sure.
Use the damn thing in fun, interesting, innovative.
It was very well done.
Moments that no other game has. I count like one puzzle where the game even began to.
I think the biggest thing though is, like, as great as gameplay is, you have to realize that these worlds need to breathe. You have to feel like you're immersed in the setting. You're Ellie in the apocalypse. Not everything is going to be combat, violent. You know, you're not going to open up the world and say, "Hey, just go explore buildings." The game's going to want you to kind of hit key points and move on. You know, we got to go find supplies. Okay, well, it would be interesting to make a little bit more open-ended, you know, areas to search for, but it still is kind of a narrative game. It is like an A to B to C to D thing. It isn't really open-ended. It's very linear. And I don't know. I really like the slow segments in games. I really like a lot of the breathing of this game because it shows you that this is what these people would be doing. You know, they'd have to be slowly skulking around buildings trying to find things, or let's go hit the museum. There's a few things in there, maybe. Let's go hit this. There's a few things in there. Subjectively, of course.
To tap into that rope's amazing potential, where you had to throw bricks to break glass, to throw the rope, which also, dude, the fucking glass in this game. I know
the glass is amazing.
My cardinal rule, but I could eat the glass in this game. It's so goddamn good. I would break every vending machine and car window. It never got old because the sound and animation, breaking the glass was like the only thing that kept.
I mean, the thing is, though, this game is linear, but remember, you are on a quest. You're on a mission to kill someone. You're not really going to take too much time to kind of explore the world. You're in the world, you're exploring, but you're exploring to, like, be able to pursue your end goal, which is getting to Abby. If they made this game turbo open, do everything you can, search every, you know, nook and cranny of the city, I mean, I think that'd be a little bit too ridiculous, you know?
Me from shooting myself in real life during boring ass looting sections. That was really dark and aggressive. I'm sorry. This game is This game just gets me fucking riled up. Can you imagine having a rope during regular exploration?
The gameplay is way better. The gameplay is awesome.
Temporary grappling hook on
This
the
I don't care for. I actually think that the pill system is fucking shit. I don't like the pill system. Get the pill system out of my movie. Video game.
I'm sorry. This game just gets me fucking riled up. Can you imagine having a rope during regular exploration in combat? Are you kidding me? Like crafting a temporary grappling hook on the end of it using some of your valuable supplies, adding some risk reward, interesting decision making where shit, but maybe I could reach a place that could have even more supplies. Or using it in combat to like sneak behind a zombie.
Yeah, that could have been cool though. Stuff like that could have been great. Yeah, I agree. The rope was underutilized, 100%. Yeah, I agree.
At the end of the game, or even setting up a simple tripwire to fuck with zombie hordes like the ones that are already in the game, or setting up a...
I actually think they should have pursued a little bit more in the way of, like, imagine being able to loot every drawer, every nook and cranny of a room for, like, bare bones shit supplies and kind of keeping you on your feet. Like, being able to pursue Abby. I would have loved every room. I would have really liked the, you know, linear but survival aspect be pushed tenfold. You know, present rooms, present options for exploring, but don't go too far. You know, don't be like, explore the city. Explore the city. That'd be too much. Why would she want to do that? That would be extremely boring. But I think it serves the story. I would love that. I think that the thing is, though, I was playing on Grounded. What you fail to realize is these people can die in one bullet. Every bit of resource you find in this game is a miracle. When you search every nook and cranny, you're waiting for a nugget of health, a nugget of some sort of pick-me-up. You gotta get through the world. You gotta fuck this bitch. Not Dina. You fucked her already. You gotta go fuck Abby with a gun to the cranium. And anything you do is you're suckling at the world for help to get through this world. Grounded might not be the intended difficulty, but I believe it's the true difficulty. I'm going to gatekeep this game and say if you want to enjoy it, play Grounded. Play and experience a world that is so cruel, that is so unforgiving, that is so just... You pray for any ounce of help you can get. You know, look through everything. It serves the story. It serves the gameplay. You can hard disagree. That's fine. But I firmly believe that the world they've crafted, the gameplay they've made, I'm just going to base everything off of Grounded. I'm not going to base anything on any other difficulty. I feel like that defeats the game. I feel like that defeats the purpose, that defeats the world they've created. Why would you present the apocalypse as easy? Why are you making players play in the apocalypse on easy mode? This is a life and death scenario. You just saw Joel get his brains clubbed in 3 seconds. Do you think he was playing on easy mode? This guy got gotted like a fucking clown. Out of nowhere, dead, dusted, under the bed, bro. Bye. That's the world you're in. There is no second chance. It's life and death in this world. And any chance you can find a resource or this, it really does make you feel like you're surviving and you're getting to where you need to be. I really like the grounded difficulty in this game is amazing. It's ironic the game is more of a movie than a game, can only be appreciated by true gamers. I really like the gameplay in this. Your point is super valid, and I have no arguments against it. It's just, it's what the world is. I like serving the universe. I like serving the narrative and feeling immersed in my games. If a game presents me with a cruel world, I want it to be cruel. For the sake of Pathologic, I couldn't beat that game because it would make me restart the entire fucking game if I failed. Can't do that. But I do feel like Grounded is truly the experience of this game. I think they should have only had one difficulty. I think so. All difficulties but one being dissonant from the story is quite... is a bad quality for a game. I agree Grounded is good, but why only Grounded? They should have leaned harder. I think... You know, gamers can play at their own pace and can enjoy stories however they want, but for me, with the world that they created, I can't think of any other way to enjoy this game but on Grounded. You have to sneak around people, you have to use stealth, you have to use every ounce, every little bullet you find is used to 100% of its efficiency. You headshot people or you're fucked. Every bullet's a blessing. Every knob you find, every fucking pill is always going to be used 100% of the time. Mostly. Again, the system with the pills, garbage. Don't care about that. Don't even care about upgrading your weapons. I could do without that. But I think... I don't know. I really liked connecting the gameplay to the story and to the world. I felt insanely immersed in this game. I really, really, really think this is one of the most immersive games out there. You feel like you're in an apocalypse. You feel like you're going through a country to get revenge. It's long. It's tedious. It's long. It's full of like, oh my god, what the fuck? I liked it a lot, subjectively. No way they would have made it. You know what? I'm just going to say this. There's no reason to force gamers into one difficulty, but I feel like if you can somehow serve the world and feel like you're in the apocalypse and want that experience, play Grounded. Play Grounded. Play Grounded.
More elaborate rope trap for human enemies, like the one Joel...
The rope stuff would have been dope, though. I think the rope was very underutilized. That was a cool mechanic. Very well done.
Get stuck in the first game, or the one Ellie gets stuck in the second game. Nope, no innovative new gameplay mechanics here. Just a...
You know what? They're right. To be fair, he is right. There's no real innovative gameplay mechanics. Nothing really stood out, but everything presented was very fun for me, subjectively. Very, very fun.
Bunch of fucking codes.
And I felt like it was just the word. Or not the word, sorry. It was the world. Everything they gave me, the bricks, setting up bombs over here and then running away to the other side. People, oh my god, where are they? Like, it just felt so immersive. I didn't need gameplay mechanics to kind of make me feel like a superhero or somebody special who was better than anyone else. For me, I was like anyone else in this world. We have guns, we have melee weapons, and we make the most of it. And we have our stealth. You crawl around, you loot things, and open up lockers. Or not lockers, fucking safes. But this is valid. This is valid. This is valid. They could have added more stuff.
To open stuff, is that really a puzzle? Barring a couple exceptions that actually get kind of creative and actually do kind of make you pay attention to the surroundings.
It is a game, and you have to view it as a game too. 100%.
Look at a fucking door or something. Is finding a note that has a number and typing that number into a thing, is that a fun or interesting core gameplay mechanic? Well, apparently the game thinks it's pretty groundbreaking because you do it over and over and over and over again. Jesus Christ. By the way, quick PSA, buried in the accessibility options is a setting called auto pickup. Now you're gonna wanna go ahead and flick that son bitch on because I don't understand why it isn't on by default. There's never...
Because that's not... that I don't like. No. Wrong. Wrong! You're wrong. It's just... Play on Grounded. Play on Grounded. This guy's got a few good valid points that I do agree with, but at the end of the day, it is subjective. It's how you feel about things. I think that is a shit move. That's a shit move. You need to be immersed in this game tenfold. And I think, being able to find things by itself, that's the reward. That's the nugget. It's the survival. It's life and death.
Never a situation where you don't want to pick something up. There's no interesting decision making or
To be fair though, that's how he feels and that's just how I feel. We feel differently about something. And it's tedious, but it fulfills what the game is though. You're saying that someone going through the apocalypse has an auto pickup feature. And if it's a game, it needs the auto pickup feature. The world is supposed to be... it's supposed to be grounded. How the hell do I have a vacuum? Why do I have a vacuum in the apocalypse? Why do I get to pick things up? Because it's a gameplay feature and it should serve the game. But if anything, that makes the game shittier. That breaks my immersion. At that point, don't play a narrative game. Go play Doom. Go play fucking Sekiro. Go play something else. That's labor, not difficulty. But that is the difficulty. That's the world you're in. That's how hard it is to be a survivor in this world. It makes you feel like you're scrounging for supplies to stay alive. This is a narrative-driven game. It's going to have mechanics that will probably play into that groundedness, that real-world feel. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say. Why would you have a gameplay mechanic like auto-looting everything in a game that's supposed to be about the story and how real things are? You know what I mean? I feel like, if anything, you're ruining the experience for yourself. Heavy emphasized. Well, okay, calm down with Funger. I know you want Funger. To be fair, though, I mean, you know, some people do enjoy... Again, I can't say he's wrong because the way he thinks is his own. That's valid. Everyone likes the gameplay. Everyone likes the story. Everyone likes certain things in games. I like the games that have gameplay mechanics, very for, you know, gameplay oriented. The big sucky, you know, a Sekiro, you press a button and everything sucks up into your ass, right? You don't need to think. Sekiro is full of gameplay mechanics. Dark Souls gameplay. There's a lot of games out there that have a lot of gameplay mechanics. And I think, you know, this to me is less of a game and more of an experience. It's like a game tacked onto an experience. But the gameplay in The Last of Us serves the story. It serves the narrative. It serves the groundedness. It serves the believability. I want less to do with the gameplay mechanics you present me, and I want to experience what it's like to be in an apocalypse and being some vengeful little bitch going across the country to kill a big buff, you know, supersized Hulk. That's what I want this game to be for me, and that's exactly what it is.
In-depth inventory management system like in actual survival horror games or anything like that. The game only lets you carry so many of each item.
This is dog shit, I agree, this is bad. They could have done more with the survival and, again, loot and stuff. I don't like this. I'll agree. This is garbage.
You can't strategically carry less of one thing to carry more of something else or anything like that because they're all
this is bad.
Of each other.
Yeah, this is stupid.
Ellie or Abby just scoop shit up while walking past it is a godsend and saves your tiny little poor gamer thingy from mashing triangle every 2 seconds because one of the most popular songs from this double album is the smash hit Loot, Scoot, and Boogie by Brooks and Dunn featuring the triangle button. That Naughty Dog Chris Angel illusion recipe to create great pacing and a sense of forward momentum that typically hides how boring the actual gameplay is of holding up and pressing triangle at stuff and having Ellie or Abby slowly open another cabinet or drawer just to have to press triangle again to actually pick the thing up, just like in Red Dead 2. Like, cool AAA games, I see you.
I love this shit. I love this shit because it's real. You're in the universe of Red Dead. You're in the universe of The Last of Us. Again, like I said, I want less. If it's a narrative-driven game, the last thing I want is a giant vacuum that sucks up resources. I love this shit because it's the story. It's how people would actually be in the universe. It's them living in their own world. It's them doing their thing. You know what I mean? I'm not saying this guy's wrong. I mean, you know, if you love games and you don't care so much about the immersion, you're probably going to hate this. And that's a valid thing if you like games. You could say it's tedious. I actually never find it tedious. I don't know. Subjectively, I don't. Talk about Arthur. Yeah, he's been dead for a while, unfortunately.
I see how realistic this looks. I'm sure a really talented animator worked a shit ton of hours and maybe didn't get properly compensated for their work to make this look that good. But can we maybe speed it up? Because I don't really care how realistic it looks the 100th time I do.
Blackatuve. Hey, another 5 gifted subs, sir. Thank you so much, man. Did the timer move? Did the timer move? Did it go up? I hope it went up, sir. Thank you. And again, if you'd like a spin, you let me know, man. I will do that for you right now. Added just 6 minutes again. 6 minutes? Okay, so we add 2 more minutes. Heading off to bed, no need for a spin. Quick question, ever thought of Cry of Fear? Oh, Far Cry. I've played the Far Cry games. Not all of them, but I've played a few of them. I think they're cool. They're very open-ended. It's like a murder sandbox with a story. Maybe. We'll see. The one with Vaz, you want to know the definition of insanity? That one could be cool. They have the one with, like, the insane American religious cult with the bombs. Those would be pretty interesting games. Those would be pretty cool. But I have not played them, not in a long time. But again, Blackadoo, thank you, man. I will be adding your time, and if you don't want to spend, no worries. Have a great night, dude. Thank you for the gifted subs. Let's continue this. Sorry, what is this? Some people just don't have the ability to truly immerse themselves in something they are experiencing. This guy is the definition of somebody that is unable to do that. You know what? Well, to be fair, again, like, which is fine, but it makes criticism just super biased. It's everyone, you know what? If I consider myself a gamer, I like games that have gameplay mechanics, but I can understand when a game is trying, like, The Last of Us, in my opinion, first and foremost, is an experience. It is the apocalypse. It is you living and breathing in a world that is so gone, scrounging for resources, and just giving into your urges, giving into, like, I need to fucking kill her, or, you know, I gotta get revenge for my father, whatever it may be, right? Like, it's less of a game than Doom, because Doom is meant to be that game. Doom is like that guy with the game. This is like a story that you play, that you understand, like it's an experience. It's an experience. But no, it's valid in its own way, I suppose. It's just how you enjoy games. There is, you know what? There is no wrong way to enjoy games. If you have fun, you've won. If you don't enjoy something, you know, I don't agree that picking up things adds to immersion, because if you turn the setting on, you still do the animation of picking things up, except you find it all for free. The apocalypse isn't going to hand you things. You have to find them. That's the immersion. The immersion is spending your ammunition in a fight that you never wanted to have happen, to then scrounge through resources in a room to stay alive. Do you know what I mean? Does that not make sense? Bro, please play Funger! Like, well, I mean, are you talking about the auto pickup feature? The idea that things are in cupboards and drawers and scattered throughout the world and you have to find them is immersion. That's immersion. You walk up to them and you have to find them actively. You pick them up, you use them. You pray for ammunition. But that, to me, that's stupid. To me, I don't want a vacuum in my realistic apocalypse scenario. If you want to enable that, that's fine, but I don't think that's good. Again, it's different. Let's just keep watching the video. We'll talk soon.
After doing it for 14 and a half hours, am I being unfair? Am I being too harsh?
A little bit. I would say a little bit. Should have played on Grounded. On Grounded, you'll beg for gifts. You'll beg for garbage that has one bullet. It's a different game.
I really don't feel like I am. I know that the visuals and animations are the best in the industry right now.
Subjectively.
I would never deny that. It is a fucking technical marvel that this game looks like this while running on a console that came out the year I looked like this. But I know deep down in my plums that the actual core gameplay would be criticized so much more if it wasn't for all this fancy eye candy. Just like with Red Dead 2, which I'm saying this fully aware that you can make that same claim about a lot of other really well-reviewed games. But again, with my Goopy Goblin situation, if I'm attracted to a game because of its gameplay...
Oh, there's health bars! Ew! I can turn this off, right? Ew! 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 Disgusting dead game.
Super Mario 64, or Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, or Left 4 Dead 2, or Metal Gear Solid 3, or Undertale. I don't care if the visuals look dated, because the actual core gameplay continues to be interesting and engaging. Remember, the first Last of Us is the exception to the Goopy Goblin gamer rule or whatever.
I know it's a game. But to me it's a story, it's a tale. It's a world created to be lived in, to be real. I don't want my gameplay mechanics overshadowing the experience of the world I'm in. You know what I mean? When I'm breathing as, say, Kratos in fucking Narnia, why the fuck do I want to see health bars? Just asking you. Because it's a game? I think it's hideous. To me, subjectively, I dislike that thoroughly. I think it pulls me out a little bit more.
What the hell is going
Subjectively.
on
You know, there is a time and place for health bars and ammo counters if it serves what's going on. If you're wearing a helmet and that helmet gives you all your features, you know, Master Chief's helmet shows his health and everything. Badass. That's awesome. It serves the universe. For me, the problem is when the game becomes too much of a game to where it sells you on the mechanics more than the story. And I know you could say, well, it's a game. Games should be fun. Very fucking valid, and that makes sense. It's a video game, not a movie. I like the idea of interactable universes. The idea of a story being told through video games. You know, like I can sit down and experience this as an individual. I'm playing in their story. But it is their story. To them, it's real. To them, it's like a real breathing place. Me as the character, I'm forced to see health bars. I'm forced to see things that are supposed to let the player enjoy the game, but then at the same time, kill the love of the universe. Kill the immersion of Kratos being in this world with his son, of whoever it may be, you know, Ellie being in this world with a bunch of strangers. You're forcing mechanics onto me that I personally dislike because they pull me out of the experience. They pull me out of the believability of these worlds. That, to me, is my number one problem, and that's just how I view games. I view games as an overall grand experience, a big story, tons of characters, cool shit. And if it is trying to tell a realistic story, awesome. I would even say I don't like Doom. No, I love Doom. Doom's great. But a lot of Doom, if it makes sense to you wearing the helmet, that's sick. If not, I don't need that. Bro's gonna hate Baldur's Gate 3. Well, that's more of like an RPG. I'm not saying every game needs to be that way. I'm saying for a game like The Last of Us, where it is so deeply grounded in the real world, very immersive. You know, Baldur's Gate's a fucking RPG. It's a turn-based like RPG thing. It doesn't need to be fucking realistic. It's turn-based. That's not realistic. That's more of a genre. That's more of a thing that you play and you're like, oh, the gameplay mechanics are cool. To me, The Last of Us, to me, Dead Space, to me, I guess we'll see soon, maybe God of War. You know, those things are more so experiences. They're you living in a world, doing things. Reviving every time you die, that is something you could say. Dead Space's UI is amazing. One of the best in gaming, period. That doesn't break immersion, and it perfectly sets up the gameplay mechanics as part of the world. How you see Isaac with his health, his ammunition, his inventory system, it's fucking perfection. That right there is like the perfect combination. One of the perfect combinations of like gameplay meets story and serves the universe. It doesn't pull you out in a second. The mini-map is a physical thing you plop onto the ground. Your inventory is something you and it pops up in the real world and you can die while using it. It's so good. So immersive. Health pack heat levels, that's pretty cool. I like that. I don't know how to put it, but there are games that prioritize gameplay mechanics with a universe to supplement it, and games that prioritize storytelling and have gameplay mechanics. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. For sure, you're right. And I think you just have to kind of disconnect yourself with the idea that The Last of Us, to me, is more of a game than it should be. Because it is an experience. It's like... No, Metro is beautiful, too. That's why I like those games so much. Metro is you pull out your backpack, you're looking at things, you're checking your watch. Everything feels like you're in the world of Metro. There is no health bars. There's no bullshit on your screen. I hate health bars. I hate super in-your-face gameplay mechanics. You know? The world is going to be as hard as it needs to be. I'm going to hack and slash you to get through you. It is what it is. Right? Like... I know it's a game, but it's just how I feel. Equimities. Sorry. Equanimities. 7-month resub. Thank you, sir. I played all the Metro games.
And sawdust. And like the first Last of Us with the pairing of Ellie and Joel, the engagement level for so many parts of Part 2 rely so heavily on relationships that I wanted to care about so bad but just couldn't, because honestly, it seems like the game couldn't even care. They just sidelined the fuck out of pregnant Dina.
Actually, I do agree with this. I agree that they should have dragged characters on more and had you care about them more and had some of the side ones involved a little bit more. I do agree with this. I do agree with this. I don't give a fuck. Like I said before, I don't really care about Mel. I don't really... Owen's a little bit more than Mel. Mel's whoever. Dina was awesome. Dina's so good in this game. Dina's really good for Ellie in this game. It's incredible. But she is kind of sidelined. She's just... You forget about her, almost. And I guess in a way, you know, when you really are on that destructive path, you just... Like, do you try to remember them at all? Like, to meet your end goal? I don't know.
Now, compared to characters like Tess or even Bill in the first game, Dina doesn't seem to have any thoughts or motivations that hold actual significant importance to the plot at all, other than bailing Ellie out of jail and blindly agreeing and supporting.
I actually thought Tess was boring as shit. Tess and Bill actually weren't... I think Dina was better than Tess and Bill. I think they had to let those characters breathe more. That was one of my big problems with the first game, was they present you with all these characters that are so different, but they don't let you breathe with them. They don't let you experience a little bit more of the world with them. They just kind of show up and they're gone. Number 2 does so much more with showing you characters, letting you breathe with the characters. That was one of my biggest gripes with the first game. It was too short. Yep, it was too short. In the first game, the pacing was just like, jump cut, jump cut, jump cut. It's like, let me breathe. Let me experience these people. You know, they show you Henry and his brother, and it's like, oh, they're dead now? Well, fuck, that was 2 minutes. And I guess in a world like that, you know, things do happen quickly, but, you know, you could have had scenes where you just sat around a campfire and just talked for like 20 minutes. I would have loved that. Personally, I would have loved that. That would have added so much more to those characters. But that's not for everyone. People are gamers, and, you know, you need gameplay things.
Goopy Goblin, Gamer Rule, or whatever the hell is going on up there. I don't fucking know. It's bees and sawdust. And like the first Last of Us with the pairing of Ellie and Joel, the engagement level for so many parts of Part 2 rely so heavily on relationships that I wanted to care about so bad, but just couldn't, because honestly, it seems like the game couldn't even care.
I'll say this. Manny don't really care so much. Mel don't really care. Owen. When it comes to Abby's side of the story, Abby's number 1. Everyone else around her doesn't... It's not like Joel. It's not like Tommy. It's not like Dina. It's not like Jesse. Ellie's side of the story has so much more compelling characters, cooler ones. You spend more time with them. You care more about their side. Like, Lev was good. No. Lev, the two kids you meet are great. Probably way better than Mel, way better than Owen. Way better than Manny. 100%.
They just sidelined the fuck out of pregnant Dina. Compared to characters like Tess or even Bill in the first game, Dina doesn't seem to have any thoughts or motivations that hold...
I like Dina. I thought Dina was great.
...importance to the plot at all, other than bailing Ellie out of jail and blindly agreeing and supporting Ellie all the time and saying shit like, you're so stupid, I love you, while Ellie maybe stops talking like Batman for maybe 5 seconds and plays Dina a song on the guitar. Like, what? And the icing on the cake is that after you literally disintegrate people during...
You know, there was a thing, I do agree that, like, you know, if you are on this big revenge quest, sitting down and kind of playing the guitar, I mean, it's brief. It's brief. It doesn't really mean anything in terms of survival, but... Yeah.
Combat, Dina will have the audacity to be like, did you recognize any of them? And Ellie will be like, no, fucker. And I'll be like, yeah! Could you literally recognize any of this? That man has been boiled down to a red paste all over the wall. There's too many songs on this double album that could basically be swapped out for one another because they're blank canvases that exist solely just to either die to serve the game's themes or keep the player company while they blow people's heads.
You know, I guess for the sake of characters, though, they're just people in the world. You know, they tag along. So I actually, crazy take. I thought Jesse was great. I don't think of the guy as anything much, but, like, I just feel for how bad he was strewn along and then kind of just, like, thrown away like trash thanks to Ellie. You know what I mean? I guess in a way he is saying that. They don't really have too much going on. But characters in games don't really need to have that much. And, you know, for the sake of you, like, oh my god, Jesse's dead, I was like, oh shit. But did I really, really, really care? Not really. I think they didn't spend enough time with characters to kind of develop them enough. Dina, 100% care about. Abby, care about. Ellie, care about. Joel, care about. Tommy, care about. Everyone else, maybe not so much. Maybe not so much. You know, Jesse, you're like, oh shit. Sorry, dude. Sorry you had to be here. You know, good guys do finish last. But like, yeah, that's a valid point. I said the same thing about the first game.
Canvases that exist solely just to either die to serve the game's themes, or
yeah, I agree to this a little bit for sure. I do.
Heads off because this is still Gears of War, like especially Mel.
Yeah. Oh my, Mel is. I don't care. I don't care. I will agree. Mel was so boring. Who the Mel? You're pregnant and you're out killing people. Get the hell back home. Titty Sprinkle, 25 months. Thank you.
It's an 8-month pregnant woman.
Yeah, this was
deployed out into the field.
That was. I don't know why.
Cultists or fucking zombies. Like
that was a bit weird. No, I agree with that. No.
It's so ridiculous that not only someone that is 8 months pregnant, 8 months, but a pregnant medic. Like a valued, super valued member of that type of
I agree.
society.
No, this I 100% agree with.
Chandler, homie is squirting and farting everywhere. It is not safe outside. And even with all of these criticisms, I'm still slightly conflicted because at the same time, the game can succeed at getting me to like some characters like Yara and Lev.
Yeah, they're great. Those are great.
And Lev a lot once they were paired up and got going. Their chemistry is fucking great and is that typical Naughty Dog good that you have come to expect.
For sure.
With all these games, because it's basically the same recipe from the first game that came out in 2013 without being...
I guess a little bit. There is a bit of a retread.
Owen was okay. Jesse seemed cool, I guess. Even Manny and Mel were like, whatever. They're fine. I haven't even mentioned Isaac.
Isaac is a nobody. This guy's a fucking nobody.
Video, if that tells you how important he actually is to the
yeah, this guy's a nobody.
Barring the flashback,
that guy's a nobody.
There's not a single scene or gameplay moment in part 2 involving any of the new characters that emotionally sniped my butt like the fully realized character development of Ellie and Joel did in the first game that was not only seen as a spectator but felt as a player. Those flashbacks were the most compelling moments for me by far.
I literally said that too. The flashbacks were the most compelling thing. That they show the heart, they show the connection, they show the people, you know, interacting instead of like out in the field killing people and stuff like that. This was some of the best shit in these games. We needed more of this. Like the Last of Us 1 was too short. Last of Us 1 was too short. Last of Us 2 I was hoping would have been, you know, they did have these flashback sequences. I did like them. But you know, he's right though. They present you with characters that you're not really, you don't care. You kind of don't care. Yeah, they do kind of just show up to push the story along and, you know, die for whatever reason, but I still felt for some of them, for sure. Specifically Jesse more than like the other nobodies.
Because for me, that was the compelling thing for the entirety of Part 1's experience as a video game. So for me, after the credits rolled on Part 2, the most interesting aspect of this entire sprawling-ass, giant-ass game about love and hate and cycles of violence and war and revenge and loss and forgiveness is easily the conversation of, okay, Ellie has known about Joel's lie for a while now and was finally starting to forgive Joel the night before he died. And Ellie still chose to go do all this extremely heinous shit that you as the player are forced to act out after Joel's death. And how should not only Ellie, but you feel about it all? Basically, okay, so what was the point of it all? I didn't want to do any of this. I didn't want to kill and torture Nora with a pipe. I didn't want to drown Abby, even though I feel like it makes way more sense narratively for Ellie to kill her, given all of her fucking murders. I didn't even want to kill Vita Girl. But none of that matters at the end of the day, because this is Ellie's hollow and inconsistent story of violent actions and motivations, not mine. The game made that extremely crystal clear as frequently as possible. I have nothing and want nothing to do with it. Ellie is the true villain of this story because she's become such a selfish, short-sighted, immature, and just
She is a villain.
evil shithead. Which I think is kind of the point, right?
Yep.
That Joel, her father,
Titty Sprinkle, thank you.
made her this way with his own violent actions and lies and deception. You know, the whole cycle of violence thing that keeps spinning around that Abby finally broke out of when she decided.
Yeah, Abby. Yeah, exactly.
Lev's influence, and Ellie finally broke out of after having a miraculous flashback while drowning someone. If the point was to intentionally transform a character I once admired into a despicable piece of shit without fully...
I actually don't even hate Ellie. I don't even hate Ellie. I mean, imagine losing your father figure. Imagine losing, like, I mean, it's... Ellie, technically, she is kind of, the villain, a little bit. You know, but... I mean, in her own way, I feel bad for, knowing where she came from to where she ends up. You feel bad for her. That she would go down that path. That she would stop at nothing to kind of get revenge, and then in the end, She also blames herself. I suppose so, yeah, with her telling off Joel.
Being a mindless, outdated, and cowardly third-person shooter, then I really only have one fucking thing left to say. In The Last of Us 1, I became Joel. In The Last of Us Left Behind, I became Ellie.
Yeah.
In The Last of Us Part 2, I became disappointed.
If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. I think it was great. I think it was great. I like the second game. I agree and disagree with points. It's just a different tale to tell. It's like that whole dual perspective of like the same coin, two sides, right? Like, yeah, they look different, but it's the same damn coin. Yeah, some good points. No, you're right. Yeah, I agree. I think the biggest points for me were the characters. I feel like this game should have been longer. It should have dragged out, really showing off a few people and having you care about them. I don't think there should be options, no. I don't think there should be any options. Because then what would Game 3 be? The Last of Us Part 2 is... There will be one more game. Mark my words, there will be one more game, and Ellie's going to die. I feel like through all of this, Ellie is just... I don't think she'll... No, she's going to die. I think there will be. What's Part 3 about? We have no clue. Maybe how Ellie kind of goes around and survives in the world, the end of her tale. Maybe getting back with Dina and trying to like reconnect everything she threw away. I don't know. There's no way they make a Part 3. I think they will. You're gonna love Fear and Hunger. Wasn't canceled. I think there will be a Part 3. At the very end of 2, I wasn't entirely satisfied. Same thing with the end of 1. It felt like something was missing, some sort of like final confrontation, some final conclusion to everything. And at the very end of 2, you do fight Abby, and yeah, you come to your senses and you're like, okay, what the fuck have I been doing this whole time? Is that really it, though? She just lost everything and she wanders off into a dead world as a very hollowed out person with nothing left, and then she dies alone? Surely that's not the end of Abby. Or not Abby, sorry, Ellie. You got yourself a fan. I believe Donkey's view will align more with yours. Yeah, we can take a look at it. I think, you know what? He made good, valid points. I think, for the sake... I can't even argue about a gamer complaining about the game being boring in terms of gameplay, because you are a gamer. You want to enjoy the game you play, and it's a game. Press buttons, shoot things. Everyone likes games for their own reasons. I play games very gameplay-driven, but I do really like the storied games, and when I play them... I want to feel incredibly immersed. I want to feel like I'm in the journey with these characters. So, I disagree with some points, but I do agree with a lot as well. And, one of the big ones, though, for sure is the characters. I don't think they nailed the characters 100% in this game. They present you with characters that kind of just don't matter. Again, they exist in the world, but, like, they don't make you feel And you're supposed to kind of feel for them. You know, when you play as Abby, you're supposed to feel for Owen, but Owen's like a robot. I can feel, I guess, for the loss that Abby has, but not really as Owen as a character. Abby, get over here. Abby, I will have sex with you now. Ah! You know, and then it's, I don't know, something about the characters didn't really hammer home 100%, but like, too many and most didn't get developed well. I will agree. There was a lot of characters, but they didn't get the full treatment. And I don't think they could ever get the full treatment, but if they did, how insane would that be? Imagine if you cared for the characters like you did Arthur or any of the gang members in Red Dead. Because you fucking feel for those characters. You fucking feel for the Vanderlyn gang. You do. That's something that I've never seen in games. You feel for these people so much. You cry for them. I fucking shed tears for the characters in Red Dead. Like, that's the shit that I think this game, I agree with, didn't hammer home enough. But regardless, this game still is a 9.5. This game is a 9.5. I think it is. It's everything presented in this game is just very good. But, you know, you can have things you don't like. I really like The Last of Us 1 and 2. 9.5 collectively. Is this game better than Red Dead 2? You know what's interesting? I think they're very similar. I actually think The Last of Us has much better gameplay than Red Dead, but the way the characters are handled in Red Dead, I like more than this game. And I guess it's not fair to make comparisons that way, just because, like, Red Dead is what it is, it's its own game. The Last of Us is what it is, it's its own game. But, like, the way they went about characters and just, I don't know, making you care, man. Like, Red Dead, again, the best word for that was romanticized. A lot of things in Red Dead are romanticized. They're hammed up. The experience of Red Dead is very, like jaw-dropping, like, bonkers crazy. And it works for Red Dead. It's a crazy fucking story. It's the West, whatever. For the sake of The Last of Us, it's grounded, it's real, it's gritty. There is no romanticizing anything in this game. It is misery, is what this game is. It's real life. Red Dead is not so much real life. Like, it is, but it's not. Red Dead is better than this, in my opinion. Yes, Red Dead is better than this game, but this game is very good. Roachface, 19 months, thank you, sir. Haters were hoping for Tobias to hate these games, but I respect the world that it's... I respect the story and the world that it's set in. I don't hate this game at all. It serves the universe and it serves the characters well. You're just along for their journey. A lot more to play to the fantasy of cowboy and western, whereas The Last of Us feels like it plays a lot less attention to the systems and just has a story. I don't think so. I played on Grounded. I truly felt like everything was hopeless. I felt like I was stuck in the middle of fuck all nowhere on a journey that eventually led me nowhere. And I think, for the sake of the gameplay, on Grounded, I have to say on Grounded, I can't speak for any other difficulty, I think it served it perfectly. Tomorrow is Outer Wilds. Jazz, 7-month resub, thank you. I'm glad you like the game even though I dislike it. That's fine, man. Hey, everyone has their own opinions. Totally fine. Best rated game was Red Dead. We can watch Donkey's review, yeah. Dude, Red Dead is just, oh my god. That game is masterpiece. Red Dead is amazing. Red Dead is amazing. The only thing Red Dead I think needed to make the game fucking perfection is to give it whatever The Last of Us had in terms of its gameplay. Oh my god. No, Red Dead's an open world game. The Last of Us is a linear story. What I'm trying to say is, though, they're very immersive. Yeah, like as you said, they're immersive. The Last of Us has none of that. It's a linear story. And I like that. That's awesome. I have no problem with linear stories. It's just the story they wanted to tell. It's the game they wanted to make. You know, Red Dead, to me, you know, even though it has all of those open-worldy aspects, and I did explore and do things, to me it still felt a little linear, because you were trying to make the most of your gang's you know, existence. You tried to go make money for them. You tried to keep them afloat. You followed what Dutch wanted you to. You know, there are side quests. There are people that you meet along the way that show Arthur's humanity. And it's just, it's a little more open-ended, for sure. Obviously, you have multiple endings. You have, you know, low honor, high honor, whatever it may be. But it still serves, you know, the idea that, like, you're out there, you're a gang member, and you're trying to make money. That's the linearity, I suppose, the plot. And then eventually the betrayal and all that stuff. But, you know, I like both the games, and I like them for what they are. I'm not going to say, like, you know, it's a one-to-one same thing, and these games are, like, one and the same. You know, one's an open-world linear-ish game, the other one's just a linear, non-open-worlded game. Oh, they're the same, but they're both grounded, they're both just incredible in their own ways. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? I feel like I'm yapping. Pawn Drip with a Prime. Thanks, man. Red Dead people react to you if you're a terrible or good person. Last of Us, no one cares what decisions you make, so it's less impactful when you mow people down. I don't think that has anything to do with each other, though. Why should the apocalypse care about you? I don't think you're meant to mow people down in this game. You're not meant to do it. You're not meant to kill people in this game, though. You're not meant to kill people. You're only just trying to get by. Yeah, you're only trying to get by. You're not really, like, I don't know. No one's going to even know who the fuck you are until they see you. And they're like, who's this? The girl? Oh, okay. Or, you know, they hear of you in passing, I suppose. They always yap about that. They're like, oh my god, it's the girl, get her. But, I mean, you're just, I don't know. It's not that complicated. I think once you view The Last of Us as a movie game where it isn't really about the gameplay, but more of the journey, more of the storytelling, more of the narrative of, like, fuck everyone, get to Abby, then it feels a bit different. Because, you know, I don't think you go about every encounter trying to kill everybody. I don't think that's what it is. It shows 120 seconds above the timer, but it doesn't add anything. We'll look into it, man. That is so stupid. You don't have to kill people in this game, but Neil Druckmann wants you to. Well, it is a game, but that doesn't mean you have to do it. Just because they present you with options doesn't mean you have to take them. I think a lot of this stems from the difficulty. I hate to say it, but I feel like you were robbed of an experience if you played on anything below grounded. I hate to say that. I don't want to sound like an elitist. I sound like an elitist, but, like, I feel like you were robbed of an experience if you didn't play on grounded. You never got the sense of the apocalypse. You never got the sense of, like, how crucial it is to get through these scenarios without conflict. There's enough walls to make your argument null. What? I agree, I've never played it, but seeing you play it, you're right. It is magnified tenfold, it is. You know, I feel like on easier difficulties, this game is not the same. It doesn't hit the same. It doesn't hit the same. Like, yeah, you could say this game wants you to kill people if you play it on easier difficulties, which I think actually doesn't serve the story at all. I think that goes against the story entirely. Patience and time. Well, I don't know. I like drawn out things. I like storied games that, again, let the world breathe. They create this universe, The Last of Us, an alternate reality where, like, a fungus epidemic happens and people are infected. And that's the world I'm living in when I play this game. It's very immersive. Every aspect of this game feels like you're in it. You're a streamer, you can go as far as your enjoyment takes you. Other people just want to experience the game and move on. But so do I. I want to experience the game and move on. I don't want to sit here and play a game forever. I want to experience the game as it's presented to me and then be done. I don't want to keep playing it. People have jobs. People have less free time than me, you could say. And, you know, in their free time, they do want to experience something. But it isn't about rushing through a game because you want to see the ending. If you want to truly appreciate things, you have to slow down and let the game breathe. You have to slow down and let these things that they've given you actually kind of mellow out a bit. You can't just rush through the game because I have no free time. I mean, you're not going to enjoy it then. Like, no shit. You won't. Right? Like, if you get into The Last of Us 2, why the fuck would you want to breeze through the game? You're not really appreciating it, right? You're not really letting it do its thing. If you have a few hours a night, you know, give it a chance. You'll play the game for like a week. We played the game for a week. And Talafi, thank you, man, for the 32. Last of Us is 9.5. Because you don't have time? Well, all I'm saying is, he says I can enjoy the game more because I have more time. But, like, what? How you enjoy things is up to you. If you say I don't enjoy this because I don't have a lot of time, I mean, maybe you're just trying to rush through the game and not really let it do its thing. I've seen people that don't like Minecraft because they don't want to discover recipes. Well, that's their fault. That's up to them. Like, if you don't have time to experience things as to what they're presented to you, you know, just play like League or something. You know, it's like you're getting mad at what the game's presenting you. You're like, I don't have time, but it's like, that's the game. 59 months, Lenox, thanks, man. Anything is better than League. Wow. On easier difficulties, you feel like you're Master Chief, and that takes away from the atmosphere and the Yeah, no, you're right. That's what I'm saying. That point of view is not popular to sell games. No, I agree. You know what? You're right, man. I actually do agree. I think the number one thing is, if you purchase a game, if you read a book, if you do anything, you should try and take in as much as you can with that experience. You should really try to let the experience dictate everything, because it's someone else's work, and you're experiencing someone else's work. You know, respect it for what it is, disagree, agree, but don't go against what they're giving you. Understand that what you buy, you're putting your faith in someone else's storytelling, someone else's idea of gameplay, someone else's idea of world building and all that stuff. You're there for the journey. However long that takes for you to fully see their vision, essentially is up to you. You know, if you want to rush through it, you won't appreciate it as much, I think. But you're right, though. You know, people want satisfaction. People want to buy a game and play it and not think too much, I suppose. You know, there's games for that, for sure. No, you don't have to agree with their vision at all, but you have to experience their vision, and then at the end of it all, you could be like, man, that fucking sucked cock, or man, that was good. You don't have to agree with anything they have to say. But if you buy their game, it's their vision. It's their experience that they're giving you, that you're a part of. So at least try to view it, you know, just be more open-minded with what you're seeing. And by the end of it, you know, I liked it or I hated it. They don't want to search for what to do. Oh, there's a lot of weird things in games. I mean, Pathologic is not a game for everyone. Pathologic truly is trust the process and let the people cook. That game is not perfection, but, like, it really is a fucking weird game. Pathologic is so bizarre. That is... that's a hard game to enjoy, I think, for, like, the average person. That is weird. If you're a gamer, don't play Pathologic. That is... Whoa. Do you feel like this game showed that a lot of people are unable to empathize with people who aren't like them? I think what this game shows you is that everyone matters in their own way. Everyone is, like, dealing with their own problems. Everyone has their own struggles. And just because you don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't matter. Right? Like, you have to really think about everybody in this world. The last of us, the last of humanity. What do we have left? Who are we? As individuals. You know, everyone's got something going on. Maybe not. Well, even clickers. You kind of look at a clicker and you're like, man, this used to be a person. Fuck. That's grim. How people reacted to it. I just don't see it the same way. I'm not like... I like characters, but I understand characters need to die for things to happen. I want Arthur to live. He was amazing. Arthur was awesome. Arthur had so many heart moments, or heartfelt moments throughout the story where you're like, dude, he's doing so good. Arthur is, like, really turning himself around. Like, yeah, I know he mowed down a bunch of good people. I know he's robbed 50 trains. I know he's got tuberculosis. I hope he lives. But people do have to die in games. Things happen. And, you know, for the sake of Joel going... Joel needed to die, but I don't entirely agree with how he went out. Maybe? How revenge was bad. It's just, I don't know. Revenge destroyed her life. Revenge destroyed Ellie's existence. She lost everything. Everyone around her suffered because of her. I think it was great. I think it's really just like, if you're not willing to forgive and move on sometimes, look what will end up happening to you and those around you. Revenge destroyed John Marston too. It kills you. And those you love. I thought it was fine. I don't know, I don't hate this game. No, you're good, bro. No, you're good. Everyone's got valid points. Listen, we all enjoy games differently. Don't think what you're saying isn't valid. You know what you know. I know what I know. We like what we like. And, you know, at the end of the day, we all enjoy something different. Or something similar. You're good, man. John Marston went after Micah. And because of that, you know, actually, him going after Micah and the Pinkertons catching on. Yeah, that was. But why would you not go after Micah? That guy's a fucking freak. So we're not trying to spoil the game, but... having your consciousness still trapped in the infected body. That's what I thought. I think once the clicker takes over, you're gone. And it's the fungus controlling you, but maybe your consciousness is still there even though your brain's rotted away. I think your consciousness is still in there as you're the second stage infected. My gripe is that Ellie still has zero reason to spare Abby. What will it... I don't know. You know what? Sorry, let me use the bathroom real quick. I really have to go. I'm going to run ads for about 3 minutes. I will be back in less than 5. All right, so we'll do that. I'll pause the timer. And I will be right back, okay? Real quick, BRB. All right, I'm back. I used the bathroom. Ugh. I used the bathroom! Why is everyone's mad at each other now? I leave for 2 seconds. Well, watch the donkey video. Which one is it? Everyone's angry about this game. I don't know why. I don't really understand the absolute hatred of this game. I do think it doesn't deserve the hate that it gets. Sorry, Tyler won The Last of Us 2. So what do you want me to look at? Tyler on The Last of Us 2.
Who the fuck's gonna do that? Play through the game again with all of the upgrades and equipment obtained from a previous... Who the fuck's ever gonna play this piece of shit again, you fucking retards? The audacity of them to even add that at the end of the game. The absolute audacity. Wow. Insane. Yeah, it's really done. It's really done. That's really it.
I like this game. I don't know, man.
What a steaming hot piece of shit. Okay, first things first, let me say this. Okay, I understand Ellie not actually killing her at the end because she was in such a shitty spot and it's like so like not satisfying. But
yeah.
Why would the devs even do that? Why would the devs even put Abby in that position so Ellie couldn't even get her like moment or ever? She gets no moment during the game ever. Nobody gets a
moment because that's the world. That's the world you live in. It's fucking cruel. There ain't no extravagant finale sometimes. Things just are shitty. I don't know, man. I do believe that for the sake of games, they should give you some conclusion. Right? But like, I don't know. I think everyone...
It's a moment, except for Abby. Like, so I don't understand why the devs themselves would even put Abby in the position to not give Ellie that. Like, that would satisfy everybody. It'd be insane. Why not just do that? Like, why?
I do believe that. To be fair,
she actually loses the trade. She loses her fingers, and Abby loses nothing in that trade. That makes no sense. If anything, she could have fought Abby, and then I don't know what the fucking other kid's gonna do. He'll probably come for revenge on fucking Ellie, right? That's what he would do. Honestly, just fucking kill them both. But whatever.
Loses the trade. Bad trade.
I understand why, with what they shipped out, why Ellie doesn't kill Abby. I understand that. But I don't understand why Abby was put like that in the first place. Like, come with the devs. Are you fucking stupid? Secondly, this entire game was such a waste of fucking time. And don't you ever dare in your life even think about making a third one. This shit was so sad. It was so pathetic to play. There was no progress made on anywhere. No progress. You're sitting there running back and forth. They're already dead. By the time you get there, they're already dead. Okay, nice. So finally, in an impactful trade, even, this is retarded, but even when Ellie and the big bitch fight, and she kills Tommy, not even Tommy dies. So it's like, that didn't even stay. Now, should Tommy have died? No, I'm not. Of course not. Of course not. You shouldn't have had to play as fucking Abby anyway. Why? Oh my god.
You know what it culminated in? Everyone losing everything. That's what the story was at the very end. Everyone losing everything. The story was them starting with something and literally finishing with nothing. It almost went in reverse. Right? Look where Ellie was in her life. She could have went back to Jackson. She could have had literally like an existence with her girlfriend and everything. Yeah, like it's you just being, you destroy yourself. That's really what it was. You get things slowly stripped away from you.
We play as Abby for so long. Why was I forced to beat the shit out of?
Oh, you think it needs to be louder?
Or beat the shit out of Ellie as Abby. What the fuck? And then why don't I get that in return? Like, what the fuck? And somebody else mentioned it earlier, way better. This whole game, I didn't really... This whole game is a fucking message, dude. It's retarded. Kill off all the male characters. to keep the female. I don't. Somebody's got to say it at this point. To keep all the fucking female characters. The sex scenes were. I mean, I don't give a fuck about
what.
I don't give a fuck about sex or kissing or all this shit. But it's out of place, and it's just out of place. It doesn't make any. You just.
It's about humanity. It's about showing that people need to live their lives, and it's just people. It's just people living. It's people living. That's what it is. That's really what it is. You know, I like the sex scenes. I like the kissing. I like that stuff. I'm not like, oh my god, I'm gooning, it's the best. But it shows you that there's more to life than just the apocalypse. People have to live. People have to do things. You know, people do things. They're people. They're humans. You got to show that side of them. It makes you connect with them more, right? Like, I'm not saying that, oh my god, the sex scenes are goated. What I'm saying is, that stuff in itself will make you care more about these characters, showing their love and what they care for, you know, what they do with their time, right? These aren't just robots. These are people in a world. The sex scenes were still forced. I don't think so. I don't think so. They did random things to humanize the characters. It was not organic. Do you think Dina and Ellie weren't organic? Because those two were great. Those two were awesome. Owen and Abby, I don't care about Owen. I don't really care about Owen, to be honest. Dina and Ellie were great together. Those two were awesome. They were great. I thought it was good. All of Dina's dialogue was cringe. I don't think so. I didn't think it was, personally. I'm going to keep saying I don't, because it's my opinion. I'm not saying it's yours, but I liked it. Dina was a horny pothead at the start of the game. Well, that's what they were, though. I mean, it's not like... That's what the character is. What do you want to say? Like, oh, you can't do this. It's forced. Well, are we forcing the character to have sex? I don't know. Like, I didn't think it was out of place at all. She was flirting the entire game while they're on a revenge murder mission. She's there for Ellie. She doesn't feel the weight of what Ellie felt. Ellie's more into it. Dina's there for, like, you know, the support for her. You know, things do start off pretty tame, and then by the end of it, they're not smiling, they're not kissing, they're not really having that much fun. You know? So it may not feel like something in the beginning because it didn't go anywhere yet. Once shit gets amped up and, you know, she takes an arrow and all this other shit goes down, like, yeah, they're not too happy. It's like the calm before the storm. You know, what they do before everything hits the fan. And again, they're people. I mean, they like each other. Why wouldn't they just go kiss and try to fuck in their free time? I don't know. I'm not saying it's the whole damn game. They're not sitting there having sex like, oh, look at me, smoke the weed and... Like, it's like a tender moment, and then you just forget about it. That's it. It's a little fleeting moment in their journey. So, that's, yeah. I don't know.
Just add it to add it.
I don't think anything was really forced.
It was really cringy. I don't give a fuck who has sex. Like, girl, guy, girl, I don't care. Like, guy, your hand and you, I don't care. I don't give a fuck. But that was so lazy. And then you're forced to, like, do all these... Now, that's not even talking about the fucking gameplay, right? I mean, I don't give a fuck about the gameplay. But we're the gameplay... So, let's just add that from story. Let's just call it there for story. Pathetic. Story, 0 out of 10, doesn't make any fucking sense. The playthrough of the story was fucking retarded. You should feel ashamed of yourselves. You should be ashamed, devs. Ashamed that we waited so long for this piece of shit. You should feel ashamed. Secondly, let's talk about gameplay for a minute. Whatever, it was the same old standard bullshit gameplay. This shit was trash. Controller's garbage. Terrible. Clunky. Fucking garbage. Dog shit. Glitchy. People... There was actually so many goddamn...
I love the gameplay. I loved the gameplay because the gameplay served the story and served the universe. I can accept... I love the gameplay of Death Stranding because it served the story. That's the story. I really like the gameplay of that game. He played it on easy for sure. You need to just the difficulty really makes The Last of Us. He played it on 30 FPS when it was released. Was it really 30 FPS?
It's in the game, but people don't even fucking realize it because they're too busy bitching out the story. Seriously, how many times did I bug and I'm climbing up a ladder and it's not even fucking
fair enough.
there?
Yeah, fair enough.
Right?
Fair
I'm
enough.
bashing
Fair
a skull in the wall and it's just air. Then randomly the guy dies. It's a fucking. It's like an early access game. We waited 7 years for. It was like EA, man. Nobody even noticed that shit though because of the story. You understand? I don't like how stupid the characters were. There was no you would develop characters and then at the very end they do something completely opposite. Like what the fuck?
Really?
When for instance the map incident where Abby somehow found the map. You're telling me Tommy? Okay, I understand Ellie might forget the map on the ground. I mean, because it's her first time killing a pregnant person, right? So Ellie might, she would never forget. But let's just give you the benefit of the doubt and say that she forgot. Let's just say that Ellie forgot her map. Tommy is not a dumbass. Not on a million years would Tommy ever forget that, and it's right by her feet. They're not stupid.
I'd have to go
They're
back.
Not stupid enough to get.
I'd have to go back and check that. Tommy dropped his and Joel's real names. I actually chalk that up to something different. I think the whole name situation, to me, is them getting comfortable. That I'd have to go back and see. I don't remember this too well. Was this in the aquarium? I would say, I would just say they're comfortable. Preach on, brother one. Preach on.
Bald like that. Like, it is the same way earlier in the game when Joel and Tommy, again, were apparently the biggest fucking idiots.
Well, comfortable with people. Comfortable with people. You know, Joel going back and living with Tommy, them kind of just being happy in their town. You know, I think they just got too comfortable being around people, maybe. I mean, Tommy, to be fair, was with people the whole time. Joel, not so much. But I mean, him having his brother back might have changed him a little bit. They were 4 years in a community. Yeah, that's a long time. I don't know. I didn't see that as something problematic. I thought that was just... I don't know. No, not that one in particular. This whole map thing, I'd have to look back at it again. But again, these games aren't perfect. I'm not here to glaze every instance of this game because it's not perfect at all.
In the game...
But, you know, there are minor things that you can slightly overlook, but still they're problematic. Every game has it.
Followed random people, 10 or fucking 2 random people into a fucking trap, and Joel died. Bullshit. Joel's damn near 60 years old. He survived for 40 fucking years. 30, 40 years of Apocalypse being that dumb? Oh, get the fuck out.
The thing, I don't know. I view that differently. Like, in a way, sure, I get that. It's just... But he lived in a QZ zone. He lived in misery. He lived in fear. He lived with the purpose of survival. Right? And then once he finally found Ellie and saved Ellie, his arc is over. He's no longer that survivalist in my eyes. He's more of like a... Still is, obviously, still is. He goes out and does things. But, like, he got really comfortable. He's happy. He's happy. Dude, he walks up to Ellie. He's like, hey, you know, I played this. Here's a joke. Here's this. He got very comfortable. Not with strangers in the first. No, I guess, to be fair, it could be anything. That's how I view it, at least. That's how I view it. I don't think it's, you know, like, nothing is perfect, but I don't view that as kind of a big problematic thing. So, I don't know.
Oh, get the fuck out of here. Are you... Really? So you're gonna throw all that away and have Joel be a fucking retard? No way. Absolutely not. And then Tommy, his brother, who's an equal? Absolutely not.
They're smart guys, though.
Absolutely
They
not.
are, for sure.
No. It's so lazy. That's so pathetic. It's absolutely lazy. It's a scapegoat to give Abby a way to find him. Or to start a really cringe storyline with all female leads came out of nowhere. I don't think Abby was in the trailer. She was the main character.
What is this guy on about, bro?
Man. It's just
what
insane.
the
Just
hell?
don't bother. I swear, don't bother. I'll put the company under if you dare develop LO3. I promise you.
There should be a third game.
I will ruin you. You hear me? Mark my words. Don't you bother. Fucking give me rights to the game. I'll make it my fucking self. Terrible. Now,
there should be a third game.
Development, gameplay, storytelling. What do we give this game? This would be the all-time a second game in this series from how good the first one was.
I feel like people really gluck the first game, when I view the first game as a little bit shallow. I actually think the second game is the better one of the two. I think the story that the first game portrays is excellent, but it wouldn't... The first game... I would say, in a way... I mean, it's enriched by the second game. They complement each other pretty well, in my opinion. In my opinion. The story isn't very complex. I mean, obviously not. The characters are the most important thing. That's an insane take. It's just... Joel and Ellie are the most important people in that story. The story of The Last of Us isn't very complex. It's compelling, but it's not like groundbreakingly profound. Neither is the second game, but the second game adds so much more to it, in my opinion. It complements the first game pretty well. Like, it's just, you deliver a girl to the Fireflies and you save her. The game, bye-bye. You could say the second game, it's revenge. Forgiveness, whatever, but you see a lot more to the second game than you do the first game. The first game is very simple. It tells a very simple story. There isn't much going on. It's excellent for what it is. I actually think they didn't do enough with the first game. I don't think they did enough with the first game at all, to be honest. I think the pacing of the first game pissed me off the most, more than the second game. The pacing of the first game, everything is just a blip. It's a blip, it's a blip, it's a blip, it's a blip. They fucking jump cut to every location. They jump cut every fucking person you meet. They jump cut everything to get to the end of the story in the first game, in my opinion. And, you know, for the time that the game came out, sure. You know, they don't really develop these slow burns. I'm sure around 20, whatever it came out as. But if they would have just given the first game a little bit more time to breathe and to show the experiences with Joel and Ellie, or with like the characters you meet along the way, I mean, that game would have been so much better. You know, you need those tender, heartfelt moments to care about these people. And I do think the second game is better than the first game. I do think it is. It shows a lot more of the world. It shows a lot more of the people. You know, the first game is really about Joel's arc. The first game is Joel, the second game is Ellie taking to Joel's death. That's what it is. I don't think we needed Joel in the second game at all. I like that he's there, but, you know, you really do feel that departure. He really isn't even a character in the second game, and that kind of, that's an issue in my opinion. You know, I think a lot of people would agree that, like, Joel wasn't really a character at all. Initially in the second game, he shows up and dies, and then you kind of slowly get the flashbacks, and you're like, damn, I miss Joel. But his story was done. Joel's story is done. You can't drag that on. I think both of these games complement each other pretty well. I like them a lot.
To this game right here, this might be the worst, the actual...
You said it yourself, the best parts of the game are the flashbacks? Well, for the sake of the heartfelt moments and kind of character development, you really do see so much of the characters in the flashbacks. They're amazing. They're amazing. And I think you needed more of that, not in flashbacks, but in breathing and living in the moment. Why not have segments where Joel and Ellie are reminiscing by a fire, or Joel and Ellie are, you know, talking with Henry and stuff like that? Like, you get a little bit of it, but to me it just feels like ADHD, hurry up and get this game over with. That's kind of what the first game reminded me of. It is still about getting Ellie to the Fireflies. You have a goal in mind. You have to get there. You have to finish it. But how you get there feels a little bit, again, jump cutty. So, yeah. Anyways, let's hang on.
Truly, no bullshit. This might be one of the worst games I've ever played. And I'm not even kidding. from everything around. I swear it. I actually swear it. This might be one of the worst variety games I've ever played in my 4 years of being a streamer. And if it was a standalone game, and the first game wasn't, like, if I didn't play...
This game is, I would say this is one of the best games I've played. Both the stories, I don't know, I think it's great. I think it's good. I think it's good. I'm going to die on that hill, and I think people will die with me, so God bless you. But, you know, wait till he plays Resident Evil 6.
First game,
I don't think, this has been years, but you know what I mean.
But playing the first one and setting it up to this one was such a fucking letdown. It's disgusting. And you honestly don't even have the fucking graphics factor because it's played on fucking shitty-ass console, shitty 60 FPS, fucking shitty loading screens. Oh my god! After you would die a certain amount of time, it would bug, and the tip screen after your death would still be in the middle of the screen.
Really?
7 years. 7 years. Oh, it's 30 FPS. Oh my god. 7 years. This is one of the worst variety games I've ever played in my life. No shit. I'm not even kidding. No bullshit. All things considered, I'm not fucking kidding. I'll give it a fucking 1 out of 10. I'll give it a...
I think it should have played it on Grounded. I think if you're more of a storied player, if you can kind of just experience the world from, like, you know, an unbiased opinion, an unbiased perspective, right? Just put yourself in their shoes, how the world is existing, how things are in their setting, how these characters go about their day. I'm not saying, you know, overlook all these problems with the game, but I think it's a pretty well-crafted experience. I think it's a well-crafted universe. I think the characters are great. Nothing's perfect, but... Anyways. I think 1 out of 10! So which Last of Us video? There's 2 of them. There's a 20-minute one and a 7-minute one. Which one? Snoop Dogg reacting to weed. Musty Butt, hello, sir. 93 months at tier 3. Thank you, man. The 7-minute one. You got it. And Musty Butt with the tier 3, dude. Thank you as always. Tier 3s ain't no joke.
All good things come in twos. Jaws 2, Garfield 2, Knack 2. So obviously Last of Us 2 was destined to be a masterpiece until the plot got leaked. Then the internet decided that this game was no good.
These spoilers basically show you that the game is not worth buying.
This game is shaping up to be a complete dumpster fire, dude. Like, people are canceling their pre-orders left and right.
I won't be buying Last of Us 2.
You have betrayed the fan base.
What? The Lulu? What, they betrayed the fan base for telling the story that they wanted to tell? Just because people like a character means you have to keep them around, even if it serves no point in the story whatsoever at all? Joel doesn't matter. The world of The Last of Us doesn't care about who lives and dies. Joel, I don't know, it's just, his arc is done, bro. They were false advertising in trailers. You know what's interesting? We saw the trailer for The Last of Us 2, and I thought that was a really clever thing. That was really, really, really clever. I really liked that trailer, where they showed Ellie talking about the people she's killed and everything and revenge. And, you know, she's playing the guitar, and then Joel walks up, and, you know, he's like, "Are you ready to go?" She's like, "Yeah, I'm going to kill every one of them." That's an amazing trailer. That is such a subversion of, like, what it actually is. Like, it is that. The release one is misleading. Is it really? Because you played the game and then saw it? But if I saw that and then played the game, I'd be like, damn. We'll watch that trailer.
I don't even want to fucking play.
I'll watch the trailer.
And
I'll watch it.
It's quite fitting that both Halo 5 is dog shit, and so is Last of Us 2.
It doesn't fucking matter if the game is out or not. The story is still dog shit.
And this is why you have to actually play a video game. before you start talking all that shit. Of course, these guys are small potatoes. Now me, I'm the dude off of Ratatouille. You can get past these guys, but the only way to get past me is to put Donkey Kong in the game. What sucks about always putting out great stuff is that people come to expect the impossible from you. The original Last of Us was a very good game, and one that has been very influential on this generation of story-driven games. However, compared to this game, it is like a dog's chew toy. Uncharted 4 took Last of Us and slam dunked it into the fucking garbage can. Bigger, more interesting story with better acting performances, better combat, music, puzzles, Crash Bandicoot, and all of these different types of traversal. So how do you top Uncharted 4? Well, you don't. In that game, you get a grapple hook. In Last of Us Part 2, you open 150 filing cabinets. Uncharted
I found it
is
great.
Mysterious and exciting with a knockout ending. Last of Us is gross and horrific. It is a barrage of violence and screaming and cruelty. But it's also pretty damn fun. Naughty Dog continues to build upon their hide-and-seek style of combat. You can now crawl through grass, set traps, trick zombies into attacking your enemies, and headshot people with your silenced pistol. This isn't Metal Gear 5 levels of flexibility, but it's a far more game-like game than the original. Levels are massive with tons of branching paths, and some of the encounters in this game are so sprawling and complicated that they could be tackled in 20 different ways. Eventually, though, you are going to get caught. Enemies can spot you pretty...
That was such a... I completely forgot about the scripted segments where you have infinite ammo. That was fucking stupid.
Easily, and that's when you gotta throw a Molotov at somebody and run for cover. The less people searching for you, the easier it is to slip back into hiding. This is why I would often shoot everybody looking for me. The combat is fucking brutal. When you stab somebody, blood squirts out of their neck. The shotgun will just destroy someone's entire
Yeah, the combat was fucking gruesome in this.
Enemies cry out for their fallen comrades and beg for their lives. It's all the grotesque gore that people desire from this type of game taken to such a...
I would have liked to see this. Why wasn't this in Grounded? That's awesome.
Degree where you go, Jesus Christ.
Not that you do that, though.
In a stroke of absolute genius, they have taken inspiration from the classic game of Rogue Warrior. When Ellie kills somebody, she'll sometimes call them a swear word.
Dick.
Sleepy time, you fucking motherfucker.
It can't live up to its mind-blowing E3 trailer, but this is easily one of the best-looking games out there. The story is heavily reliant on actors and animators alike to bring these characters to life, and they do some incredible work. We've seen all sorts of US cities in video games, New York.
Story about forgiveness. Yeah, but you're not supposed to fucking kill them. Why would you kill them? They have nothing to do with your story. They're people getting in your way. If anything, you want them to fuck off. You have to kill them to get to Abby, but, like, that's your choice. You don't have to sit there and execute the people you're fighting. If they're attacking you, you'll retaliate, you'll kill them and move on. You're not forced to murder them. I really disliked killing people in that game, even though I found it fun.
Austin, San Francisco, New York, Hong Kong, Chicago, Los Angeles. Even New York is in some games.
Well, they try to kill you, but at that point, you are killing them. It's not that you want to, it's that you have to. It's life and death. You know, again, she is one-track mind, get to Abby, get revenge. Anyone in her way will die. If you try to stop me, and you're trying to fight, you know, with me, I'll probably have to kill you. You know, you want to avoid combat. It's you or them. Yeah, exactly. It's not like you take pleasure in killing people. You're not here to do that. That's not the point of the game.
Cool to see a place I'm actually familiar with realized in a game of this caliber. Seattle. Scrambled. Hey, what the fuck? That's supposed to be Cheesecake Factory. This game is ruined. Blizzards and thunderstorms heighten the tension. Sunlight peers through windows of abandoned...
Wait, why is the timer paused? You're right. What? Why is the timer paused? You're lucky.
Storefronts, trees, and currents tear through the city and reinforce imagery of life and beauty slowly rising out of this world of darkness. People aren't mad about graphics
we can try that, yeah.
though. They're mad about the story. So what do I think about this story, huh? You want to know what I think? It's a pretty good story. I haven't been this engaged by a video game story since Red Dead 2 and God of War. There are some bold twists in here, but they're all in service of a story that is still very faithful to the spirit of the original. This is a lengthy game that takes its time setting the stage and getting you invested in its characters, and then they all start killing each other. Turns out we got bamboozled. You don't play as the giraffe. Instead, you play as a girl called Abby, and she kills Joel with a golf club. How are you gonna kill off the main guy? That's everybody's favorite guy. Honestly, I think Ellie should track down this Abby character and kill her, see how she likes it. Now that would be a good storyline. The truth is, I don't know why people are mad at this game, because they don't know why they're mad. Fans are obviously very attached to Joel as a character, and that's why killing him off is such a powerful way to ignite a revenge story. I don't know anything about this Abby person, but you fucking killed Joel with golf of all sports?
No way.
I am coming to shoot this big dumb muscle bitch. And that's exactly what Ellie does. Like Uncharted, Last of Us 2 uses dual narratives to draw parallels and comparisons between its characters, though instead of laying them on top of each other, they're intersecting. Ellie's story is Uncharted 4 and Abby's story is Last of Us 1. Just like Nathan Drake's obsessive pursuit of treasure, Ellie's
Okay, this is spoilers.
suicidal revenge mission puts her friends' lives in constant danger, and yet she keeps taking it further. Then, halfway through the game, everything resets. The clock turns back 3 days, and now you play as the villain, Abby, who is a hardened killer that starts to reconnect with her lost humanity thanks to the innocence of her child companion. Sound like anybody you know? It's obvious they are going to try and humanize and develop all of these characters now, looking from the other side, and at first, you reject them. You go, fuck these guys, I don't care about them. They killed Joel with golf, except for the dog, I like him. But as you keep playing, eventually you find yourself getting wrapped up in their drama. The moment where they really got me was this sniper fight. This battle goes
that
on
was
for
crazy.
so long that you really come to hate this fucking sniper.
And then you realize who it is. It's Tommy.
You realize, wait a minute. No, I really like that guy. Ellie's side of the story is very focused and simple. Abby's side is messy and complicated with a bunch of new characters running around doing crazy shit in the middle of a war zone. It's very entertaining trying to connect the dots between both sides of the story, and I imagine there's a lot of details you won't even catch until you go back and play through it again. A character you've already encountered as Ellie will show up in the back half of the game, and you'll
This
go,
was
hey,
this was
I remember
cool.
that guy.
That was true. Yeah.
Characters will do things you won't agree with, and you'll have to turn your brain on and attempt to empathize with them. In the world of Last of Us Part 2, one hateful act begets another, but a selfless act can also be contagious. The story is not as airtight as Joel and Ellie's journey across the United States, but conceptually, this sequel is far more creative. So I give this game a 4 out of 5.
No, I agree, though. Yeah, I agree. That's just what it is. I don't know, people seem to really be pissed off at this game and still hate it, but like, it's just good. I don't know, man, it's good. It's a good game, I get it. No, it is an amazing game. I agree. I gave it a 9.5. I gave both collectively like a 9.5. It's okay, just okay. I liked it quite a bit, but you know. Sorry, where is the trailer for this game? You said there was a trailer, The Last of Us 2 trailer. You said it fucked over people, it made them think it was something it wasn't? The Last of Us 2 cinematic trailer? Wait, they had a cinematic trailer.
Rated M for mature.
I feel so extraordinary. Something's got a hold.
Release date? Okay. Oh, God.
Sudden sense of liberty. I used to think that the day would never come. I see the light in the shade of the morning.
This poor kid, though, man. This poor fucking lost kid. Look at her. That's all for Joel, man. It's like, fuck these people. Imagine her losing Dina. Imagine her losing Dina. That's a great trailer, though, damn. That's fucking... That looks insane. That shit looks insane. That's a great trailer. I like that. Sorry, you said release trailer? The Last of Us 2 release trailer. This one. You said this was the trailer. This was the trailer. We saw this one. This one you said fucked over people? Expedition 33. Well, the games right now are locked in. Is this it? This is it? But we've seen this one. You said this one messed with people. This is the reveal trailer. Joel was there and he really wasn't. I think it sets it up well, man. That's just a cruel twist of fate. I don't think you were betrayed. I think you were just kind of... I mean, this is... Oh, it's not reveal. Release trailer. What the hell? What trailer? Oh, release date trailer. Oh, okay. I think I found it. 5 years ago. It might be this one. I think it's this one.
Scale of 1 to 10. How would you rate our kiss?
Is this one? Okay.
Look who decided to join us. All right. You all know the drill. Run your routes. Mark your logbooks. You run into anything you can't handle.
Ellie!
You come back.
Get off me! Please stop! No!
See, that was kind of the gunshot, though. I mean, that's not how it goes.
Tommy, I have to finish it.
You really just think, where is Joel?
What you're walking into.
What are you doing?
Why would she be conversing
How large
with...
that group is. How armed.
I don't care. You can't stop this.
Clearly, Joel is fucking dead in this trailer, though, no? Where is Joel? If he was such a big part of the first game, where is he? Oh, wait. I think I heard about this. I think I heard about this, and it's Joel.
What the hell are you doing here?
Yeah.
Let you do this on your own.
I feel like... You know what? That is... In a way, though, I feel like this is just Ellie inside of her head. They changed the scene. They did change it, yeah. Because this was Jesse. And initially I thought it was, what was it? Fucking Tommy. They changed it to Jesse. You're right, yeah.
Do this.
What the hell are you doing here?
You think I'd let you do this on your own?
This is kind of a sad trailer. It's kind of a sad trailer knowing what's kind of going on. maybe I'm just trying to, like, make sense of it, but imagine this is still kind of how she is. You know? I mean, you don't hear her talk to Joel like he's still around. I can understand why people would be pissed off. That's valid. That's valid. This is valid. You know what, though? You know what I really... The other trailer, that one's a little weird, but I will defend the other trailer. The other trailer, this one, this is heavy once you know what goes on. This was good. You know, I would have liked to see more trauma with Ellie trying to cope with Joel's death throughout the game. I think that's something they kind of missed. No? Just a little bit? Only at one point in the game do you see the PTSD. Like, remember at the end when you have the lamb? That's probably what she's been experiencing this whole time. Right? The fact that it's at the very end of the game to me is kind of eh. It was mostly in the journal, I suppose so. Yeah, it was there in the journal for sure. You are correct. This is like...
I'll walk
This trailer is...
the valley
They better do a part 3.
of the shadow.
They better conclude it with her fucking dying, man. I swear that's exactly what they're gonna do.
No evil, because I'm blind.
How cruel of a world would that be?
To it all.
Ellie loses everything and then just at the very end,
My gun,
that's just it.
they comfort
How fucking cruel.
because
She needs a happy ending.
I'll kill my enemies when they come. Surely goodness and mercy.
Her dying would be too predictable. In a sense, I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Of my life,
Yeah.
I will dwell
But
on
it'd be a very interesting send-off.
more. Said I walk beside the still waters and they restore my soul. But I can't walk on the path of the right because I'm wrong. No, I can't walk on the path of the right because I'm wrong.
I think the number one thing for me as to why I like these games so much, and I like a lot of the games we're playing, is I have no expectations. Because I'm there, again, to experience what people have created, what people have made. I don't know how they're going to take this story. I don't know what they're going to do with its characters. I feel like when you have high it's like in solo queue. It's like you literally get mad at solo queue for making you angry. You expect too much and you get nothing in return. You know what I mean? I'm there for the experience, and then at the end of it all, I try to make sense of it. I have no expectations. Like, what do I have to base this on? You know, I played this game completely blind, and it was amazing.
What are you doing, kiddo? You really gonna go through with this?
This is sad. This trailer's sad, knowing that he's dead right now. And she's just schizoed. It's a sad fucking trailer.
I'm gonna find. And I'm gonna kill. Every last one of them.
At that point, who would she be killing for? Name a single person who she'd kill for. What would compel her to do this? Maybe Dina. Actually, maybe Dina. Actually, maybe Dina, correct. But why would Dina matter to the players? Joel is the number one person. You're right, though. Maybe Dina. No, this is... Joel is more impactful, for sure. No, this game is great. I think it was blown out of proportion. I think people hated on something that was actually very well done. My opinion. I like Death Stranding. I liked it a lot. Great story, too. But, you know, again, I have no expectations. Go to sleep, old man. Should we watch any other videos? Donkey's second video. Internet historian's gameplay, but it's already 3 a.m. No, you're good, man. Have a good night. We do have to move on from games. I don't dwell on them too long, but I do give every game I play a decent chance at, like, trying to understand what people enjoyed, what people didn't enjoy, what I enjoyed, what I didn't enjoy. I try to make sense of the game, and then once I'm satisfied, I move on. And I'm done with this game. We are completely done with The Last of Us. We've watched reviews. We know what the story is. We get it. And I think everything I've seen in the past week and a half is like, give me number 3. Give me number 3. Give me The Last of Us 3. Easily give me 3. He says the whole part of the game was the best. It was the flashbacks. No, the flashbacks are amazing. Ellie is not immune. Okay, sure. Game theory, Ellie is not immune. Is that it? Which video was it that you wanted to see?
Ellie is not immune to the cordyceps fungus, and today I'm gonna prove it to you. We've all been told Ellie's the key to saving humanity, right? But here's the kicker. She's not special. She's not immune to the fungal infection like we think. Let's rewind to The Last of Us Part 1.
Is it this? Sorry. One sec. I typed immune in wrong. Don't laugh.
Ellie is not immune to the cordyceps fungus.
Immune.
And today, I'm gonna prove it to you. We've all been told Ellie's the key to saving humanity, right? But here's the kicker. She's not special. She's not immune to the fungal infection like we think. Let's rewind to The Last of Us Part 1. Ellie's bit by an infected zombie but never turns into a monster, right? The whole world's hope rests on her blood, and we're led to believe her immunity is the answer. But that's a huge misunderstanding. In the first game, there's a recording from a surgeon that completely undermines the idea of her immunity. It says Ellie's white blood cells are perfectly normal, showing no signs of infection. Her body isn't fighting off the fungus the way it should. Now, here's where we need to make a distinction between two significant types of cordyceps. There's Ophiocordyceps unilateralis, which infects people, turning them into the zombie-like creatures that flood the world, and another fungus called Polypocladium inflatum, which is a different type of cordyceps that is actually used in antifungal medications. The theory here is that the Polypocladium inflatum made its way into Ellie's body, and its antifungal qualities actually keeps the other fungus, Ophiocordyceps, at bay. So in fact, Ellie is infected, just by a completely different fungus. So based on the actual definition of immunity...
Wow. I mean, that could be something. That could be something. I mean, again, it's not confirmed or anything, but, you know, it is what it is. Interesting. Am I gonna play Days Gone? Reach! You gotta reach for it. Troy Baker and Ashley Johnson performing the song live. That I have not seen. She got bit a few times, yeah. So, folks, tomorrow is Outer Wilds. Tomorrow is Outer Wilds at noon, okay? That's the next big game we're playing. I say big game, but that's the next game. Tomorrow is Outer Wilds. Yeah, we're here. Okay, we're still here. Yeah, tomorrow is Outer Wilds. Finally, a good game. I like these games, subjectively. Subjectively. People glazing Days Gone and then crying about The Last of Us 2. The show did? I guess I'll have to see the show in my free time that I don't have. What is the next big game? If Cyberpunk doesn't work, it's Bloodborne. It's Bloodborne. It's time to set up the PlayStation. It's Bloodborne. Yeah. We've been waiting for that for a while. If Cyberpunk, for whatever reason, doesn't seem to work, we can play it on PlayStation. So, yeah. You have a PS5, use it. No, you're right. We are going to set it up. Doom Eternal in those games. So I've already replaced Doom Eternal in the games we've played, so I'm not doing them immediately, but down the line, yeah, probably. But we did replace them. They couldn't work, and we've replaced them with other games, and we've already finished those tiers out completely. So, you know. One sec. Let me just rate this. The Last of Us 1 plus DLC plus 1/2 plus DLC, 9.5. Easily a 9.5. Great game. Easily. I feel like I gave Cuphead too big of a rating. I think it was more so on how unique and artistic the game was, but how fun it was wasn't really my thing. I'm going to drop Cuphead down to like an 8. Cuphead's incredible, but like it really is... Cuphead is kind of an unfun game to play, because it really is the same game over and over, but it's more of a spectacle. It's a less engaging... It's just a spectacle. It's just a spectacle of a game. It's not a bad game by any means, but to me, it's like what you're looking at. Hate on my childhood game. Cuphead 8.5, The Last of Us 9. That's, if you view it that way, sure. Kill me, Jesus. Expedition 33. Well, every game we have right now is locked in. So the next one will be Darkest Dungeon, Violent Horror Stories, and Contraband Police, and then it would be God of War franchise. Those are currently the two things that are locked in. Outside of that, I'm not really going to take on new games. So for what they are, it's what we have right now, and then eventually, you know, as things progress, if they do, we'll add more games. Which, you know, I will say, leave games in the Discord. Leave games in the Discord. There's no revotes. It's whatever people suggest in Discord, I pick through, and I think, you know, oh, this could be good for a tier, this could be good, you know. So we're trying a variety of games. I've really only kind of disliked 2 main games, RE5 and RE6, both of which are only couch co-op games, kinda. So, you know, you playing as an individual is kind of crap. Totally Spies. Graphics card? I don't know. I think it's some NVIDIA thing. Firewatch. I don't know. I wanted to understand Firewatch. I think I'd have to revisit that game, like, narratively, and just try and figure out what the fuck is going on. I wasn't really satisfied with the ending of Firewatch. I think that was the point of the game. It built up all this stuff. It built up all these expectations. You had this, like, fantasized world in your head that everything was going swimmingly, and, oh, the mysteries, and, oh, all this. You think, like, a million different things, and in the end, it was just nothing. It didn't amount to anything. That game actually gave me a very unsatisfying feeling when I finished it, but I may have to, like, reconsider a little bit of the ending. I'm not going to revisit that game and play it, not a chance. But I think, you know, in hindsight, whenever you look at a game, whenever you think of like, oh, what do I rate this game? What do I do this? It's your opinion at the time. I can easily go back and, having played many more games, you know, kind of rethink some of them. But, you know, like, Mouthwashing is not really a 7. I think I'd put it a bit higher. There are games here that I'm like, oh, okay. Again, hindsight. You go back, you're like, ooh, it wasn't that bad. So. Now you think the ending isn't as bad. I mean, it is, but maybe it isn't. I'd have to see. I have to, like, try and fully understand what it is they were trying to tell us. Darksiders, pray one day, maybe. Folks, speaking of things, I gotta pause. The timer is paused. It is time for me to go to sleep. I can't believe we somehow wrapped up The Last of Us perfectly to end the stream. It is 10 p.m. It is time for me to go to sleep, and we perfectly wrapped it up at bedtime. I've kind of got no more questions for The Last of Us. I think it was like, just great. Everything about it was perfect. It ended well. It was an experience, and I will miss that game, and I miss its characters, 100%. Yapping for 5 hours. You know, it's worth it, though. I think the older you get, the more you want to critically think about the things you experience. You know, there is always more to the story instead of a surface-level nitpick. You know, you got to take time to kind of let things breathe and really look deep and say, you know what? This is this is this is that. I think that's just, you know, thinking about the content you consume is important, you know? And I think doing that for every game we play is awesome. It makes it worse or it makes it better. I mean, for the sake of The Last of Us, I didn't really have questions. It's not a perfect game. But I think overall, for what it is, it's incredible. It's very good.